Preface. If you have read Selected by Extraterrestrials by Bill Tompkins, his first book, you will have noted in its preface that I met with Bill in 2009 after I realized that we had worked at the same place at the same time in our aerospace careers. Although we didn't meet each other then, we worked for and knew and interacted with many of the same key people during our careers. He said he had been trying to write his autobiography since the mid-90s but that his story was too unbelievable, and his words were so misspelled that 3 editors had given up on him. He had written on his computer what he remembered of the interesting events in his life. Struggling to get something published before too much time elapsed, he and I decided to chop his first autobiographical book off at about 1970, when he was with TRW. There were thousands more words for the stories from then on, as well as extensive elaborations on various events included in the period of the first book. The purpose of this book is to share these with you. Since Bill passed in late 2017, we can no longer ask him to fill in the blanks or answer any questions. Therefore, what you will read here are his words as he wrote them on his computer. The words that Bill saved in his computer needed quite a bit of work to make the sentences and grammar proper, and I have been fortunate to have had the assistance of researchers Will Wakely and John Wenger doing that in preparing this volume for publication. In addition, the extensive interviews that Michael Sala had with Bill on several occasions, together with his encouragement to publish Book 2, have been both helpful and motivational. This book consists of Bill's words, modified only for spelling and grammar. In several situations there will be editorial remarks to place his words in context, and those will be italicized in the normal custom. You will also find there are some passages that are nearly identical to those in his first book, placed there for reasons of continuity or clarity for those who have not yet read his first book. After Bill's first book was published, he was in great demand on the Jeff Rense radio show and was also interviewed by David Wilcock and Corey Good by Gaia TV on their excellent program, Cosmic Disclosure. Those interviews are being transcribed, and with the permission of the intellectual property owners, will become Bill's Selected by Extraterrestrials Volume 3. Bill was one of those people who kept copies of everything that was not classified. For example, he had week-at-a-glance calendars complete essentially from 1969 through 2016. When he died, all 21 of his file boxes were turned over to me, and they are occasionally helpful to tell his story or offer a relevant image. However, he was meticulous to not include any materials that were U.S. government classified documents, consistent with his inherent integrity and loyalty to his country. On the other hand, he is telling the story of the development or revelation of events that are inherently classified in the minds of some agencies. So why did he want to complete this autobiography? The answer is that he was told by a Navy League admiral whom he respected immensely, Bill, tell it all. Bill is telling it in his own words. The chapters are taken from words he typed on his computer, arranged more or less chronologically. Each of these chapters were edited versions of the words he typed on his computer from about the year 2000 to 2017. Bill's recollections are often spiced up with his recollections of specific real, no imaginary, conversations with others, whose names he said were rarely the real ones. The editors have added chapter titles in the form of a question to provide a hint to the subject content. Robert M. Wood, Ph.D., Cornell University 1953. Eulogy for Bill Tompkins by Robert M. Wood. I am exceptionally honored to be able to offer some thoughts about Bill Tompkins today. Bill called me up in 2009 and said he had a great many stories he wanted to tell about his life, and they would take 6 books to cover it all, mentioning some incredible things he had been personally involved with. Naturally, I didn't believe him until he started telling me about how he got started and then that he knew some of the same people I knew at Douglas Aircraft Company. He and Mary invited me to visit with them, and I immediately learned that Lay's lightly salted potato chips were way better than what I was used to, and Mary made sure that we never ran out of cookies when Bill and I were talking. After Bill and I agreed that we should start with 1 book instead of 6, I received a huge download of words from his computer on which he had been typing his life story for about 20 years. Bill had done a nice job of documenting things along the way, and he gave me a variety of photos, many of which you can see at the reception later today, showing him before and after his marriage to his wonderful Mary for more than 65 years. Bill's remarkable story began when he was about 11 or 12 years old and his uncle drove him to Long Beach Harbor to look at the ships there so he could make models of them. He had an exceptional memory of what was where and took good sketches and notes, so he could build quite precise models of these U.S. Navy vessels, including the details of their gun emplacements and radar locations. His models were so successful that they wound up being displayed in a Broadway department store on Hollywood Boulevard, where some alert naval officers realized they showed information that should have been kept secret. After they concluded he was just a talented youngster instead of an evil spy, they kept track of him so that he was encouraged to join the Navy when he was 18. From boot camp onward, Bill loyally did whatever the Navy asked him to do, and some of that story is told in his first book. However, I'm not going to summarize the facts of his autobiography today, which by the way is called Selected by Extraterrestrials. I'm going to talk about Bill the person and his personality. Although his formal education was limited, he had amazing technical insight and ability to get along with people, earning their trust. This placed Bill in situations where he could influence impressively some people in positions of great power, one of which was Dr. Kurt DeBus, who was von Braun's right-hand man at NASA Huntsville during the Apollo program. In one briefing, he convinced NASA that they should check out our rockets in a vertical position instead of horizontally. During Bill's career, he was dealing with very heavy issues such as aliens and their motives, interstellar travel, and the existence of underground facilities, some of which he had been working in. When we were working together and he revealed something hugely important, he would follow up by saying, "And that will be $5. Also, at a recent panel discussion last month, when an insistent questioner asked if he had ever touched his alleged very attractive Nordic secretary, he said, "No, I never did. Furthermore, my wife is in the audience." Mary enjoyed it as much as the audience. Bill did not mind being in the limelight because his father was very big in the movie business, and after Bill's first book came out, thanks to the prodding of several of his friends who also knew me, he was perfectly willing and happy to be interviewed on the Jeff Rentz radio show many times, guided by Frank Chili, and was even featured on Gaia TV. He enjoyed unflagging enthusiasm for telling the truth as he understood it. I'm sharing a few quotes from emails I received in this last week. Walter Nowosid noted, "Bill was the first 94-year-old man I ever met who had a 10-year plan." Close colleague Frank Chili said, "They had the most ideal and loving of marriages. Better and more satisfied life mates would be impossible to find." Bill would say to me, "If you're not having fun, it isn't worth doing." Many hours of discussion with Bill were never enough as each were so joyful in subject matter and detail. Some people wondered, including myself, how someone could remember such details so many years ago. I just found out last week that Bill had kept most of his yearly diaries with names, contacts and meetings since as early as 1968 when he worked at TRW, a company that was comprised of dozens of think tanks investigating almost anything unknown at that time. Can we develop a pill to slow down aging? Are there secret underground transportation tunnels? Who built the pyramids? Could free energy systems ever replace internal combustion? How many alien races might there be visiting us? Is there a secret space program with bases on the moon? He was exposed to some of the finest minds in the world trying to answer these questions. And he is trying to tell us what he thinks the answers are. I'm not sure I know the answers, but I do know that having Bill help me think about them in a logical way has deeply broadened my worldview. I think it was Einstein who said that knowledge is advanced by beginning with the right questions. William Mills Tompkins has been asking the right questions all his life, and I am confident that he has got a lot of the right answers. But independent of them, he has lived a remarkable life in harmony with himself, with Mary and with his colleagues, trying to help us all seek the truth about so many things we just take for granted, and having fun while doing it. We never talked in detail about his religious beliefs, but as an active Christian myself, I know that although he is absent from the body, he is present with the Lord. God has blessed Bill Tompkins. Chapter 1. What were my early reminiscences? Like I have said before, my dad, Cheryl Mills Tompkins shown here, was very good with a camera. He'd taken a lot of photos for his high school yearbook, and so it was no surprise that he became an excellent photographer. While he was developing movie films at the Universal Movie Studios in Hollywood, California, he invented a major improvement in film processing that prevented film breakage. This was a common problem at movie theaters in those days. He was so unbelievably brilliant in processing films that every movie director in Hollywood insisted that he process all their movie films, and he used this production method to process thousands of movies. By 1920, the demand for movies to be distributed worldwide became so great that Dad founded the Standard Film Laboratories near Santa Monica Boulevard in Hollywood. This massive production laboratory employed hundreds of technicians and language interpreters to translate English versions of almost every movie made in Hollywood. These foreign language versions were then distributed to over 140 countries. He not only was the president of the company, but he was also secretly way above a 33rd degree Freemason. It was suspected that what we now call subliminal information was inserted into the films as a type of mind control. He continued to process all the movie industry's films, but later, his company underwent a financial takeover, and, for unknown reasons, he was booted out. With no money coming in to support what had once been a lavish lifestyle, our family moved in with my aunt and uncle in Santa Monica, California. Their large, two-story home was shared with their 3 daughters. At the time, my Uncle Harding was head surgeon at the Santa Monica Hospital. He and my 3 cousins made many trips to visit the pyramids in Egypt, where their mission was to decode the hieroglyphics. All 5 of the Harding family were convinced that deciphering the hieroglyphics would identify the true builders of the pyramids and prove that they were related to the star people from the Orion Nebula. While in Egypt, he arranged with local historical organizations to have hundreds of documents, photographs, and artifacts shipped to his home. Living with them in their large home surrounded by Egyptian antiques, except mummies, was a great adventure and education for me. My 3 cousins were also fascinated with what the young Egyptian girls wore to entice their older male friends. Sometimes they made skimpy Egyptian princess outfits and ran around the house and then out into their large backyard with jewel necklaces flying. The cousins had copied them from photos of teenage Egyptian royalty that were depicted on the walls in the pyramids. The paintings displayed what must have been a very elegant Egyptian lifestyle in their elaborate temples. Dr. Harding's home was only a few blocks from a high-rise hotel and beach club which was located on the beach below the Santa Monica Palisades. Our mothers and all 5 of us children spent most of the summers at this club. Instead of wearing bathing suits, we frequently wore different clothing that the young Egyptians were thought to wear around their enormous pools, palaces, and gardens. Dr. Harding, my uncle, constantly talked to my cousin, Virginia, about the Egyptians' drawings in the pyramids showing weird beings, like a horse with a man's head and neck. They tried to analyze how the surgery could be successfully performed and speculated that it was possibly accomplished by some early civilization. They surmised that the man/horse might have served on the Egyptian king's court. Uncle Harding always said that the experts were simply misinformed that the Sphinx was 3-something thousand years old, but that it was at least 14,000, possibly 20,000 years old. In his opinion, there was absolutely no possibility that the Egyptian people built the pyramids. One of the most important problems of Dr. Harding's pyramid studies was his huge list of problems. He had 27 pages of problems and several hundred pages of possible answers to them. All 3 daughters helped in analyzing the data and came up with suggestions for answering the many problems. One of the most puzzling problems was in several of the deep chambers near the center of the pyramid, where there were several marble chairs with a bent back design such that the person who sat in the chair would be leaning back 45 to 50 degrees, looking at the chamber ceiling. Yes, there were hieroglyphics on the walls and ceilings, but the design of these chairs was most unusual. The builder of the black marble chairs also made the back of the chair with a lumber curve type support. And this was 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. The person who sits in this chair will face the ceiling, and what were they supposed to see? When my Uncle Harding sat in the chair, he made the statement that even the footrest was extremely comfortable and that it was almost like lying on his back. He studied everything he could see within 30 to 40 degrees and could not determine what he was supposed to be looking at. Some of the other chambers had the same type of marble chairs looking straight up, about 85 degrees. Now I know what some of you thinkers are going to say: he should have been looking through the hole in the ceiling which provided him with a view of the Andromeda Galaxy, as shown in the illustration, nearby. Obviously, the builders were far more knowledgeable about astronomy than my uncle understood. But today, we know that somehow those builders had built the pyramids, drilled holes in the upper side of the pyramid straight down to the chamber chairs, allowing the observer to study star arrangements. Unbelievable as this may be, there was some type of arrangement made by the builders so that rainwater would not drain down into the chambers through the holes. It's not certain, but one of the suggestions has been that the observation holes could have had gases flowing out continuously. 2 years later, after we moved to a small Hollywood apartment, I decided to build 50 naval ship models, all on the same scale. On weekends, my father or uncle would drive my brother and me to the naval docks in Long Beach, California, where, along with other visitors, we were taken out to the ships in large-powered naval lifeboats. We climbed on board the fleet's many battleships, cruisers and aircraft carriers that were anchored in the harbor. Because of the war, cameras were prohibited, but I memorized the ship's structure and the new radars that were recently installed. The ships also had a lot of other secret equipment. At that time, classified systems on board the Navy ships were always blocked out in the newspaper photos by the Navy censors. I recorded flash pictures in my mind of all the new classified equipment and, on the drive home, I drew rough perspective sketches. When we got home, I cleaned them up into surprisingly accurate illustrations. I made detailed drawings from the sketches of the ships and their weapons, including the location of all the classified radar and anti-aircraft guns. I even located the landing arresting cables on the aft flight deck of the aircraft carriers. Then I built miniatures of all the classified equipment and installed them on my ship models. These models were put on display in the windows of local department stores like the large downtown LA Broadway store. The LA Times even interviewed me, saying I had a photographic memory. They took photos and published the first of hundreds of articles that appeared worldwide over the next 50 years. My ship model collection was praised by the Los Angeles County Museum as one of the finest ship model collections in the country. There were over 70 Navy ship models on display there. Now, remember, there are 303 models in the entire collection. These models were first built in Hollywood by an 11-year-old kid who was fascinated by the probability that other people were living on planets in orbits around other stars out in our galaxy. As was covered in my first book, Selected by Extraterrestrials, this collection of U.S. naval ship models was extremely precise in detail. They were evaluated by expert museum curators and Navy admirals as the most precise in detail of any collection in the country. At first, the Navy became very suspicious of me because my models contained details, such as gun emplacements, that they considered secret, and suspected that my father might be a spy. Investigators came to the house and viewed my many models and detailed drawings that I had in my bedroom. They also interrogated my father but finally decided that he was not a German spy, after all. I continued to build naval ship models on the side for 50 more years to relieve stress from the top-secret aerospace corporate management, even though naval admirals continually said, "Bill, you can't do that." What is most interesting is that the Navy's new destroyer, Zumwalt, was a nearly exact design of a ship model built by me in 1969 as part of a TRW think tank exercise. It was an unsolicited proposal to the top Navy brass that I conceived during my study of using a naval automated computer and weapon systems for the Navy's surface fleet of the future. I used that model as a tool in my briefing to the Navy, and it is still on display with over 70 other ship models at the Joe Martin Museum in Carlsbad, California. Years earlier, a realization had hit me while I was visiting the Mount Wilson 100-inch telescope near San Diego, California. At that time, the astronomers had established that the Milky Way galaxy contains millions of other stars, and I felt that they probably have solar systems with planets like our own. Unlike what the astronomers believed, I was convinced that there must be billions of other stars and galaxies being formed even as we watch, some of which could support life far more advanced than ours. I was convinced that some types of aliens were not only observing our planet but influencing it too. For some reason, I've never accepted that these aliens were simply watching us. It seemed to me that, for thousands of years, some of them may have been hostile, interfering, and a threat to our way of life. Ever since I was that little boy making secret sketches and models of our Navy's newest ships, I have had a preoccupation with our galactic environment. Dr. John Walter Honden, my cousin, was director at the Shell Oil Research Center, and dean of Texas A&M in Houston, Texas. As boys, my older brother and I were playing with my cousin John, who at the time was simulating his concept of a juggernaut, an enormous underground boring machine that he visualized would drill tunnels deep in the ground in the U.S., and later all over the planet. While my brother was playing airplanes and I was building spaceship models, John simulated his juggernaut using a round wood table leg as the tunnel boring machine, turning it around like a corkscrew into the soft dirt in the backyard of his home in Hollywood. He had made 3-view drawings and perspective sketches of his machine boring deep into the ground to recover exotic minerals. While simulating this tunnel drilling operation, he visualized his juggernaut breaking through the walls of enormous caverns deep underground. Right away, his juggernaut operations were attacked by rabbits wearing light gray coveralls. Star people. John called them borts and he considered them the enemy. John had started thinking about the juggernaut and the underground borts people at the age of 8, and this continued throughout his life. In his mind, these rabbit people were originally from other stars' planets, but had been living underground in our planet for eons. He believed the Borts were considerably smarter than us and had created hundreds of Carlsbad-type caverns into major cities with interconnecting vacuum high-speed tunnels. While still thinking about them, he entered UCLA to study geography. After graduating, and over the years, these thoughts carried him both into the ground of the Earth's continents and out into our solar system, even to the planets orbiting the stars out in our galaxy. In his and my mind there are many other star people, some friendly and others that were not just bad guys but who were at war with each other. We even thought the gray rabbits were at war with us. We may never know how much influence these ETs had on John so that he would dedicate his life to technology and astrophysics. The son of a railroad worker, my uncle, who was an alcoholic and died in his early 50s, John accomplished many wonders in his life. He never once told me that he believed he was telepathically assisted by aliens, but even so, he always indicated to me that his thought processes were often influenced by the Borts. On many occasions, while staying with us on his frequent trips to LA, he was continually comparing our two professional lives with an almost disbelief that we two had created so many major breakthroughs in diversified technical fields. These simply were not justified, particularly my penetration into deep space. Was John's subconscious mind somehow exposed to what we now know, that reptilians and greys have been underground on our planet for eons? It is very interesting that his concepts back then parallel our problems today. My brother and I rode our bikes out to the beach at Santa Monica nearly every week in the summer. And unlike what you would think, there were amateur bathing suit beauty contests every week. They were held on a permanent wooden platform stage near the sidewalk with dozens of girls in skimpy bathing suits showing off. Like I said in my first book, my family was living in Hollywood and I was a student in Gardner Junction grade school when the dirigibles, USS Akron and USS Macon flew over us. We heard the loud roar of their engines as they flew low over our school. We would all run outside to see them. These dirigibles were the first military aircraft carriers, and they were demonstrating how biplanes would fly up beneath the ship and would be hooked up to a crane which extended out from the lower hull. The fighters were then retracted up into the internal hangars. The planes could then be launched from the same crane while the dirigibles were in flight. I will never forget the roar of their 8 engines as they flew slowly over us. To me at the time, they were U.S. Navy spaceship carriers returning from far out in the Milky Way galaxy. Ed. Bill wrote his life story over more than a decade before even part of it was published. This volume 2 occasionally injects specific conversations he remembered when they seem appropriate, and often the main reason they are placed there is because they fit better here than elsewhere in the volume. The following is just one example. Many of the people Bill talked with in quotation marks are not their real names. Bill, Steve asked me during another TRW lunch break, "What's this rumor that when you were a baby of 15, you gave a 40-minute technical briefing to Hollywood Wheels, veterans of foreign wars and the American Legion, in the Hollywood Bowl?" As usual, before I could answer him, Nosy Tiffany cut into the conversation with, "Oh, it was Billy's junior year at Hollywood High School. I know the whole story. That little tramp, Betty Coldwell, in her short skirt that wasn't okay back then, continually distracted him in Mr. Black's English class. Her dad's a Navy veteran who read all about Billy's Navy ship model collection in the LA Times. Supported by the Navy, he arranged for Billy to give a paper on how and where he acquired the secret radar and gun emplacement information to build and assemble his collections. And even more important, how the models were built. Like a movie star, his presentation took place on a starry night on the Hollywood Bowl stage with all the spotlights on him. There you go again, Tiffany, always making Bill seem important, Steve added. Waving both her arms, well, he is. And I love him, so there. And while we are at it, think back, and this is important. In my first book, Selected by Extraterrestrials, 2 months after Pearl Harbor, we talked about the Navy officer who understood some of my unusual abilities. He enlisted me in the Navy and prior to boot camp had the Vultee aircraft in Downey, California, hire me. They placed me in their secret advanced research department. Ed. See the scope of work in the image here. At that time, in 1941, Vultee was developing an extremely advanced Navy aircraft. This temporary position was to allow the Navy to investigate my background for a secret clearance, which took a long time, mainly because we had moved so many times. We were so poor that we were often evicted for non-payment of rent and had to move to a new rental. This happened more times than I like to recall. In 1947, I got hired to work in the North American Aviation plant in a secret engineering department investigating reverse engineering of UFOs and building acquired alien ship electronic systems. And still later, after getting fired from Douglas in 1963, I accepted a corporate engineering position in North American Aviation at several locations: LA Airport, Rocketdyne in Canoga Park, and Downey. My first realization that there were aliens was in my dreams. It was 2:30 a.m. on November 27, 2003, Thanksgiving morning, when I woke up shaking and trying to remember the details of the violent dream that I just had. I had been flying a lot in this dream, which is very unusual for me in my recent dreams. As a very young boy and young man, I frequently flew in my pleasant Technicolor dreams. I could look down at my house and later, our apartment building, seeing vividly all the trees and streets of Hollywood. The nights were crystal clear and sometimes displayed startlingly beautiful cloud formations. I was flying with my arms outstretched, heading out west over Santa Monica and the Pacific Ocean, continually gaining altitude. But this November dream was entirely different. I was trying to get away from them and they were not nice. I also realized that I had had similar dreams many times before, but I had little recollection of them. These people were different from us and the images were not clear to me. They projected a threatening, filmy image. As I have alluded to earlier, there is a condition called NDE, near-death experience. This has happened to me for over 15 years and it usually hits me in the early evening or late at night. Upon waking, usually around 3 a.m., I have all the symptoms of a violent death, according to several doctors who have attempted to treat this problem. But this condition is like OBE, out-of-body experience, where you seem to leave your body behind and travel to other locations. I could take advantage of this and travel to other planets in our universe. Let's go back to the 1920s, say 1925, when my dad was still a bigwheel managing his film company on Santa Monica Boulevard in Hollywood. And yes, he was still wearing his Freemason's gold ring and shaking hands with certain people with one of those secret handshakes showing that he was way above a 33rd degree Mason. My family and friends were all piled into my dad's big new 7-passenger Cadillac. Driving south on the old 2-lane Coast Highway 101, my brother and I always sat in the big fold-down jump seats facing forward, behind the pilot and navigator. We drove down to the private gated Hollywood off-site pornographic playground in Oceanside, just north of the big 2-story hotel in Carlsbad, California. There we would eat a late breakfast at the Big Rooster and then drive on down to San Diego, out over the Strand and up along the white sand beach to the beautiful Hotel del Coronado. My brother and I would play in the enormous plunges all afternoon, eat dinner, have breakfast the next morning in our room, and then again swim in the plunges all day. That evening, dinner was first class in Coronado's huge crown room dining room. Late that night, we would drive back on Highway 101 to the gated Adult Activity Center in Oceanside. The French colonial beach homes were divided into sections, adult and family. Yes, we always stayed in one of Dad's elaborate homes on the family side. We played in our bathing suits not knowing the other beach was a nude beach for the grown-ups and the not-so-grown-ups, we learned much later. This entire beach colony was built for the exclusive use of the elite Hollywood crowd with non-stop drinking and nude partying 24 hours a day, all week long. Chapter 2: What did I see at the Battle of L.A.? Selected. My being selected by extraterrestrials goes back further than 1942, but that year on the Pacific California coast, specifically Long Beach, was a seminal one in my life. On February 25, 1942, 3 months after the attack on Pearl Harbor, a very strange thing happened. I was 18 at the time and living in an exclusive neighborhood in a large old house in Long Beach, California, just 4 blocks from the beach. Okay, it wasn't the best neighborhood because somebody had rebuilt this old house into 4 apartments, and we rented the top floor. The lower level rooms had very high ceilings which made our apartment quite high up. One clear night, about 8 o'clock, my older brother and I were lying on the floor in the living room reading the paper when our dad said, "Come out on the back deck, you have to see this bright light." The back porch was big and high. There was a bright light just above the horizon and just above the trees. We couldn't see the Pacific Ocean from our deck because of other high roofs that were in the way. What we did see was an unusually bright light with a narrow beam shining down 30 degrees over the ocean. What happened next was astounding. The narrow light beam changed its direction and shined directly on us. The light was so intense that it lit up everything, the trees, our back walls, the back deck, surrounding homes and us. We all seemed to turn a brilliant white. The light only lasted a few seconds and then everything turned darker than usual. This seemed to be an event only for my dad and me to witness, but my brother just passed it off as nothing of importance. For some reason, we all went to bed early that night. At around 1 a.m. the anti-aircraft guns started firing. The noise was very loud. Remember, the war with Germany and Japan had just started, and we had never heard anything like this before. We ran out onto the street and saw a large round craft about 7,000 feet up, floating in the air above us. It slowed to a stop right overhead and remained there. 8 searchlights from the ground illuminated it while anti-aircraft shells burst all around and against it. Most of the shells exploded on the bottom of the craft. We just couldn't believe the thing hadn't exploded or been shot down. 3. Then 5 other ships appeared near it and some of the searchlights focused and anti-aircraft fired on each as they passed by the first object. Eventually, the first craft slowly departed. Later, about 12 other vehicles passed at higher altitudes and were in turn fired upon. It was like a spell. Why were not one of the hundreds of us watching this event concerned or frightened? I was not scared. There was no panic, no one was screaming, no heart attacks, no one going crazy. The only casualties were from falling shells from our own artillery. Other vehicles continued to pass overhead for nearly 5 early morning hours. Our coastal artillery anti-aircraft attempted to shoot down these strange flying machines to no avail. The main show was over by 3:30 a.m. but for some reason, we were unconcerned and went back to bed, although several neighbors told us later that the air raid continued, and the alarms lasted until 5 a.m. later. I surmised that either it was a single huge armada or that fewer ships had circled around to the north and south, then west out onto the ocean and then headed back east to pass over Los Angeles again and again with the illusion of a huge armada. This so-called Los Angeles air raid became the first major incident in a long string of incidents in recent history connected to the UFO phenomenon. It was the start of many encounters affecting my entire 57 years of aerospace engineering. Now, for whatever reason, the public may not have accepted the reality of what we had witnessed. Some other world had penetrated into our lives. There were several people in the Navy Department, Army Air Corps and an aircraft company who also had their entire lives shattered. The individuals were Admiral Roscoe H. Hillenkoetter, Secretary of the Navy James V. Forrestal, Army Air Corps General Nathan F. Twining, General Curtis LeMay, Edward Bowles of MIT, Dr. Vannevar Bush and Donald Douglas Sr., to name a few. World War II was raging, but what the hell could we do against this? The next morning, the newspapers reported that foreign aircraft had been spotted in the air between Santa Monica and Long Beach, not mentioning that half of Southern California watched the event nearly all night. Later we discovered that 2 of the smaller UFOs had been shot down, one over the mountains to the east and another off the coastline to the south. These were recovered and sent for analysis back to Wright Field, now Wright-Patterson Air Base, in Ohio. Note that this was 5 years before the famous Roswell, New Mexico, crash. This so-called 1942 Battle of Los Angeles became the first major incident in a long string of incidents in recent history connected to the UFO phenomenon. And it was the start of many encounters affecting my entire 57 years of aerospace engineering. Before we go any further, I feel it is important to clear the air in understanding how hard we were hit with the reality of our place in the universe. We were so naive in our understanding of the history of this planet, that literally, in 1 second of spacetime in February of 1942, just 2 months after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, out on the west coast of our country possibly hundreds of extraterrestrial craft and spacecraft carriers swarmed over Southern California's coast for several hours. The entire event was seen by over 500,000 people. They witnessed this amazing event, dumbfounded, nearly all night long, and I was one of them. Some of them thought it was an attack by Japan, but I knew these ships were not dropping bombs and must be from somewhere out there in the galaxy. I surmised that there was a massive interplanetary mothership orbiting our planet that was from somewhere out in the galaxy. The mothership had disembarked hundreds of smaller landing-type vehicles with a totally unknown mission onto planet Earth. Just observing our inability to work out our differences and our inability to get along with each other concerns the ETs. Hostilities and wars seem to be our history that they must have observed for thousands of years. They were not here to take us over, but to investigate our insane dropping of atom bombs, and even more importantly, to determine who was giving us such a bad time. The Nordic Navy knew that the reptilians had been mind-controlling us for a long time. Also, nuclear weapon technology is a big red flag and a no-no out in the galaxy. Remembering years later of that spectacular night, I have been convinced that, yes, someone on that Nordic Naval Battle Group mission wanted to select me as their on-station, earthbound, implementer of our penetration with them into the galaxy. Battle of L.A., Douglas and Rand. Back off, Bill, slow down. You said that you would tell the group how Douglas aircraft in the 1940s secretly got to be the first space think tank in the world, Chris said. I have covered that several times. But not in detail. How did it really start? I answered with after the Los Angeles UFO flap in 1942, Donald Douglas, CEO of Douglas Aircraft, James Forrestal, Secretary of the Navy, along with 2 military officers and a guy from MIT all witnessed the entire sighting. They were still in shock from watching huge motherships have a night, the largest mass sighting ever recorded. There were hundreds of massive naval space battle fleet ships flying, or some even parked for over an hour at only 8,000 feet above them. That was unbelievable to all who saw them. Yes, these important witnesses were aware of the alien existence influencing the German SS, but this was the United States. This massive naval space armada was obviously from out in this part of the Milky Way galaxy. And for some reason, a possible threat to us? The space vehicles were under aircraft fire from our naval battleships, cruisers, aircraft carriers, destroyers anchored in the Long Beach harbor, and even Navy ships in drydock in San Pedro Naval Base. Also, the Army anti-aircraft guns of the Coast Artillery. Collectively, overnight they used up all their ammunition. Everyone could see continuous explosions on the spaceship's hulls. Let's put this in perspective. Don't forget, several alien civilizations from way out there have been watching our inability to not prevent wars for hundreds of years. Several. Unbelievable. For 5 hours, maybe 100 spaceships from another sector of our galaxy penetrated our airspace. Just 2 months earlier, while watching the Germans bomb Britain, the spaceships of course had watched the Japanese Pearl Harbor attack from space and were now aware of our military situation. Their home base at a remote star's planet had seen the Japanese planes attacking our Navy and dispatched this armada of force to evaluate our threat situation. In the 1940s, U.S. naval intelligence operatives in Germany acquired unbelievable alien-supported UFO research and development programs. Hitler had signed treaties with several hostile galactic civilizations and agreed to exchange humans for the alien research of extremely advanced UFO propulsion and particle beam weapons. A study group including the top thinkers in the U.S. was conceived by Donald Douglas, CEO of Douglas Aircraft Company in Santa Monica, California, and the top secret Space RAND think tank was born inside the Douglas Secret Engineering Department, totally unknown to everyone else in Douglas or on the planet. RAND now in 2016 is still headquartered in Santa Monica, California, and the think tank is supported by locations worldwide. RAND's mission is to help to improve policy and decision-making through objective research and analysis. RAND's primary clients include the CIA and DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. The 2,000-person think tank has had over 30 Nobel Prize winners. It provides high-level information to the U.S. government. RAND has conducted studies of weapons development, intelligence analysis, and the design of massive underground installations for the U.S. military. Far more concealed is RAND's involvement in highly classified extraterrestrial studies for the U.S. government. Chapter 3. What did I learn with Admiral Rico Botta? Early in 1942, when I was only 19, Navy Intelligence Officer Lieutenant J.G. Perry Wood, understanding the technical capabilities and historic requirements that were necessary to create my ship models, put together a mission package and encouraged me to join the Navy. Because we had moved so many times, it took a long time to complete my security clearance, so until that was done, I was given a temporary job at Vultee Aircraft Company in Downey, California. After the clearance came through, I entered boot camp in San Diego, California. After that, I was officially assigned as an aircraft mechanic at North Island Naval Air Station on Coronado Island, California, but I also held an after-hours secret position in naval intelligence on advanced technology. I replaced a commander there. My statement of secret mission tasks and objectives was disseminator of aircraft research and information, although I was only a third-class seaman at the time. My mission was under the direction of and reporting to the chief engineer, another captain, and Rear Admiral Rico Botta, 3 different bosses. My secret job description was to compile and maintain a continuous survey of experimental research laboratories' activities, other governmental agencies, educational scientific institutions, manufacturers, and research engineers. To undertake upon his own initiative, or at the request of any bureau or office of the Naval Air Forces, studies of specific instrumentalities and techniques for the purpose of outlining research projects. My daytime job was aircraft mechanic, but my secret nighttime job was to attend debriefings of intelligence officers, aka spies, returning from Germany. Several secretaries and I would record their reports and make copies we called packages, which would then be distributed to universities and various aircraft companies. Previously, Admiral Botta had contacted them and alerted them to the future receipt of such material. Ed. See embossed copy of Admiral Botta's signature nearby. We would assemble the packages and a pilot would fly me to the various locations where I would hand over the material to the appointed person who had the appropriate security clearance. I was the Admiral's designee and they treated me as such, even though I was just a teenager. Later, after many flights, the pilot would let me take over the controls and fly the plane. I finally got my license, so I could fly the Admiral's private plane to the different locations, and I flew in almost every new aircraft in the Navy inventory, at times as the pilot. I spent nearly 4 years with access to advanced research technology, all above top secret. I was also involved in some of the most unprecedented thrust into the cosmos using our advanced scientific research. Typical interviews with the Admiral Rico Botta. The year was 1942, WW2. As I have alluded to before, inside this large naval air base there is a secret room located in the Admiral's command building that essentially no one knew existed. For 4 years this room was host to U.S. Navy secret agents that were operating several levels above naval intelligence. They had one boss, Admiral Rico Botta. He only had one boss, James Forrestal, the Secretary of the Navy. Navy lieutenants flew back from Germany to report their unbelievable findings of fantastic Third Reich SS's exotic secret weapons programs about the Nazis flying 36-man UFOs with E-beam weapons, hyperdimensional physics, secret societies and ancient Aryans. The UFOs were given to them by entities, extraterrestrials from beyond the solar system, the galaxy. The first and only personnel our Navy operatives reported to when returning from Germany in the Admiral's secret conference room were the Admiral, 2 captains, the Admiral's secretaries, and Bill Tompkins. One of these Navy spies flew back from operations in Germany. The Navy in 1942 accepted that planet Earth had been under investigation by alien space military forces with unknown threats. I was staffed to Admiral Rico Botta, who was under direct command of James Forrestal, Secretary of the Navy, who is commander of an above top-secret naval space research group. He received direct information from the German Nazi SS investigations of alien technology reported by his Navy spies. Hitler, Germany, and the Nazi SS had accepted an agreement with an unknown alien intelligence. Germany would be given extremely advanced military spaceships, propulsion systems, particle beam laser weapons, technological, and occult technology that were unbelievable on this planet at that time. Unlike the V-2 and the A-4 international rocket missiles, the aliens gave Germany energy that required no fuels or electricity. Several classes of flying machines were also given to the SS, both operational and unassembled. Some of these circular aircraft were also spacecraft. They were capable of flight to solar system planets like Mars and on out into other stars' planets. These circular craft, some very large, had no wings or tails and were propelled by a horizontal double-rotating system at the outer frame of the vehicles. Germans built large circular test buildings for evaluations of this completely unknown method of propulsion. Most of these test centers are located in mountains near very large underground development and production facilities. There was also an agreement to let the aliens interbreed with young German girls and also to control the minds of the German people. Propaganda for Aryan dominance. One night the Admiral's aide woke me at 3 in the morning. "That Jefferson guy is here again." He said the briefing was already in process. That never happens, and Lieutenant Clifford Jefferson, Idaho number 56, was into the German propaganda programs, saying that their method of infusing the German people is as unreal as their propulsion for their circular aircraft. "What do you mean by that?" the Admiral asked. "Sir, there is a sadistically cult type of influence that the SS uses to control their research programs. They also used it in a way like propaganda in their movies that are made for the average citizen to see in theaters. In Germany most people go to the movies almost every week. They show films that are programmed to change their mind away from reality. Highly romantic, sexual with world news events after the movie that are completely removed from any reality. And they always leave the movie viewer with a strong need to see another movie as soon as possible. The movies are not just heavy as propaganda, but are filled with undetectable information that is not visible to the viewers. I am confused. 56, you are not making sense. Then in an unusually conflicting way, 56 snapped back at the Admiral with, "Back off, sir, I am trying to explain a Nazi SS control of the mind system that is now common throughout the entire German and the occupied countries. This is not easy, sir. And stop calling me 56, I am home now. My name is Lieutenant Clifford Jefferson, sir." "Be more specific in your descriptions, young man," the Admiral said. 56, continuing, "Propaganda in Germany has removed almost all history and then provides German people with a new way of life that is exciting and invigorating to their youth. The Aryans are told that they are superior to all other people in the world. That everything will be even better for all of them, providing an invigorating life. To be a German now is utopia," he said. Going on, the lieutenant said, "I don't want to get into the Third Reich's cult level that is actually Satanism worship that's so prevalent in the SS now. However, it is necessary to understand the Nazis' method of controlling their population and even the German troops. Their need at the top of the Nazi SS party for their bi-weekly ritual, sacrifice of young girls, drinking their blood before eating her is the sickness driving the whole of the Third Reich. This distorted method of managing a country has prevailed even before WWI, going back to the Dark Ages with the aristocrats of kings, queens, family-managed European countries. It is driven into their movies through the use of mind control in their films. This subconscious information of utopia is not upfront to their movie viewers. They are unaware of anything being put in their minds. With almost unlimited sex, they can't get enough of everything being wonderful in their feature. The good life coming is driven into them using every method of mind control, even radio, newspapers, books. Remember, sir, they burned all their history books and printed everything related to the wonders of the new free Germany." Another briefing continued for several hours. But after hearing Lieutenant Clifford Jefferson, 56, report on the German movie mind control, my thoughts remembered what was said about my father's movie film company, the United Film Corporation that he built in Hollywood back in 1917. He was president. It was a very large movie laboratory just off Santa Monica Boulevard with all those technicians. They were converting every movie director's new movie's language into 140 different languages, then running 10,000 copies of each new film and shipping them to all those other countries' theaters. This was showing each first-run movie's copy to populations of almost every country in the world. Oh boy! Now isn't that interesting? The next morning before we conclude the briefing, I went into detail of my father's movie involvement, revealing his participation in the Freemason at a 32nd level. Now the Admiral hit the deck with, "What was your dad adding in all those movies? Was your father mind controlling the entire world to accept the aliens before the SS?" Putting these 4 years in perspective. As I said earlier, I also had several duties, one of which was to fly all over the country to disseminate my documents of the Navy operatives' fantastic advanced German technical research and establish preliminary development projects. One of those missions was to fly the Admiral's DH-2 to naval research bases, universities such as Caltech and the larger aircraft companies, Northrop, Lockheed, North American, Boeing, Curtiss, Douglas. I would commute first and only establish contact with their senior advanced design personnel for alien classified briefings. At that time Douglas was located in Santa Monica and El Segundo, and the Douglas top secret think tank was operating at both facilities. I flew several times to Douglas. Jack Northrop had helped develop the Douglas El Segundo engineering department. This was after he resigned and formed the Northrop Aircraft Company over in Hawthorne. Northrop had a German who was also involved in the Douglas think tank and designs of flying wing aircraft concepts. I don't remember the names of the tank research interviewers that I submitted my secret Navy documents to and briefed, but Jack could have been there. The information that I presented at that meeting were exact copies of our Navy's operatives' fantastic advanced spaceship German reports. I explained the Admiral's data and intent to initiate a possible research program. Exposing this alien presence on Earth information to the top aircraft companies was only one area of space research organizations that I, disseminated this information to. What was at that time a truth that was totally unbelievable. All this amazing deep space galactic information that continued to filter through Admiral's office for some reason did not bother me. All this unbelievable data that will completely change everything on the Earth and every person's life just seemed to be like normal business in this office to me. Our place in the galaxy was changing so fast we couldn't keep up with it, but it just seemed to me to be okay, just normal business like the Admiral said several times. Oh, yes, some of the operatives' massive out-of-this-world alien programs needed more information to enable us to accept the possibility that they could maybe work. But, let's face it, this is mind-blowing stuff, and nobody will believe it. I had 4 years of it and never got upset by any of it. The Admiral had naval agents in Germany investigate secret alien research and development of thousands of extremely advanced galactic space programs. One of them which were not believed by anyone was that the Third Reich SS was implementing a 1,000-year plan to conquer all the planets and moons in this arm of the galaxy. The Navy operatives were continually investigating the German advanced space developments, sometimes driving all over Germany to secret underground research and development centers, entering them, and photographing their flying saucers, delta-shaped vehicles and larger cigar-shaped spaceships. One facility housed in an extremely strange 200-foot-high, 400-foot round concrete testing structure. A 250-foot round silver saucer spaceship that was built of unknown boilerplate metal was seen under test in the center of the laboratory. It was floating/tethered 200-foot high in the center of the round concrete testing structures. The type, class, of large saucer was seen and photographed with large turret weapons mounted on the upper and lower hulls of these attack ships. They were designed for missions in the solar system and operations in near-star systems. One of this class crashed on Mars. Several years later, near the time that Hitler was killed, one of these large round spaceships with anti-gravity propulsion, automatic particle, beam weapons flew to Mars. It had a mostly German Navy crew. It was a very long flight that proved to be one-way mission with frequent troubles. The confusing troubles became impossible entering Mars' atmosphere. They crashed, killing the entire crew. But that German mission to Mars was the first to a planet in the solar system by humans. At one of our rain dances at TRW, the discussion of my time in the Navy in San Diego was addressed. Bill uses the phrase rain dance occasionally to indicate an emergency meeting for a specific purpose, such as ones the American Indians allegedly used to bring rain. And Bill, according to our security files, you were staffed to that Naval Intelligence Admiral in 1942, so you have established the background on how the Germans were so far ahead of us in advanced weapons. Yes, Dr. Rogers, I am glad you referred to that time frame because for us it was an unbelievable exposure to things so unreal it required me to draw a picture, write it down and read it back to myself before I accepted it as reality. Our naval operatives in Germany reported their acquired secret information first to Admiral Rico Botta and then to Washington. I was staffed to Botta and documented these reports in the Admiral's classified conference room. These meetings only occurred after midnight. Hold on, Bill. Chris interrupted. You have talked many times about that top-secret Navy intelligence thing that you spent 4 years during WW2, but you never explained the details. What did you guys really do? Yes, Billy, Tiffany interjected, what personally did you do with all those girls that worked for you way into all hours of the night? Okay, it's complicated, all right? We were assigned to work at the Navy's North Island Naval Air Station in San Diego, California. Our secret otherworld operation worked out of the Navy's A&R, Assembly and Repair, engineering facility on base. The A&R was organized just like an aircraft company in the late 1930s, like Lockheed or Douglas. But the out-of-this-planet, my stuff, was completely unknown to anyone in the U.S. Navy or any classified organization in the military establishment, except those at the top with a need-to-know clearance. Everyone on base simply thought we were locating and acquiring parts for our aircraft under repair or for the shortages for squadrons at sea. Okay, Bill, you guys operated secretly, but how could you fly to over 80 secret research facilities all over the country and not be missed at work? Chris asked. Simple. I was assigned flight assignments with flight pay as pilot and flight engineer and squadrons flying tactical training missions every month. I flew in nearly every aircraft in the Navy's inventory. But most of that time I flew the skipper's plane, Admiral Rico Botta's, that he had assigned to me at my disposal. Dr. Claxton asked me, Bill, you had also told us that to accomplish some of your missions in the East, you would just call the Admiral's plane pilot the night before. Then you would show up at 0600 at the hangar and fly away. I replied, the first week, After takeoff, the pilot told me to take over and then I would control the plane. He taught me everything a pilot needs to know, even navigation. But back to leaving the base, I did call Cliff the day before our next flight, giving him my meeting destination, like the Naval Development Center in Warminster, Pennsylvania. He checked out the high-winged Howard GHI light transport aircraft that seats 7. It is usually operated for flights in the western states, but for an eastern mission he would select the Admiral's 14-passenger Lockheed Lodestar RS-05, similar to the commercial transport. He had checked the weather and filed a secret flight plan. The Admiral had already signed my secret document pass, so I grabbed my double-lock attaché case and then we were off. Close call landing the Admiral's plane. My Navy Howard GH-1 light transport aircraft 1943. It is not mine, it's the Admiral's, but I pilot it with his pilot on board every week for nearly 4 years. One time, flying back to North Island Naval Air Station San Diego from another secret meeting at the Douglas Aircraft Company plant in Santa Monica, I did the takeoff from DAZ and made most of the flight south. But because of anticipated extremely heavy traffic from a carrier returning squadron in the SD section, we switched seats and Danny took the stick. We were 5 miles out over the ocean at 8,000 feet preparing to request permission to land. North Island Air Bases back then didn't have major runways. It uses an airmat type of takeoff and landing, it's called the apron. And when you land in the Navy, you either hit the wood deck of the aircraft carrier, or hit the apron that is partially covered with some asphalt and 90% weeds. Half of the island is flat so the entire squadron can take off at the same time. The landings are the same thing, all aircraft land at the same time. All of a sudden, heavy smoke and then flames came out from the starboard engine cooling. We called the tower at North Island and reported an emergency on board. The GH-1 had a fire extinguisher forward of the engine firewall, but it didn't work. Now this was real bad timing because even the tower called the landing squadron leader returning from the carrier that was 50 miles at sea and its aircraft were low on fuel and had to land. Fighters, bombers, and torpedo planes were all around us trying to land. So, we made our landing approach by threading between 50 other aircraft coming in at the same time. Banking, turning, climbing, and diving, and both of us pulling the sticks back at the last minute. The big Pratt & Whitney engine was still running, protecting us from stalling, belching out black smoke and flames. Smoke was everywhere, but Dave was a hell of a good co-pilot. He said, "We got 2 fire extinguishers, when we stop you take the starboard side and I'll take the port and see if we can save the old goat." We hit the dirt hard and bounced several times before we stopped. There were 3 fire engines trying to avoid all the spinning propellers, with smoke and dust covering the apron. Dave and I worked the extinguishers just like professional firemen and stopped the fire. Turned out it was just an oil leak and our men had her cleaned up and running in 4 days. The A&R overhaul operation was a cover for my advanced research. Their production operations were a surprise to me, seeing how many F-2F canvas-covered fighters and old 2-wing Douglas torpedo bombers were repaired each month at this San Diego plant. A&R was sort of a misnomer from way back in 1920 when the Navy crashed a plane every day when trying to land on the narrow, pitching flight deck of the first aircraft carrier, the old USS Langley. However, it was now a very efficient production operation. The crashed material that could be recycled was assembled with new wings, weapons, and more advanced engines, sometimes in less than a month. This required extensive engineering and manufacturing operations. The engineering department was highly technical at that time. It was spotless and organized with a qualified chief engineer, a captain who was one of my 3 bosses, group engineers, designers, and draftsmen. My office and staff were not located near the chief engineer, and I was not listed on any organization chart in the Navy. My second boss, another captain, was director of aircraft support, another cover-up for naval intelligence. And my real boss, that I was staffed to, was an admiral wearing 2 hats, Admiral Rico Botta. Openly, he was the commander of the Naval Air Station, San Diego. But completely unknown to anyone but Forrestal, he was also the secret commander of this worldwide intelligence gathering station. He was the #1 person that the Navy operatives reported to when first returning from missions in enemy countries. My staff consisted of 1 secretary that supported me, the Admiral's operatives and their requirements. Also, there were 4 young ladies that I dictated my notes to and who then typed them up. They also typed up transcriptions from the operatives' recorded verbal reports. In addition, I had nearly the entire photo lab at my disposal. It consisted of 3 cute young ladies that did everything for me and the 5 ladies in the documentation department. Many times, what the operatives witnessed in Germany was difficult for them to explain, because nothing like it existed in the U.S. inventory. There were no words to explain the things they saw. During one operative's briefing about strange unknown circular aircraft that the Germans call vessels, he stated that these vessels have been engineered, prototypes built and extensively tested. They have several types of what appear to be electric propulsion units which were developed in an unbelievably short time. What is even more concerning, the vessels are now in mass production in underground factories using slave labor. As astonishing as it seems, these vessels are operated by as many as 2 to 6 airmen, depending on the mission. They can possibly reach the unbelievable velocities of over 1,000 miles per hour. Our operative described 4 other vessels, one cone-shaped, 2 saucer-shaped and a massive-sized one that must have been at least 550 feet in diameter. It was still under test on a circular test stand and was armed with naval turret-type light beam weapons. The test personnel referred to it as a battleship. All the vessels were armed with different types of light beam weapons. All this was sometimes very difficult for the admiral to understand. As the operative continued his observations, my mind would form a picture, a configuration of the object or system, and my subconscious would photograph it. Sometimes as he continued to explain the thing, I would visualize how it would fit together with elements that he failed to describe, because he may not have seen those other parts in the complicated unit under test. I would configure several possible designs and lock onto what appeared to be, that's it. Some of the things the operatives brought into the room were so futuristic that there was absolutely no explanation for them. Nothing fit, and we, some of us, finally accepted that something or someone was assisting the Germans that was from way out there. I would make preliminary sketches of the items and include them in my reports. Not always, but sometimes in review meetings, the Admiral was very pleased with my results. If the operative attends the review, he is surprised at my configurations because he never thought the unit or system could possibly be for that purpose. Now nobody ever called it that, but I often remote viewed the Germans operating the system and eventually understood exactly what they were accomplishing. Turns out it was the same as all our naval advanced research projects. It became increasingly evident that if we were to accept some of what later would become the situation, we were facing a potentially catastrophic future. One of the girls that worked for me part-time had been in A&R engineering for over 15 months. She informed me of an unbelievable event that took place the past year. She said that there must have been documentation, but I was unable to locate it, of a strange, round vehicle that NAVSEA had verified was recovered in the summer of 1941. It was discovered floating in the ocean some 70 miles off the coast of San Diego, California. That was just 9 months before I was assigned as staff to Admiral Rico Botta. What was it and where did it come from? Close calls flying as a courier. I also had some interesting events take place during our training missions and our frequent flights to deliver the packages. Some were interesting, some frightening. It was 1944 and the day was exceedingly beautiful out on the west coast with the sun sparkling on the white caps of the blue Pacific Ocean. The 3 of us in our new fighters flying in V formation were returning to our carrier from our morning training mission. Request permission to come aboard, sir. Permission granted, came back over the radio from the massive aircraft carrier. At 8,000 feet we are approaching for landing from your starboard. Informally I called, right echelon, and Lieutenant Art Davis banked over behind Lieutenant Ken Carson. While we were preparing to enter our landing circle pattern, a strange feeling came over me like we weren't doing this here at 8,000 feet, but all of this was happening out there in the galaxy. I banked port and peeled off to my first 180 turn, followed by my second in command, Lieutenant Steve Carson, and then Lieutenant Art Davis. I set up my downwind approach for my second 180 turn into an upwind final to the carrier, and soon the hook held me down on the deck. I taxied over to the forward elevator that took me to the hangar deck where the hangar personnel pushed me to a parking station for chocking and tie down. Looking forward, I could see Art's plane being pushed off the elevator into the hangar. All 3 of us had got the hook on the first try. The entire landing operation was perfect this time. "Welcome aboard, sir," the chief called to me as we climbed down on our fabric-covered lower wings from our open cockpit. It was a little hard to acquire our sea legs again aboard the carrier. My first Navy flight from NAS/SD, Naval Air Station/San Diego, to MIT was with a proposal for them to study alien spacecraft carrier communications. This MIT lab was not located in the state of Massachusetts, but at the China Lake Weapons Research Center out in the California desert. This was in 1942. World War II was raging, and MIT was studying advanced military communications. Landing at China Lake, I was surprised when I was introduced to 3 of their senior scientists who were studying German/alien communications. Before even trying to understand how the aliens communicate in space, it was necessary to understand their language. Remember back in my first book when my Uncle Harding at the Santa Monica Hospital spent all his spare time inside the Egyptian pyramids? Well, that's what our families were trying to do, decipher the Egyptian language. MIT had it easy, the aliens spoke perfect German and English. Real in the 1443, see page 92. There is this girl, sir, the lieutenant back from Germany said. I know, young man, there are a lot of beautiful girls in that country. No sir, this is different, way different. What do you mean? Well, sir, in northeastern Germany, as I have said before, there are a lot of secret societies all over that country. Historically, for thousands of years, they have prevailed in this region of Europe, now north of Hamburg. Get to the point. This girl, sir, I was told. Told? What do you mean you were told? Who told you what? By whom were you told what? I was informed secretly that this girl, back in 1911 when she was 16, that she was instructed by Nordics to conceive and build a large spaceship and fly her and her family to another star's solar system. There, I said it, sir. Oh my God, you have lost it. Well no, not yet, but they said she formed her own secret society. That this blue-eyed blonde is the most beautiful girl in the world, and she needed to select several other girls to help her do it, and then all move to another planet. Have you had any time off lately, young man? I will make arrangements for you to take off missions for the next 3 weeks. No sir, don't do that, sir. There are 2 space programs on a parallel level operating in Germany right now, sir. One is headed by this blonde in northeast Germany and the other is managed by the SS. All over the German-occupied region. That's understandable, we do the same thing? No, it isn't, there is this girl. Damn, cut the bullshit of your fascination of blondes and report technical results in the SS. But, sir? Getting really upset, now Admiral Rico Botta cut in with. Damn, young man, you can play with American girls for the next 3 weeks and clear your head. I cut in with, I believe he is referring to a civilian group in Germany that has been designing and building spaceship transports. What in the hell are you referring to now, Tompkins? Another of your flashes? Well, yes, Admiral. I have had several visions of a substantial number of people in Denmark and Germany who have wanted to leave the planet. Leave the world? I'd like to do that too, that might be a good idea the way it is so fouled up. His patience stretched, the agent cut in with, Sir, Bill is right. Admiral, this is real, it's been going on since 1900. And a real lot of engineers, chemists and, yes, civilians have been contacted and convinced that life is much better out there on other stars' planets. And this girl was first with this entire program. I interrupted again with, his blonde girl actually contacted several other blondes at the start, organized the entire program of farmers, and yes, even a shoe salesman in Berlin, building a nearly kilometer-long space transport that can carry over 1,000 people. What are you people saying? Admiral, this is real, what the lieutenant is reporting here. As some of you know, the production of this class spaceship and all other fantastic space systems continued in the German country located inside the massive caverns in Antarctica after WW2. Extinction of non-Aryans. Late one night, Clifford, the Admiral's aide and pilot, tapped me on the shoulder as I was sleeping in the officers' quarters. Time, Bill. He is here. I quickly dressed. Without another word, he escorted me to the secret conference room in the skipper's building. I had been there before, so these after-midnight meetings did not upset me. For some reason, I was really interested in what this operative, Navy intelligence officer, aka spy, was going to divulge. Sometimes they never refer to their own names, for example, just Opus 321, however, this guy continually referred to himself as Spade. Well, Admiral, I know you expect me to continue my observations on the German heavy water and gravity propulsion programs that I reported on last March, and I will, but first there is an extremely strange event in another area that the SS historian group is spending unbelievable resources on. Continue, the Admiral said. And I believe it is related to their massive extermination and slavery of non-Aryan people in Germany and their occupied countries. This method functions like the bubonic plague that killed 700 million people in Europe during the Dark Ages. It can be initiated in any location and in any weather. After several questions from Admiral Botta, Spade continued. For some reason the Germans are convinced that the bubonic plague was introduced as a method to reduce the overpopulation of the Earth, and if it can be controlled and isolated, it is exactly what the SS needs. It appears that this mass extinction effort has a high priority, and it is even supported by Hermann Göring. The SS is convinced that they will win the European war with their advanced weapons and hundreds of thousands of some sort of clone stormtroopers. Unbelievable? Yes, Admiral, this is unbelievable, like everything else that we are seeing over there. While their present production method of gassing people continues, their plan is to continue to investigate every possible method to eliminate all the non-Aryan people on Earth. German mind control. The subject then changed when the captain asked Lieutenant 321 about this control of people's minds that had been alluded to several months ago. Well, sir, that subject is not just related to the massive control of the German people's minds to keep them from knowing what the SS is implementing, but with the total destruction and murder of all who oppose them. There is also an extensive futuristic thrust into space. But yes, sir, the SS are using drugs to alter brain functions and mental capabilities of entire populations of occupied countries, and yes, the slave laborers in underground factories. You mean this control of people's mind is prevalent throughout Germany? The Admiral asked. Yes, sir. And it is being implemented with school children to submit to dictatorship for their entire life. Academic research experiments in controlling their minds are extensive and are continuing all over Germany. At times, the experimental laboratories researching the mind have produced hallucinogens completely changing the intent of the individual. And sir, in the military over there, controlling minds is extensive and has provided the cloning of millions of soldiers who have no fear in battle. The naval lieutenant operative continued with, another related extensive program now operating in Germany is to use drugs to influence and control people, modifying their normal behavior through the development and use of advanced chemicals and psychological methods, resulting in providing the SS the ability to completely control the entire population of the homeland and the occupied countries of Europe. How about the German submarines? We have heard that their navy has been trying to provide the submarine sailors with extended mental capacities? The Admiral questioned. Agent 321 answered. That project is not just their navy. Those mind-altering methods are in use all over their military. But it is surprising their UFOs are very easy to pilot. As I said before, those 250-foot diameter steel spaceships are as easy to fly as a kite. And sir, they don't need any control of the mind to drive them. Not only are they huge and can fly all around the Earth, no fuel is required. But their naval missions include operating as patrols and fly out in the galaxy, not just in the solar system. You are getting off the subject, young man, the Admiral said. And don't forget they are in production, too. 0800, March 12, 1943, and we had been at it for nearly 5 hours. He was tired from the long flight back from Germany. All right, calm down, Lieutenant, the Admiral said in a cold voice. But, sir, I am not exaggerating, the SS are really not human. What I mean is that some of them are just not from here. It is certain that something satanic is spread all over Germany. Out of the Dark Ages, something is supporting hundreds of massive futuristic mind-changing developments all over Germany. Even before the SS existed in 1914, Germans were into numerous exotic cult methods of conceiving an entirely different civilization. Not just here on this planet, but all over the solar system and into the galaxy. It operates using visions that control people's minds. Life extension, production of discs. It was early in 1943 when an unnamed young Navy operative, having just returned from Germany, was reporting to Botta, the most secret intelligence admiral in the Navy. It was 0200, 2 a.m. In a quivering voice he said, "Admiral, sir," he was shaking from the chills or a bad case of nerves, almost like he was talking to his father. "There are strange things happening under the table all over Germany that stretch your sanity, sir. I mean under the secret laboratory tables. They are not only cloning SS people into stormtroopers by the hundreds of thousands, but are planning to create an entirely new Aryan race to occupy all of Earth, our solar system, and the planets of all the closest stars. These selected people are to undergo medical treatment that will allow them to live to 150, 200, 1,000 years or, later, to 2,500 years. Their brain functions will be extended 400% and their bodies will stay at 30 years old and extremely healthy like German gods. They will be totally immune to any type of disease. Instead of contributing to the old fatherland for just 20 years, they will contribute to the new intergalactic star fatherland for thousands of years. I will agree with you, young man, about the cloning, but there is no way that those German scientists can stretch a man's life to 200 years, the skipper acknowledged. Well, sir, there are 17 laboratories in underground central Germany alone that are participating in elements of this program, experimenting with over several hundred non-volunteers that are undergoing medical treatment right now. What is it, young man? The admiral asked. We still don't know, sir. But back in Germany it must somehow be involved with the expanding and switching from their research on their disc-flying machines into limited production, and possibly into mass production. Drop this sir and get to the point. Like Lieutenant Dale Phillips reported last month, sir, oops, these aircraft have no wings, vertical or horizontal stabilizers. They call them levitators. The discs are somehow powered by a strange reverse gravity action propulsion. They are started by what their engineers call the mag field impulse. So far, there are 7 different designs that we have located in East Germany. But that is just in one sector with 3 bases. There is no question that more types are under development like the 43 we reported last month. One very large 6-engine bomber-type aircraft is under flight test in the same sector. They are all using the same or similar power. The production discs are getting larger, some with 8-man crews. One class is a large disc with a 30-man crew reaching speeds of over 4,500 miles per hour. These vehicles are armed with particle beam weapons and have huge ranges. Also, they are extremely easy to operate. Pilots who are seen around test and squadron facilities are in German naval uniforms. Airport runways are not necessary for takeoff and the discs can be flown from a contractor's small parking lot. The different versions keep getting larger. It is staggering how fast this entire fleet of disc-type flying machines is seen all over Germany. Unbelievable. The admiral said. It's like someone gave them the drawings and they just started manufacturing them. There are hundreds of small companies supporting this production, a development of totally new flying discs with amazing mission capability. One class is nearly completed and is over 300 feet in diameter. Ed, many question why, if the Germans had fleets of UFOs, did they not win the war? My editorial answer would be that I believe the German Navy did not tell Hitler the totality of their capabilities and took the initiative to begin to move advanced technology to Antarctica early in the war. I have heard about only one event of a German UFO shooting down our bombers that were attacking Germany. Recap later at TRW. Many years later, I continued the discussion of my 4 years in naval intelligence at the Naval Air Station, San Diego. Dr. Ken Duvall spoke up. Paul Tatum in Program 4352 is into German UFOs. Now that we have confirmation from you, Bill, I would like him to review this disclosure and possibly have him on this committee. Hold on, Bill. No, you can't start all that ancient history stuff again this week, Reese added. Wait just a minute, young man, Dr. Duvall injected. I am extremely interested in your naval operatives' comments on the German development of UFOs. Yes, Tiffany added, what did those sexy blonde alien girls do to get the Germans to build their UFOs, Billy? Okay you guys, let's think back to 1942 over at the Naval Air Station. It was less than a year since Pearl Harbor. Let's go back to an incredible event that takes place several times a month, sometimes weekly, in a well-lit secret conference room that is the most classified in the country. Sometimes in review meetings the Admiral was very pleased with my results. Sometimes the operative attending the briefing was surprised at my configurations because he never thought the vehicle or system he had seen could possibly be for the purpose that I conceived it to be. Now nobody ever called it that, but I often did remote viewing. With an authorization to carry classified documentation signed by the base commander, Admiral Rico Botta, I used his aircraft for flights several times a month. See embossed copy of pass for personal items. Ed, like I said, my flights were to 3 basic locations, universities, such as MIT, that were the most advanced in nearly all the technical fields, aircraft companies such as Lockheed, and government research facilities such as Naval Weapons Center at China Lake and White Sands Test Center. Many times, the only thing that prevented us from entering these advanced research bases was extremely bad weather. Somehow, Even the airport towers were notified to clear me despite the severe weather conditions. We established categories of these fantastic German information files with the 7 girls who were supporting our UFO investigation project. Who in the county should we contact first? Caltech, with their Mount Wilson telescope, JPL in Pasadena, California, MIT at China Lake, the Spook Lab at NEDC, Naval Air Development Center, in Warminster, Pennsylvania. We selected major universities and aircraft companies in advanced research to be project centers for the study in specific areas. These would include levels of threat, space environment, astronomy, UFOs, energy requirements, propulsion, communications, materials, and preparation of research documents. All of these would be studied on a continuing basis in organizations that will operate secretly. It was 0700 back in TRW with Dr. Bruce Marshall when he started the 9098 Mornings Rain Dance with Tompkins. The stuff you did 4 years back in 42 in the Navy was really the foundation of the alien involvement in our lives. Well, yes, Dr. Admiral Rico Botta's group was under the direct mission assignment from Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal. Admiral Botta's mission statement that was updated yearly. This group had no public identity. We all had standard mission tasks and never disclosed our involvement concerning the alien threats. In 1942, this was the Navy's first advanced research investigation concerning the extraterrestrial threat to planet Earth. Remember that in 1942 we were hit with at least several alien naval battle group ships during the Battle of LA in Southern California. Secretary of the Navy, Forrestal, assigned Admiral Rico Botta to a secret mission and established the Navy's advanced research organization that I was inducted into. I was never informed of the reason. Yes, I was assigned directly into this group as it was being formed, and I operated in it for my entire Navy career. My mission, a partial direct copy of Admiral Rico Botta's mission statement, was to investigate and conceive missions to counter the extraterrestrial battle group threats that entered our airspace in February 1942. That was never openly disclosed to me until my honorable discharge in 1946. Our job was to require all disciplines in the country to define the threat the aliens had to control us. Forrestal wanted Rico Botta to define all the disciplines necessary to fight them and estimate our military posture. Was the universe full of life? Some good guys are out there and other really bad ones? We were to pursue all national and global initiatives influencing our situation and to utilize all military, private companies, and universities to understand the threats. Also, to establish a secret patent collection center in San Francisco. Nazis are moving to Antarctica. I recall another debriefing that took place late one night in San Diego. Admiral Rico Botta seemed very stressed, like don't cross him tonight. Well, gee, I thought, it's at least 30 minutes past the time we should have started the briefing and the operative is already here. Captain Tim Gardner, the chief engineer, one of my bosses who had confirmed Operative 539's latest shocker, was even more nervous. There was a strange click on the secret conference room door. The on-duty guard stuck his head in, just his head. Then another head pushed past him. It was Captain Neil Means, my other boss. He said, "Sir, he is here but in no condition to interrogate." Botta stood up and in a loud, angry voice said, "I need confirmation tonight." Then, more gently, "Here, let me help you 539, I'm aware of your condition and I understand your stress, none of this is easy." I stood up and with the captain's help, moved 539 to the ops chair. The young recorder/typist got him a big cup of coffee and the tension in the room relaxed a bit. The admiral spoke again. "Skip your introductions and all the other items in your report. Do you have confirmation that the SS is moving all their advanced research personnel, engineering, manufacturing, production, squadron flight training and even the capability to take out every Allied city and the non-Aryan population on the planet?" I was astonished at the Admiral's complete understanding of the unbelievable consequences involved in the situation. Gulping down another drink of coffee, 539 responded, "Exactly right, on all counts, and the destruction of thousands of lives, too. Everything is gone from at least 11 underground slave facilities. Even the AC and power stations are missing." Admiral Botta interrupted him. "And this has been underway since July of 39? "Affirmative, sir." "Cut the sir. This must be the largest country relocation in the history of Earth. Any idea where they are moving it to?" "The story we get is that all of it is going to Antarctica. They have huge submarines that hold hundreds of people and lots of cargo. They are building large underground cities down there with slave labor. Looks like all of Nazi Germany is moving there. Several years later, Operation High Jump commenced with Admiral Byrd in charge. He led a military contingent down to Antarctica to evict the Germans, but that's another story for another time. ed.C. Chapter 6 includes Germans and Admiral Byrd. Chapter 4 How did I contribute personally to ballistic missile defense? My personal involvement in the Nike defense systems. At White Sands Proving Grounds, New Mexico, Douglas Army Nike Ajax, anti-aircraft defense batteries and Nike Hercules surface-to-air missiles with 674-pound high-explosive warheads were fired at several UFOs parked over our Nike Zeus test launcher on the launch row. We shot down several UFOs while I was redesigning and testing them there. And even later, we shot some down during our testing of the Nike Zeus at White Sands. Once we had a UFO parked over our 6,000-foot runway at Douglas in Santa Monica. TRW's numerous Star Wars defense system studies from the Cold War in the 1970s were later initiated by the late President Ronald Reagan. This was his answer to the evil empire's possible intercontinental missile attack on the U.S. They were already under development by 1950 at the Douglas Missile and Space Division in Santa Monica, California. This program initially started with the extraterrestrial military threats in 1947. This weapon system was known as the Douglas DM-15, under contract to the Army's Nike Zeus anti-missile interceptor program. For years, Douglas designed, developed and installed these Army Nike Ajax and Nike Hercules anti-aircraft missiles, deploying them all over the U.S. and the free world. The missiles were manufactured, tested, and deployed in cities throughout the United States. I designed changes for the mobile Nike Hercules ground support checkout and launch equipment part-time while I was the principal concept designer and advanced design for the secret hard-site Nike Zeus anti-ballistic missile, ABM, system. It was an underground battery command control center, with an entire battery of tunnels going to underground missile silos. The Nike Zeus, Douglas DM-15, weapon system included the underground silo missile launchers and the quad concrete vertical missile silos that were also built above ground on Kwajalein Island in the Pacific Ocean. This was the first Star Wars missile system. We were contracted to design, build and test a complete battery of the Teflon nose cone DM-15 Nike Zeus missiles and all the underground launch facilities just outside of Boston, Massachusetts. I spent 3 months in advanced design creating layouts and specific designs of the entire Nike Zeus underground battery launcher center, including 30 rectangular missile silos tied together with underground tunnels. Most people have never dreamed of the size of this massive Star Wars underground town that had 30-foot reinforced concrete walls. The tree-shrouded missile tracking radar building was the area's most striking feature. It was built with a massive pyramidal-shaped structure containing 4 solid-state phased array radar antennas. It is the only structure protruding above the surface of the landscaped low-rolling hills near Boston. When I say hard site, I really mean hard site. The DoD specifications required that the facility be capable of launching missiles after receiving a near-direct hit of a 15-megaton hydrogen bomb. Later, I was involved in the design of the Launch Control Battery Center Monitor, Missile Readiness Checkout and Launch. During that effort, I frequently went back to White Sands, New Mexico, where we were test-firing our DM-15 Nike Zeus test missiles and reviewing our system test, checkout and launch operations. During test firing and after the missile reached supersonic speeds in our thick atmosphere, the rocket motor burns out and a parachute is deployed for soft landing and recovery. The parachute was deployed from the center of the missile, allowing it to land in a horizontal position, leaving the nose cone unaffected by ground impact. It was amazing how these first missiles' nose cones coated with Teflon bled off just like they were hot butter. Ed. By coincidence, editor Dr. Bob Wood was the engineer who calculated the required thickness of the Teflon at various locations on the missile surfaces in order to keep the aluminum structure cool. Bill is in error here. Teflon ablates, changing from solid to gas without a liquid state. However, if Bill saw missiles recovered at White Sands, they would have shown the Teflon to be much thinner after flight. Another coincidence is the fact that both Bill and your editor Bob Wood were shown on the same page of the Airview News, the Douglas Company publication. This was found in Bill's files, probably filed by him decades before we ever met. See image nearby. For 10 years, I made many flights back to White Sands Proving Ground in the Tularosa Basin of southern New Mexico, near Roswell, for testing, checking out and launching of all types of missiles. The Douglas on-site and missile recovery people, field station, were continually discussing various sightings of UFOs. As I have said before, I was the disseminator of information on that subject in engineering, reporting to Dr. Klemperer and Elmer Whedon, who ran a think tank at Douglas. The White Sands people always nailed me on what they saw there while I was back in Santa Monica. Several times they took me out on the desert, both east and west of the range, looking for where they thought a vehicle of unknown origin appeared to have landed. We never found anything, but we did get substantial photographic coverage of small disks following our missile during its trajectory. At that time, we were not aware that the aliens were preventing our missiles from successfully accomplishing their flights. The missile testing programs were continually being blocked by the aliens and delaying the development of the entire Zeus program. We later learned, in late 1950s, that for 50 years during the Kwajalein Island, in the Pacific Ocean, final phase testing program that our Nike Zeus anti-missile missiles were being prevented from intercepting the Air Force ICBMs launched from Vandenberg AFB in California. We reviewed 35mm film taken using theodolite tracking cameras showing the extraterrestrial space projectile entering our trajectory and pushing us out of the perfect head-on impact with the ICBM. This interference continued on and off since 1955. That was when the new Star Wars missile defense update configuration of our Nike Zeus failed to even launch. The Missile Defense Agency said the cause of the failure was a malfunction with the ground support equipment at the test range on Kwajalein Island, not with the UFO interceptor missile. We also test-fired most of our Nike missiles at the U.S. Navy Pacific Missile Test Center, Point Moga, California, about 60 kilometers north of Santa Monica, and at White Sands Proving Ground, New Mexico. The Nike Zeus long-range test program included launching an Air Force Atlas ICBM missile from the Vandenberg Air Force's Missile Test Center on the central California coast to the west towards Kwajalein Island in the Pacific Ocean. The Nike Zeus missile tracking phased array radar on Kwajalein senses the ICBM and launches the Nike Zeus from one of the 4 rectangular concrete silos. It is programmed with a trajectory east towards the Pacific coast to intercept the ICBM warhead and destroy it. We had built the launch silos above ground because Kwajalein Island is only 5 feet above sea level. Over many years of redesigning and testing the Nike Zeus interceptors of the Atlas missile mock warheads, they were still being diverted by UFOs in the last several seconds before being hit by the intercepting Nike Zeus missile. This was very well documented by classified long-range Air Force 35mm cameras at Vandenberg. No indication of a UFO was ever mentioned in any public DoD release. Instead, the news media continued to report another Douglas missile failure. These tests were successfully accomplished by us at Douglas Engineering in the 1950s, long before President Ronald Reagan proposed his Star Wars missile program in the 1980s. Flying to these test facilities several times a week during the test phase was always a challenge for me. Our contracts at that time did not include transportation. Our cars were almost never used because of the long driving time, so we flew up in an old unheated Douglas surplus Navy R-5D2, DC-3. With most missile launch countdowns starting at 0800, yes that's 8 a.m., we often hit the Douglas runway with the Santa Monica fog so thick we could hardly see the old DC-3. Takeoff was not so bad, but finding the Navy runway at Point Mogu, Oxnard, or the Air Force runway at Vandenberg AFB with no ground control was scary. Really scary. I think we may have had some help from some friendly ETs. In reading my memoirs, it's important that you understand that designing space vehicle and missile checkout and launch is extremely complicated. So, when you are in the concrete blockhouse and you press that old red fire button, it launches the test missile. So far, I have launched 7. This requires a great deal of understanding of what comes first, then what comes second, and so forth through sometimes thousands of functions, one after the other, with what ifs stuck in between each function to account for anticipated problems. Designing so many different missile launching operations, launch and ground support, forced me to also become a system engineer. Douglas did not have many of those, way back then. You didn't need one to design a DC-3. It also requires a complete understanding of every function necessary to accomplish the mission that those specific missile systems are required to accomplish. The lack of this understanding was in large part responsible for so many test program missile failures on military programs in the early days. Another engineer and I were defining possible Nike Zeus battery control missile checkout and launch functions that we had both been doing for years on other missile program systems. We stepped way back and took a big picture look at not just our Nike missile but the entire weapon system, from the original threat to a successful mission, which was knocking down the incoming ICBMs. We had both been back to Bell Telephone Labs, who were the contractors that Army General Gates had solicited to design the missile tracking phased array radar, and we were very familiar with their excellent detail and their radar electronic functions. But they lacked an understanding of the mission and overall weapon system, and they also lacked understanding of the Douglas Company's missile functions. We proceeded to lay out a complete anti-missile missile weapon system development program, conceiving it to be in sections, which when refined later became concept phase, definition phase, acquisition phase, and operation phase. We applied our success to other systems in a top-down re-evaluation of all functions necessary to provide not only the logical tasks for each operational function in our flow block diagrams but also the backup items necessary to provide total system reliability. Taking hundreds of these functional flow block diagrams and taping them together provided us with a continuous 8.5-inch by 45-inch system block diagram, scroll of paper, that we then compared with the Bell Labs systems requirements charts. This uncovered hundreds of errors in the Bell systems. This then established a new Douglas concept for the Army's Nike Zeus anti-missile system development program. After refining our system concept, we were preparing to rewrite our contract using our new system block diagram as the principal document with the Army, and proposed that we take the position of prime system contractor on the entire weapon system. At this same time, Congress was considering an extensive reduction in funds for extending the Missile and Facilities Deployment Program, which was to be in every major city in the country. The Boston Underground Launch Complex, which I had designed 3 years earlier, was stopped when nearly completed. TRW and ballistic missile defense. It is very interesting that years later at TRW, I used that same concept to successfully acquire a major system engineering contract for President Ronald Reagan's Star Wars anti-missile missile Nike X program. Word got to the Director of Security at TRW, an ex-CIA man, that President Ronald Reagan's above top-secret Star Wars program should be studied, and that General Gates, commanding general of all Army missile programs, was secretly planning to develop and deploy a new anti-missile system that was later to be named the Sentinel system. The Director of Security, who later became a very good friend of mine, presented this information to a TRW senior military concept group that I had just been cleared for and made a member of. Now, because of my years of extensive system engineering planning at Douglas on the Nike Zeus anti-missile system, I utilized recent data from the Air Force Missile Warning System at NORAD, that I had also designed at Douglas. It transmits data to the Air Force SAC Command Post in Omaha, which I also had designed at Douglas. We planned at TRW to submit my new Star Wars proposal back to General Gates. NORAD defines and tracks all objects in orbit around our planet and incoming into orbit, all identified flying objects, UFOs, and unidentified flying objects, UFOs. I conceived and prepared a Star Wars missile site plan and underground command control center designed for an Air Force underground base in the Midwest. It was a system development plan, defining and documenting a completely new system based on an advanced DAC concepts that I was involved in when Congress canceled the DAC contract on the old Nike Zeus program. After I presented this to the top TRW management and got approval to plan and present an unsolicited bid of my system to the U.S. Army, the TRW Director of Security pulled strings and got me and my VP an audience with General Gates at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. I presented my briefing to the General and his staff, which resulted in an $80 million system engineering contract to TRW. This system, together with several more powerful laser programs, continued development. The testing of this system has been accomplished by launching the missiles from concrete vertical silos on Kwajalein Island in the Pacific. After our Nike Zeus receiving antennas record an ICBM that has been launched from Vandenberg AFB in California, it automatically records the event, establishes that the ICBM is hostile and fires our missile. It is interesting to note that in nearly all of my military briefings I was continually referred to as Dr. Tompkins, even though I was introduced as William Tompkins, Chairman of Advanced Concepts Programs. After President Reagan convinced Russian President Gorbachev that the US's Star Wars missile system was not directed at them, but that there really was a major threat by some of the extraterrestrials, and that we must both be aware of UFOs incoming and not mistake them for ICBMs. In September 1971, the Nuclear Agreement, Article No. 6, Be Aware of UFOs Incoming between the USA and USSR was signed in the Cold War. Berlin Wall separating East and West Germany came down 20 years later. TRW was also under contract to NASA on the Apollo system and the Space Shuttle vehicle design. All government space vehicles in the U.S. are designed under military classified contracts, secret and above. NASA's mission was to use the shuttle as a truck to haul space equipment into Earth orbit. The Navy's mission was to use modified space shuttles as attack spacecrafts. As a pilot and systems engineer, I assisted in the design of the Flight Control Center, pilots, using MMI concepts, man-machine interface, requiring interface with future modified space shuttles for Navy missions. The shuttle is automatically controlled by several computers, 95% of the mission requiring us to develop over 30 configurations with thousands of communications that would accept unbelievable future changes that would undoubtedly be required for future naval space vehicles and missions. There were 57 major space study configurations before one of the earlier designs was approved for the first American space shuttle for support of the space station. After the U.S. had spent 12 years developing the space shuttle, President Carter gave all of the drawings and specifications to Russia, thus requiring declassifying hundreds of thousands of military documents. Russia built its space shuttle from our documentation and flew it in 1 year. Of the some 50 way out there weapon systems under study in different labs at TRW that I was aware of, almost all of them included the particle beam high-energy laser offensive system, which was extremely effective. Mounting these lasers on fighter satellites against incoming bogies, alien vehicles, on our satellites provided a very effective defensive shield. We went into production on these satellites and began launching them into outer orbits. On February 7, 2007, NASA reported that a rock asteroid the size of a football stadium will hit Earth in 2036. It could be diverted from its trajectory by an anti-missile rocket, thereby missing our planet, but it is imperative that a program must be initiated now. Honest John was the Navy's massive fighter attack missile. We were advisors to most advanced naval weapon systems. The 30-foot Honest John solid-state rocket was one of the conventional short-range aircraft delivery systems. It used the Navy carrier's best F-4U fighter as the launch platform. We were using the Naval Air Weapons Station, China Lake, NAWS, California Test Facility just north of the Army's Muroc Aircraft Test Base, later Edwards Air Force Base, to conduct the test program. I flew the Admiral's plane out there every week during the flight test program. This was a very difficult mission for the modified F-4U-1 fighter, which had an inverted gull wing that left room to mount the rocket. Also, there were many flight problems relating to such a large missile mounted on a single-engine aircraft. It had been designed so that the short-range rocket would be attached to the F-4U fighter's fuselage with two modified bomb shackles, one on the fuselage engine frame firewall and the other with the aft-release shackle mounted to frame 28, just forward of the pilot's feet. Under hangar testing, the release was designed to fire the rocket seconds after both shackles are released. In flight testing with a dummy rocket, it released correctly, but on the first live rocket with solid fuel on board, the forward bomb release shackle released as designed, but because of wind vibrations the aft bomb shackle did not release. This caused the rocket nose to drop 45 degrees, hanging the rocket on the aft bomb shackle. Then the trigger fired with full thrust, sending 40-foot flames into the pilot's compartment. We reviewed many times the 35mm film which had been shot from cameras mounted on the test chase plane. The film recorded the results of the test plane's destruction, burning the F-4U fighter in two and killing the test pilot. This last test flight failure canceled yet another of over 300 weapon systems under development during my 13 years at Douglas. My recollections from the Systems Group Electronic Warfare Laboratory, Space War, Dan MC Guide, Project Manager, and Systems Engineering Integration Division, Minuteman program follow. I had a great deal of background on ballistic missile programs at Douglas Aircraft and North American Aviation. TRW considered me an expert, and the Minuteman Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program Office continually called my office for support. One morning, with fire in her eyes, Tiffany grabbed me as soon as I came in the office door. "Holy cats, Bill, that Gisela Fleming in that obsolete missile program office won't leave you alone." "She's been calling again?" "Yes, calling again. She camped in our outer office almost all last week while you were at NEDC, Naval Air Development Center. I'm so glad we have this separate entrance area to keep people like her at bay. You could call the police and have her thrown in the pokey." "Don't be funny, we don't have a police station in this tank, and you know it, Billy boy." "Okay, Tiff, what's this Minuteman problem?" "Seems the Minuteman must be taking too many minutes to answer that Air Force General, Zara's, what's his name, problem inside the Beltway. And our party boy, Michael Costello, Can't find Pentagon headquarters, let alone Zara's office. And Billy, remember 5 weeks ago he couldn't find the missile test center at Vandenberg? This is getting ridiculous. All right, little girl, you're stretching it a bit. Don't get your cute feathers flying. You really do look lovely this morning. Thank you for noticing, sir. I bypassed Gisela and already arranged your flight to Washington with Costello tomorrow morning, United at 7 a.m. Thank you, Tiffany, and did you? She finished my question still standing there in a silver blue mini. She deliberately pulled up the hem of the mini revealing her gorgeous legs and did a curtsy that completely revealed her tiny silver string. Thinking, I can't believe how much Tiffany is like Jessica over at Douglas. It's like they are twins in the way they implement their alien suggestions. I heard that, you hound dog, don't you dare compare me with your old girlfriend. I am orders of magnitude smarter than her and don't you forget it. I forgot again, Tiffany reads my mind. Tiffany continued. But yes, Billy, your reservations are at the Four Seasons Hotel as usual and you and I have adjoining bedrooms. Hold on. I know what you want and that would be fun, but you have got to stay here and keep the wolves out of our secret stuff. Fix that, too, Kelly will be filling in the whole month. The whole month? I don't know what Costello's problem is, but I will fix it in less than 3 days. The U.S. Navy Space War Planning. The design concepts for the 1 and 2 kilometer spacecraft carriers had a similar mission to conventional ocean carriers like the USS Midway of the 1950s, namely, to maintain control over our region, star cluster 44937, of the southeast arm of the Milky Way galaxy. To accomplish that mission of the Space Midway, our designs require launching and recovering of a diverse number of spacecraft like fighters, attack, long-range reconnaissance, personnel, and construction craft. This spacecraft required the use of fully electronic launching/recovery systems. It operated magnetic thrust units for takeoff and retraction for recovery. For takeoff, the attack spacecraft are fired rapidly through ports that have transparent airlocks on all 12 of the massive hangar decks. The automated launch system continues operating till reaching the perimeter control where it is automatically cancelled. Now, when a squadron of fighters is returning from a mission, the regional control tower receives notification of the returning squadron. It initiates the entry mode. This control simultaneously removes pilot control and automatically sucks in individual fighters, 50 at a time, pulling them in through the entry port and sets each craft down softly on a predetermined parking place in the hangar. The first image shown below is a copy of a drawing Bill did for TRW, based on his earlier thinking at the Douglas think tank. The next drawing is a more detailed plan for a couple of spacecraft consistent with the capabilities described in the previous paragraph. Ed. In addition, one of the pages found in the 22 boxes of materials that Bill saved and donated to Editor Wood was the following table identifying secret deployments of various vehicles allegedly for the purpose of communicating with alien species as noted. This list is identical to one also found in the Project Serpo material. This table was found as printed copy, unlike all the other words in this autobiography, which were typed by Bill on his computer and then corrected for spelling and grammar. Therefore, it is unknown whether it came from Bill or he merely printed it off the internet. Ed. Chapter 5. Who has been on the moon? It's difficult to understand how complicated this idea of going to the moon was to us back in 1950. For the first time in history on this little blue marble, man will realize his greatest dream of leaving his home to go to the stars. We are privileged to be living during this time in history because of what's happening right now. The Apollo moon missions were just the foundation for the deep space exploratory interstellar missions planned for the Navy and the Douglas think tank. My questions, speculations, and opinions. So how did we accomplish this enormous task of going to the moon, designing the Apollo vehicle and launch center and all the equipment in the thousands of aerospace facilities located throughout the United States? It was conceived, not by NASA, but at the old Douglas Missile and Space Systems Division in Santa Monica, California 4 years before NASA even existed. It was done by advanced design analysts in a think tank who didn't just do what they were assigned to do but visualized every step necessary for missions to the moon, to the other planets in our solar system, and onto 12 of our closest stars. I was one of those conceptual thinkers. As engineering section chief, I conceived dozens of missions and spaceships for exploratory operations to the planets in orbit around our nearest stars. I designed massive Nova truck vehicles and equatorial launching facilities, as well as multiple 2,000-man military bases on our moon and a 600-man naval station on Mars. I devised the checkout and launch test systems for the Apollo Saturn V, SIPI stage. Also, I did a nearly complete redesign of the major facilities for the entire Launch Control Center at Cape Canaveral, Florida. This included the functions to accomplish the missions and the task functional flow block diagrams on a scale never done before. I documented what I did, made sketches, and presented those to my staff, who were the most competent designers on the entire moon program. The results were astounding. I presented them to the NASA Apollo directors, which completely changed their flawed method of development, resulting in our successful 6 missions to the moon. Visualize an imaginary technical installation with a block-long 5-story building full of 6-foot-high cabinets of electronic computers, power supplies, no old-fashioned vacuum tubes, and wire patch panels. These could just barely accomplish the mission that your cell phones can now easily do. Most of you were never exposed to the massive size of the computers we designed, built and operated just to get the 4-stage, 365-foot Apollo Saturn V vehicle checked out and launched to the moon. In 1961, President John F. Kennedy was given permission to leave our planet. I say, given permission, but by whom? Who gave Kennedy this wild idea to go up to the moon? Certainly, Congress didn't. They all had pork barrel projects back in their home states that needed those billions of dollars. And why would the Soviet generals and Navy admirals give up all their new toys to go off half-cocked on some ridiculous moon thing? Someone gave JFK permission, and it resulted in the most complicated technical task ever attempted in the history of man. The moon race was on. So why was NASA created in 1958? Publicly, it was created to provide a non-military government agency to organize and build the rocket ship to the moon. Oh yes, the evil empire was still trying to get there first, but we in the USA were going there as a peaceful exploratory venture. Well, that's not exactly the whole truth, either. Back in 1952, some unbelievable space studies came out of the Douglas think tank stating that not only were US top governmental heads aware of the alien involvement in human affairs, but that the old Soviet Union was aware of it, too. With possible alien assistance, the Soviets were bent on getting to the moon first to establish missile bases there to control the entire planet Earth. Oh yes, that also was a copy of Hitler's plan. In 1967, the US won the space race to the moon with the Apollo space vehicles. Our astronauts supposedly took pictures of the craters, picked up some rocks, came home, and that was it. But there were forces greater than the entire United States government that halted our grandiose plans. 45 years later, President George Bush issued another bold vision called the Renewed Spirit of Discovery, which called for us to go back to the moon by 2015. This also included going to the other planets in our solar system by 2020 and to our nearest stars soon after that. So why did we wait 45 years for another plan? Who prompted President Bush to take off into space and go where no man has gone before? What we know is dwarfed by all we have yet to learn. Never in the history of man on this planet has there ever been a massive journey conceived, designed, built, and accomplished like the United States Apollo moon, planet and star programs. It is by far the most complicated technical effort ever attempted by man in our first major penetration into the universe. Man has made little progress in exploring our local space. There are untold number of worlds in our own Milky Way galaxy, in the nearby Andromeda galaxy and the vast universe. Our challenge is to extend our presence across the vastness of deep space, seek answers from intelligent life on other planets in other solar systems and establish commerce with them. So why suddenly, in a microsecond of galactic time, did we leave the planet? Who wanted us out there? In 1954, during our studies of pre-Nova and pre-Apollo/Saturn deep space starships, the Advanced Design think tank collectively established prerequisites for all our naval spaceship studies. 300 years of naval experience and operating missions at sea, often without replenishment, became a prerequisite for all military star missions. The Navy is sometimes out at sea for over a year, which gives them the expertise for very long missions. The Air Force bomber crews have breakfast with their families in the morning, take off for their missions, halfway around the world, drop their bombs, turn around and fly back home in time to have a glass of wine with their wives before bedtime. They are totally unequipped to understand the complex logistics necessary to operate in a hostile space environment for over a year or more, totally isolated without any support. That is why our Navy was selected to battle the extraterrestrials in our neighborhood of the cosmos and why they are now our space warriors. Does the name Solar Warden ring a bell? Also, to put this in perspective, we must once again reconsider the ramifications of why, as I am typing this in 2012, President Kennedy decided to go to the moon back in 1961? Why, when we got there, did the aliens kick us off? And why in 2005, President Bush was to push us back to the moon, to Mars and missions into deep space? Why, if in 1960, the local aliens wanted us to build naval bases on the moon, but other aliens put up the no trespassing sign, do we go back now? If the local aliens would not allow us on the moon in 1969, who gave Bush the okay to leave the planet now? And why? Why, in all these years, did we never return to the moon? Well, that's not completely the truth. Again, at TRW, strange secret things were bubbling up to the surface from that big pot of secrets which allowed us to revise naval moon missions and facilities that were developed back in the old Douglas think tank. It was a simple task as every step had already been accomplished earlier at Douglas. Simply update all the systems and hardware and, voila, you're back on the moon. Remember all those planned missions to Mars and the other solar system planets and their moons? Well, yes, we have gone there too. We have built extensive naval communication stations there. We have even completed many flybys and rover missions to several of the other planets and their moons. And they continue as we speak. Also, to put this in perspective, we must consider the ramifications of why President Kennedy decided to go to the moon back in 1961. Why, when we got there, did the aliens kick us off? What does this mean? It is 1969 now and we just spent the last 4 days from a harrowing and violent firing launch inside the command module, CM, of the 350-foot-long Apollo vehicle. We were launched from NASA's Complex 39 in a laid-back hot, sunny Florida day. Some of the off-duty Navy astronauts were surfing that morning. And now, for the first time in 30,000 years of man's history on this little planet, we are flying slowly over the moon's surface and it's freezing outside. The sky up here is jet black but the sun, our star, is very bright. Think about what we were just exposed to. There is no way to deny this. Some extraterrestrial civilizations from another local arm of our galaxy or perhaps from the center of the Milky Way galaxy, are already here on the moon. Oh my God, they could even be from thousands of light years across eons of time, or even from another galaxy altogether. My testimony, first-hand reports I heard or saw. Now, as you scholars already have been privy to, back in 1969 none of this was heard in any conversations between the astronauts and mission control because the CIA censored all of it and classified it above top secret. I was privy to watching the uncensored TV and audio feed from the moon landing in a private studio in Los Angeles. What I saw was that upon landing, the astronauts first donned Masonic aprons, descended from the LEM, Lunar Excursion Module, and placed a Masonic plaque and planted a Masonic flag on the surface of the moon, essentially claiming it for the Freemasons. Then they returned these items to the LEM and took off their aprons. Then, with public TV coverage resumed, they descended from the LEM and proceeded to plant the American flag on the moon's surface with the memorable pronouncement, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." Previously, they observed 6 large vehicles perched on the crater's edge overseeing them. Armstrong shouted, "They are huge, sir." This conversation was also censored from the public broadcast. You may recall there was a 2-minute TV transmission silence attributed to technical difficulty. They were told by the ETs that humans were not welcome on the moon, but that they could continue with future planned landings. However, they were not to return after that. And that's why we didn't return to the moon. It has been known for thousands of years that the moon is not a planetary moon. It is a hollow moon station that was built out in the galaxy by one of the federations, towed into Earth orbit and parked with one side facing Earth. Ed. The moon's tidal locking with Earth is highly unusual given their relative sizes. It is just a solar system command center handling situation in this sector of the galaxy. First, it's not our moon. Planet Earth is not our planet. We are just allowed to use it while working for them. It's slightly above the slave level. The moon and Earth both belong to several entities out there. Aliens have built hundreds of moon structures, most on the backside so ancient people living on Earth-type planets could not see the constructions. And of course, the aliens have built extensive facilities, not just in caverns like those that cover the entire inside of the Earth, but many cities on the backside of the hollow moon structures. Testimony about structures on the moon. We all arrived at 3122, a small classified conference room that was already in session. Dr. Wilson was reviewing the Apollo film on the backside of the moon. It was one of the flyby coverages that was in poor light. Tiffany locked the door as Wilson handed me the pointer, saying, "Glad you could make it on such short notice, Bill. Davis just developed these other films you asked for." I noted, "That part is not clear. I am going to move it up about 30 frames to the good stuff. Here, see the base they have? It is huge on the surface and probably massive under the surface. I'll pull it back and stop it. See one of the mining operations on the upper port side? That operation has very large equipment. Those cigars are probably there to haul the mine material back to their home planet or possibly another star's planet that they are developing." I continued and moving 30% around just a little. "Okay, there, near this big base, see them in the lower starboard frame. Look at the size of those two cigar ships compared to the base buildings, which must be several kilometers across." "Wow, Bill, those vehicles could be a kilometer long," Dr. Jeffries added. "Alien naval motherships right there on our moon." Dave cut. "It is not our moon, Carl." Admiral Carlson said, "Bill, could those huge ships be personnel transports? They are tied up just like being docked at a base?" "Still a question, sir. But more likely spacecraft carriers." "We got to get one of those admirals," Admiral Conway's aide hollered. "He is a full commander now. Stuck with him and now is an expert on the extraterrestrials. Still a kid at heart," he added. "Cindy is a movie star and you sure can pick 'em, but what happened to your girl Jessica over at Douglas, Mr. Tompkins?" Before I could answer, Cindy cut in with, "Bill had her sent back to her nest in the Nova Star system for insubordination and I took over as Bill's associate dream." With snickers from Admiral Conway, he added, "Bill, I bow down to your other talents in attracting the most attractive young ladies in this sector of the galaxy." "Wow, Admiral, that's the best compliment you ever gave me," I added. "Well, Bill, the management you use to attract them must also be electrometric." "All right, you Navy types, let's cut it off," Dr. Jeffries said. "Is it possible that these aliens are using us as their workers and somehow we got smart and are now challenging their control of us?" "Oh my gosh," wiggling her little nose, Tiffany added under her breath, "Drive, Jay is coming on board?" I interrupted them all. "Cigars, there seem to be several classes of cigar ships, like the two that pinned Eisenhower to the wall at Edwards last year were only about 400 feet. I wonder who has the patent on them." "Yes, Bill, and the one in Siberia that blew itself in half losing most of its core appeared to be the same class and size," Chris said. "Also, the one back in '54 over Washington that the Navy F-6F photographed in his gun cameras was big to him but could have been one of the same classes. And yes, I have the files here on both of them plus 5 others that appear to be similar size," Cindy said. Maggie, dropping 3 files back on the floor again, added, "We have located 15 sightings with your cigars in them. Why do you call them a smelly thing like that a cigar?" And Bobby Lee, the brains of our lab, has established at least 9 different sizes, even some with Ethiopian hieroglyphics on their sides and open windows with guys waving at our cameras. "Hold on now, you're getting a little off," Maggie Dr. Stifling interrupted, "but, yes, a number of sightings documents have recorded very strange writing on the sides of these vehicles, particularly at what appears to be the aft end of the cigar." We spent the next 3 months hitting every classified center we had searched before on the TRW campus. As usual, every document center manager said, "You can't go there." But Steve Thorson, another one of my cloak and dagger buddies from 4439, who used to be a profitable safecracker, retained his talents here on the campus at TRW. Just kidding. However, sticky fingers Cindy, Steve and I were surprisingly successful in acquiring the ownership of some really tantalizing lunar, historical and current mind-blowing secrets, some of which led to other information that was even classified higher. A substantial percentage of these files had been hit many times before without good references. However, addressing the possible events using several different methods of system engineering penetration proved to open previous unsuccessful investigations and avenues to absolutely astounding situations that have been accruing for thousands of years on the rock we call our moon. The NASA Apollo pre-landing reconnaissance missions that got to the moon only circled it. These orbits around the moon allowed the astronauts excellent viewing of the backside. This group of command module vehicles provided our astronauts with staggering clues of both the facing and the backsides of our closest neighbor in the solar system. They were astounded to see what appears as ancient disintegrating structures again on both sides. Now, as you scholars already have been privy to, none of this ever got in any conversations between the astronauts and mission control, because the CIA censored all of it classified, above top secret. They were also exposed to new large buildings starting construction. As they circled the moon in our first orbiting mission, they realized that extremely large buildings were being constructed in just a few days. Like watching a fast-forward movie on TV, Armstrong said. Only 3 orbits later an entire complex of large buildings was completed. In every turn around the moon they could actually see and photograph with their onboard movie cameras that more floors had been added. This was incredible. There is no way to deny this. Some extraterrestrial civilizations from another local arm of our galaxy, or part of the center of the Milky Way galaxy, are here. OMG, they could even be from millions of light years across the eons of time in another galaxy altogether. Looking closer, our astronauts communicated to mission control. We floated right past a 200-floor translucent rectangular building floating a half a mile above the moon's surface. And look over there at 10 o'clock, sort of above us. There are several mile-high towers over on the port side. Now coming up over the horizon is a 5-mile-high tower. Down there at 2 o'clock, off the starboard bow. That complex looks like a military base. Those buildings have circular rotating antennas on their roofs. And, hey, look at that. The aliens have several banks of large dish antennas like we have on Highway 395 north of the MGM Casino in Las Vegas. Now it is speculated that maybe the moon is powered like other large planet space vehicles that cruise this galaxy and other galaxies out in the universe. So, let's take another look at our situation. Yes, we are slow learners, but we're getting better. We can now take a more informed look at our present situation. First, we must accept that the planet that we live on is just a massive laboratory being used by possibly 100 different entities with hundreds of agendas. One of which is that none of them will help or interfere with us. Oh, my gosh. What did we just say? That's not what we want to accept. But let's face reality, we really are just a big laboratory down here supporting their agendas. And by the way, they biologically control us to live this ridiculously short 75-year lifespan compared to their 300 to 3,000-year comparable lifespans. Some insect aliens don't die at all. Chapter 6. Why did I like TRW as a place to work? What is TRW? It is not just another think tank, but rather the think tank of all think tanks. The TRW Space Park is located on a huge square campus with half-mile-long sides. Thus, the area of the Space Park campus is 1/4 square mile. It is bounded on the west by North Aviation Boulevard, on the east by Vale Avenue, on the north by Marine Avenue, and on the south by Manhattan Beach Boulevard. Plus, there are numerous satellite buildings scattered throughout the surrounding communities, in El Segundo, Redondo Beach, and Torrance. Aviation Boulevard is named because of its historical connection with the development of aviation within the South Bay communities south of Los Angeles, but a good argument could be made for renaming it Space Boulevard because of its central role in the development of the U.S. space programs. 1½ miles north on Aviation Boulevard, on the south side of El Segundo Boulevard, on the southeast corner of the intersection, was the Los Angeles Air Force Base. Most people have never heard of the Los Angeles Air Force Base, probably because it had no airplanes or even an airport, and just looks like a bunch of commercial office buildings behind a wall, and with only a discreet sign out in front of the entrance identifying it as the Los Angeles Air Force Base. So, what do they do there? This base is part of the U.S. Air Force Space Command, which runs the Air Force space programs. This base is the procurement center of the Air Force for the development and acquisition of space and missile systems. And it just happens to be surrounded by most of the large U.S. aerospace contractors. See http://www. losangeles.af.mil. This is where the LA Air Force Base was located when I worked at TRW from 1967 to 1971. Since then, a few years ago the LA Air Force Base moved into newer facilities about a block to the west on El Segundo Boulevard and North Douglas Street. Just north of this intersection is another very important facility, the Aerospace Corporation. The Aerospace Corporation is filled with PhDs and provides high-level technical consulting expertise to the Air Force, helping it manage aerospace contractors. For example, if the Air Force wants a new weapon system with a specific set of features, for example, a satellite looking outward into space for approaching spaceships, perhaps those of ETs, The Air Force would ask the Aerospace Corporation to write a request for proposals, RFP, document for this outward-looking satellite. The Air Force then publishes these RFPs for the aerospace contractors to read and study and to decide whether to bid for this project. Then, when the aerospace contractors' proposals are submitted back to the Air Force, the Aerospace Corporation grades the proposals for the Air Force. The Aerospace Corporation, the Center for Space Policy and Strategy, also does work for the National Reconnaissance Office. See URL, www.aerospace.org. To put the Aerospace Corporation into perspective, it is one of 3 large contracting corporations that provide top-level classified consulting to U.S. governmental organizations. The other 2 are the RAND Corporation in Santa Monica, and the MITRE Corporation, with main offices in McLean, Virginia, and Bedford, Massachusetts, but with branch locations in 25 states, including California and at least 5 overseas countries. The RAND Corporation in Santa Monica specializes in foreign policy studies. Officially, these studies are about foreign policies concerning governments on Earth. Unofficially, these foreign policies also concern our relations with ETs. This was, after all, the original purpose for the RAND Corporation when it was created as a spin-off from the Douglas think tank, as I discussed in my first book, Selected by Extraterrestrials. As our secret space programs have grown, it is logical to assume that the extraterrestrial foreign policy studies have also grown at the RAND Corporation. See www.rand.org. The MITRE Corporation specializes in the technology of spying. Interestingly, its California location is across the street from the LA Air Force Base on the northeast corner of the intersection. See URL www.mitre.org. The physical appearance of TRW Space Park campus belies its importance and its level of secrecy. There is no wall or fence around it. It looks more like UCLA than the facilities of a defense contractor. You can just drive in off the street and park in its parking lots until the security cars come around to investigate. There are no gates on the entrance driveways, so there is no one there to answer your questions. It just looks like everyone there knows where they are going. Kids on bicycles and skateboards routinely cut through the campus. It just does not look or feel like a defense contractor site, let alone a place where the work is way above top secret. For example, the monthly TRW swap meet has hundreds of shoppers milling about the parking lots on that weekend. This secret think tank is hidden in plain sight. Most of the buildings do not look like the windowed buildings at UCLA or USC, but instead resemble buildings in commercial malls, such as Costco or Walmart. Typically, they are brick or stucco buildings with no ground floor windows or with windows which are always shuttered, and with just one entrance with double doors with glass windows. All the other doors are solid fire exit doors. You can look through the front entrance door windows, but all you can see is a security guard sitting at a desk in a small entrance foyer, ready for you to identify yourself and provide the purpose for your visit, help you sign in, examine your driver's license, and allow you to call and wait for your escort if you really have business there. Everything outside the buildings is completely low-key but totally businesslike if you go inside. A small section of the southwest corner of the campus used to have a Redondo Beach Public High School there, replete with a gym and athletic fields. It used to have hundreds of high school kids running around doing what high school kids do. Now it has a track and soccer field. What a great cover for a secret think tank. The enormous campus at TRW is a totally different part of this planet. It is so compartmentalized that no one is privy to what the other sections in the same laboratory are investigating. Unlike the normal collaboration between scholars at a university, each subgroup is a separate think tank of its own. The same is true for the military. For example, one Navy admiral who is responsible for a new space weapon system would be unaware of advanced scientific research programs stimulated by other threats, and which ones are researching possible countermeasures to those threats. These new weapon systems could potentially completely replace every other weapon system on all his ships, including his spaceships. The TRW Systems Group, One Space Park, Redondo Beach, California was completely different from any other private corporation research organization on the planet. In the 1980s it was the most advanced scientific space organization known on Earth. It had more PhDs in the sciences than almost any other technical group on the planet. TRW is a fantastic galactic think tank devoted to defining the capabilities of utilizing a higher percentage of the area between our ears, and then combining the capability of unused subspace, SOL, with the rest of that unused cavity between our ears. The capabilities are endless of projecting our thoughts into other people's minds and into other locations on the planet or even the galaxy. The key terms are telepathy and remote viewing. Donald Douglas had been very concerned about a possible UFO threat to planet Earth. He, along with several Army generals and Navy admirals, created a classified research and development group inside the Douglas Engineering Department. I, having resigned from the Navy and spent 2 years at Northrop in a secret laboratory, and now in 1952 at Douglas, was selected into the secret think tank. I then utilized my Navy/German UFO data to create U.S. naval galactic combat missions. I conceived configurations and designed U.S. Navy spaceships that were cigar-shaped kilometer-long spacecraft carriers, kilometer-long delta-shaped space destroyers and even 7-kilometer-long cigar-shaped Navy space transports. These concepts were later incorporated into support of Douglas' unsolicited bid naval proposals of USN Galactic Battle Groups programs. Even later in the 1980s, some of these designs became the U.S. Navy's secret Solar Warden space program in support to certain mission ship configurations that included over 30 ship classes. Having conceived a new laboratory as founder-in-chief called the Advanced Concept Space, I continued this program extensively here at TRW. My unwritten mission was to undertake, upon my own initiative, or at the direction of the VP of the steering group, to determine the area of expertise and advances in the fields, and cross-fertilization of research necessary, to conceive the capability to penetrate the universe. I was in the product engineering laboratory, of which only a small element operated in product engineering. This provided a cover for authorization to address everything and provided a creative atmosphere for everyone privileged enough to be associated with its purpose, to conceive and provide the United States its penetration into the galaxies. Areas of brainstorming, concept planning, and space system programs efforts included technical progress versus time studies, deep space penetration programs, NOVA and Apollo lunar and planetary research facilities, spacecraft, spaceships, space stations, orbital research laboratories, lunar/planetary, advanced space shuttle vehicles, NOVA follow-on missions and vehicles, solar systems, galaxies research vehicles, threat/vulnerability analysis, modes of attack systems, very large airborne and spaceborne laser weapons defense and offense, satellite communications, Nike Sentinel anti-ballistic missile system, Star Wars, Navy/Air Force intercontinental ballistic missile systems, very large Navy spaceship studies, thought-activated control, HARP weapon system/mind control, advanced health sciences centers, advanced food development, advanced drug development, high-speed magnetic levitation ground transportation system studies, Los Angeles County Rail Transportation System studies, California land use study, vacation kingdoms of the world, Disney, studies, and large Navy space battle cruisers including 3 vehicle configurations with bridge CIC and C4I concepts. TRW was not organized into departments, rather it was structured with laboratories such as Advanced Systems Lab, Propulsion Lab, Electronics Lab, Space Vehicle Lab, Support Systems Lab, Transportation Lab, Communications Lab, Product Engineering Lab, Centers for Disease Control Lab, Astronomy Lab, Scientific Remote Viewing Lab, Extraterrestrial Sciences Lab, Interstellar Lab, Intergalactic Lab, Galactic Federation Lab, and Health Sciences Lab. All the above are involved with military, naval, interstellar and intergalactic capabilities, both defensive and offensive. Note that none of these lab titles divulge what their labs do. The following is the list of known programs at TRW as best as I can remember them. OX program. Operational Readiness Study. Command and Control Design Systems. NORAD Systems. Number of alien entities types understood to operate in Germany 1944. German SS interference with the 1443. Timeline of the 1443 implementing, 1889 to 1923, 1946. German bases in Argentina. German transport/cargo submarine programs. Antarctica German conquest of 40% in 1930? German missions to solar system planets? German missions to galactic near stars. Kilometer-long cigar spacecraft carrier Starship development. Site activation, operations. Galactic Cape mission capabilities and requirements. Galactic spacecraft carrier configurations. White Sands NM test range mission capabilities. TRW representatives support limitations at off-site locations. One way that TRW's think tank studies were accomplished was a limited inter-office correspondence from a project office that required classified information from a defense agency on, say, a threat development that was involved in a similar field. This happened many times before any other company was ever informed. A TRW industry briefing memo went to specific top technical individuals at TRW who were notified of the advanced information with a copy of the agenda that stated, "The number of TRW attendees is presently being negotiated by the project office. Please look over the proposed agenda and inform me if you desire to attend." At TRW we were seldom commanded, just politely asked. After the briefing was concluded, which sometimes took place at a DoD facility, we were given copies of the threat. I designed various missions to meet the threat and identified the classes of ships and types of vehicles necessary to successfully confront and defeat it. Then I drew preliminary sketches of the entire battle space area and its platforms and vehicles. Then the TRW think tank group reassembled to review the configurations that I had defined. In my threat development, I would conceive and document what the entire battle space would look like, and how the new mission would address the threat, what configurations the new vehicles would look like and what missions they would perform. My data would become the foundation of the new TRW unsolicited bid proposal to be sent to the DoD. Limits of the universe. Over in the Systems Lab 7732 we had been addressing the limits of the universe again. It had developed almost into a rain dance. Steve and Tara had insisted that we are looking the wrong way. Chris and his chick said, "It's 4 p.m. and we haven't had lunch. We should break for something to eat." Cindy said, "Oh my gosh, Bill, there you go again, disagreeing with Albert. Everyone knows that we can't run faster than the speed of light. 6,000 is the limiting factor, but..." "Wait a minute, hold on, the speed of light can't be the limiting factor." I said, "We are not seeing the whole picture. I have always known it. Even before I knew there was an Albert Einstein, I know the speed of light was just a bump in the road. It's just like ether. We didn't realize that there is other stuff, energy, out in space that we can't see, that the entire universe is filled with. What I am trying to say is that there must be a whole lot of things surrounding us way out in space that we are totally unaware of. We can't see it, we can't comprehend that we are seeing just a very small picture in our telescopes because, as Admiral Bobby Ray Inman says, we are only using a fraction of our brain." "Okay, let's look at that," someone said. "Assuming that the aliens are controlling our brains with mind control." Then another person interrupted, "You mean like maybe the reptilians?" "Yes, because we know the aliens drop their 5 gases frequently, and yes, we have photos of squadrons of their tankers dropping the stuff right on Orange and San Diego counties at 300 feet. 1 or 2 of those gases contain elements that prevent us from using the other 95% of our brain, probably most of the stuff floating around between our ears." Cindy said, "So, let's look even deeper." George Moe from the 3751 History Lab said, "The aliens have definitely prevented us from understanding our distant past. The schools don't even teach history anymore. If it is taught, it is a totally incorrect version to prevent us from knowing our real planet history of continued wars to control population, and other civilizations in our distant past, and ask questions." "Okay, Willie boy," Tiff said. "George Davis over in 3992 claims that when Hitler came to power, an arrangement for a pact between Hitler and the alien reptilians was agreed to. But this arrangement was implemented entirely through thought control. No documents, just telepathic projection or even details as to who gets what for some other stuff?" "Yes, Tiff, Dave is heavy into the Germans being the master race, the Aryans, justifying Germany's taking over the inferior countries. It is interesting to address the many European secret societies that had existed in the late 1800s, particularly the Real Society. It was started by a very young girl in 1911, her name was Maria Orsic. The 1443 secret program was referred to in my first book, Selected by Extraterrestrials. That group of primary German citizens was telepathically instructed by aliens to design and build large propulsion systems and space transports. Then load all their families and friends in the spaceships and fly out into the galaxy to another star's planet and live much longer utopian lives there. The SS discovered what she and the other girls were building and copied every element of the Real Society's space vehicle transport programs. Over the years, from 1890 to 1936, over 1,443 people were involved. Germans and Admiral Byrd. We just finished another rain dance on program 5595, and I got Chris before he ran out the door of the conference room. Hey, Chris, do you remember the Admiral Byrd fiasco down at the South Pole just after WW2 ended? Yes, Bill. The Admiral took some of his overworked drinking buddies down there on a skiing vacation. Well, that's not exactly what happened. Chris, sipping his coffee, said, "We are going to be out of the loop for a while." Oh, no. I am not, because 5595 will take me at least 6 weeks and it is due in 3. Hell, you heard Dr. Lones just now. I know, but. There you go again with but. Okay, Bill, I'll call Kelly and get her over here for your briefing. Is Tiffany on her way now? No, we can't let them in on this, it's really tight. Not again, Bill. Kelly will think I am shacked up with that little redhead over in 2713. She will cut my thing off when we show up later. And Bill, what are you going to say to Tiff to cover up missing time? You know she won't buy your old line that we were abducted in that beam up into one of the Gray's saucers? Okay, Chris, back off. This is a real problem for 3954 and actually all of us. You and I are to meet Dave Rogers and Dr. Klemmerer in 30 minutes in Building 11. After introductions, Rogers, who I had studied with on this problem, asked Dr. Clemton to review their progress. Locking the conference room door, Clemton explained that this subject was classified way above top secret with eyes only. What's new about this? We can't divulge any lab's theories, projects or programs to any other lab anyway. We can't even request support from another lab? Chris added. That's right. I cut in, from now on what we are doing does not exist and neither do we, who could be missing forever. Dr. Clemton, a tall lean man with graying hair and penetrating dark eyes, hit us hard with, "You boys remember Admiral Byrd's hobby was down south of Chile and all that ice-cold Antarctica?" Affirmative, I answered. Well, Richard wasn't the only one who wanted to play in the sand, ice. Way before Hitler in 1938 grabbed 39% of the dirt down there, they called it Neuschwabenland and then claimed it for Germany. They had explored there in the late 1800s. Yes, you're right. When I was in naval intelligence in 1942, our agents in Germany reported their acquired secret information first to Admiral Rico Botta and then to Washington. I was staffed to Botta and documented these reports in the Admiral's conference room usually after midnight. They reported that the German scientists had conceived fantastic advanced weapons and several types of aircraft that could fly over 1,000 miles per hour. The Germans researched, built and test flew them from massive underground factories all over Germany. You're getting ahead of me, young man. Well, yes, but it was very interesting that Dan Muschinsky, one of our Navy operatives in 1943 who investigated all over central Germany for 7 months, reported it was important for us, USN, to understand the incredible new culture developing now in the Third Reich. The Germans are very inquisitive, showing an unbelievable interest in the North and South Poles and astronomy. The Germans are planning to occupy all our planet Earth, the Moon and Mars. They have completed specifications to accomplish this within a year after winning this war. Their engineers want to know what makes everything work. They have also established the requirements for their future 1,000-year Aryan solar system civilization. The Aryan solar system. What are your thoughts on this, little man? The doctor asked. Well, to me, this is like someone is controlling their physical and mental capabilities by activating their recently discovered sophisticated drive into the galaxy. Not waiting for another opening as he went on, Dan said, the German Navy was shipping large numbers of advanced researchers, scientists and engineers to another massive underground part of their country now in the South Pole. In 1944, another one of our naval operatives observed that the Germans were using at least 40 of their newest submarines on a continuous expansion transfer program since 1939. Oh, wait a minute, I continued. In 1953 at the Douglas think tank we established that Admiral Byrd discovered an ice entry in the ground down there and talked with some little people that lived there. There had been a confrontation there with laws of life involving our naval personnel. However, at that time we had not established who the others were, and whether the fighting occurred before Byrd's talk with the little people or after. It was still left undefined. We started a study, however, that was shelved as we had really demanding alien fires burning. Are you finished, Mr. Tompkins? Dr. Clemton asked. Also, in Germany we determined that there was a major development program involving German naval officers, some SS and thousands of young blonde girls breeding for the new fatherland. The naval personnel were frequently permitted extensive shore leave to participate in continual partying at the lavish hotels with garden and Olympic swimming pools for the naked girls. Housing facilities are provided all over the country. The girls only stayed in the party hotels until they got pregnant, after which they worked during pregnancy. Only after the new Aryan baby was born did the girls return to the fabulous continually nude party centers for another round of love. "Are you quite finished?" Dr. Clemton added. "Your background is very interesting, but can I get into our real problem now?" "Well, yes, but I would like to cover." "No, you don't," Clemton shouted. "I have the floor, do you understand?" "Yes, sir." The doctor proceeds with, "We have established that in 1946 Admiral Byrd, who had made several research explorations to the North and South Poles, returned to Antarctica aboard the aircraft carrier Philippine Sea that was rumored to have been supported by 13 other naval ships. Apparently, this mission was to clean up a group of German research technology people that had escaped internment after WW2 was over." "Wait a minute, Doctor," Chris cut. "Why would we need 13 additional ships? Couldn't an aircraft carrier that big handle a cleanup of a bunch of civilians?" "Good point. That's one of a substantial list of questions surrounding this mysterious event that is our mission requirement." I said, naval intelligence near the end of Holocaust in Germany had become aware of the advanced weapons that they had been developing. Not just nuclear, but methods to conduct war that were inconceivable. These weapons seemed to have been created overnight, impossibly. Nothing in our arsenal came even close. Their circular aircraft propulsion was unbelievable. "It's like they came from outer space," one Navy operative Dan Mushinsky had reported. And as unreal as this was to the operative, German mechanics were fixing them. Pilots had been trained and were operating these strange objects as if they were in tactical combat squadrons. As unreal as this was, they were producing these advanced aircraft in factories all over Germany. This could have possibly changed the outcome of the war. They had used U-boats to transport their advanced weapons to underground factories that they built in their new country at the South Pole. Understanding the magnitude of this staggering event, I implemented a Navy search of the personnel on board the USS Philippine Sea, CV-47, missions from 1946 to 1958. The largest aircraft carrier on the planet was 55,000 tons, and it turned out to be the Philippine Sea. Had just been commissioned on May 11, 1946 and eminently commandeered by U.S. Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal for a secret mission commanded by 4 stars Admiral Chester Nimitz and Rear Admiral Richard Byrd. 40 ships? What the hell did they need a battle group that large for? Chris shouted. Zeppelin analogy with space operations. The great Count von Zeppelin designed and built over 100 large Zeppelins, dirigibles, since 1895. Unlike conventional balloons used since the American Civil War in 1862, von Zeppelin utilized several individual gas cells, each in effect a balloon, encased in a long rigid framework of lightweight metal girders covered with linen fabric. His Zeppelins bombing England during WWI had little success in actually damaging targeted cities. However, flights over crowded communities were devastating psychologically. Our Navy acquired the Zeppelin specifications and drawings and in 1923 built their first dirigible, the ZR-1 USS Shenandoah. To many American Indian tribes, a dirigible appeared as a helping spaceship. The beautiful Indian word Shenandoah, meaning daughter of the stars, was used. The Germans had designed an enormous Zeppelin, the L-59, a prototype Zeppelin with a range capable of crossing the Atlantic Ocean and bombing New York. It was 750 feet long and carried enough fuel for the round trip. In 1917 the German East African garrison was short in military supplies. The new L-59, a naval craft, was called upon as a long-range test flight to supply the garrison. The ship's captain Buchholz was Germany's most famous dirigible lieutenant commander. Also aboard was the famous Dr. Echner. Flying over the Mediterranean was very dangerous as the seas and harbors were covered with Allied warships. Shortly after crossing the blistering hot Libyan desert, the dirigible was only several hundred miles from the safety of the German East Africa garrison when a radio message was received: "Turn back, the garrison is overrun by British forces." They turned and fled, now on a round trip well over 5,000 miles from home. The message was a fake by the British, but the flight substantiated L-59's design mission to bomb New York. The WWI was now over, so there was no need to perform that mission. In 1921 the largest German wartime dirigible was the L-72 that had been appropriated by France as war spoils. This was an enormous production version of the L-59. It was also 750 feet long, one of the first Navy dirigibles originally intended for bombing raids on New York and Washington, D.C. Germany later had the A-9 and A-10 missiles, larger than V-2 missiles, built for the same targets. Now with a new name, the Dixmude, the L-72 proved long-range capability by cruising more than 4,500 miles non-stop over North Africa. Like many other Zeppelins, the L-72s had extremely light aluminum structure, designed for cruising at 20,000-foot altitude, not the extremely high wind turbulent expected near the desert floor. Now, with the young French Captain Duplessis de Grenada at the helm on December 18, 1923, the L-72 took off for another flight to French Africa. On the third day out, cruising near the coast, an all-is-well radio message was received from the Dixmude. Then nothing. The L-72 was never heard from again. This massive naval dirigible, the largest on the planet at that time, with a crew of 74 officers and sailors on board, could not be found, even though aircraft from 7 Allied nations had searched the desert and the Mediterranean Sea with many naval ships. A week later, very strangely, a local fisherman near a large port found Captain Duplessis de Grenada floating face up in his undamaged dress uniform. Now how could that massive 750-foot dirigible wreckage and all the crew of good swimmers have perished and only the young captain survive? There were different stories as to what could have happened, none of which ever justified this disappearance. Could aliens have simply sucked, electromagnetically, the L-72 up into a docking position next to their mothership for investigation of the design of the L-72 ship and its naval crew? While conceiving and designing naval spacecraft carriers and their naval missions in the 4051 lab, I was also investigating other research, joining early similarity of large alien cigar-shaped vehicle missions with our planet's early naval dirigible operations. I was keenly interested in support vehicles and their takeoff and landing operations. We were privileged to have in our secret TRW alien files, that were at our disposal, numerous descriptions by highly qualified military and civilian personnel of alien naval starship sightings. The alien mothership simply belched out smaller reconnaissance craft with obvious missions to investigate our secret military faculties and retaliation capabilities. When the smaller craft left the mothership, no hatch opened. The smaller craft simply went out through the side of the big ship's metal plating. Returning craft were observed exiting and entering the same way. No doors opened. We also had 35mm movie films removed from Navy carrier fighters showing the same missions. Obviously, either the structure of the spaceship was programmed for the smaller vehicle to exit or the smaller craft initiated the exit and enter missions. How and when were the secret laser weapon systems developed? As I entered my office at 7 a.m. the phone rang with a call from Dr. Raymond Sorensen. "Hey, Bill, Admiral Wallace called last night and said to add Admiral Steve Marcus of NavSpace to our agenda for this week's rain dance. This guy is some sort of deep water space mission type. After the introductions, I am pushing you up front in the briefing. Dr. Bard can back you up as needed, at least until we can pry out of Marcus what he is really trying to get us to divulge. As you know, Wallace will fly up in his chopper from San Diego. This guy Marcus is from Virginia and coming into LAX at 7:30. Okay, Ray. I'll go pick up the Admiral and his aide in my caddy, small talk him on the drive back to TRW and try to get an inkling as to what he actually wants. You read my mind, Bill. Oh, and bring Ashley with you. I know she can drive and keep the aide busy in her short skirt. See you at 9 o'clock. After introductions and coffee, Admiral Marcus opened with, Dr. Tompkins, just how did you people acquire these materials? Well, sir, I'm just one of the draftsmen around here and they don't tell me everything. I was not involved in the early effort, but I did design numerous configurations that resulted in very long-range, deep space-capable, laser weapon systems. The early configurations were assembled into circular supporting structures and installed in the upper center fuselages of military 707 transports. This gave them 180-degree vertical targeting capabilities. They were limited in size and range, but they did provide target-destroying capability. Later, we designed much larger configurations for the Star Wars anti-ballistic missile program. But their primary mission, as you gentlemen know, is for anti-extraterrestrial vehicle destruction programs. Ray then sent me up to the podium and I got right to the point. Gentlemen, we are using our backlit wall display for the overall briefing, and I also have separate charts for the NOVA missions. As some of you know, TRW is also in the laser space business, So let's review some of our laser weapon programs. Since the early 60s, TRW has been designing, building, and testing every type of laser available from micro-miniature computer units to giant, 100-foot diameter spaceborne defense systems. As you can see on the screen, these data were obtained from, let's just say, an unofficial source of certain systems and hardware that was made available to TRW. We, in turn, established reverse engineering study projects, one of which developed into our laser airborne/space weapon program. The conference room suddenly got very quiet. "We are among friends here, gentlemen," I went on. "The 26-foot diameter laser prototypes are to be built and installed in the nose section of Navy 747s, however, they would be labeled U.S. Air Force, for whatever reason. I don't understand why you people can't seem to get together on these things." There were chuckles around the table. The latest of these airborne systems will be the YAL-1. The laser beam power and fire control system are so large that they will completely fill the entire two-story fuselage of the prototype 747s. The YAL-1 units are to be cantilevered 30 feet forward on the 747's centerline, below the pilot and co-pilot. During early mock-up flight testing, this nose location provided an even superior operation, with a 210-degree forward targeting capability. This installation is in a turret within the window assembly. It has a very large contact lens, ground to optical specifications, which is necessary because the optically coated window is an exit point for the beam. Admiral Marcus cut in again. "Well, Draftsman Tompkins, I understand Admiral Wallace is interested in considering your YAL-1 laser system to install on his NAVSEA ship-based anti-ballistic missile program, and even on your proposed anti-alien spaceships. But what seems apparent to me is that you, as principal draftsman, have neglected your duties, and not added 2 plus 2 together, to plop down one of your shiny new lasers onto one of your satellites." My blonde secretary, Tiffany, stood up and stamped her foot at Admiral Marks. Angrily she said, "Billy is not a draftsman, and for your information, he initiated a proposal 4 years ago in the Advanced Concept Staff meeting to do exactly that, and he is chairman of that organization, too, so there." Her foot stamping didn't do any good on the thickly carpeted floor. The Admiral's aide tugged on Tiffany's skirt, whispering, "You better sit down before you get fired." Knowing the Admiral was a sailor, Tiffany, with her miniskirt flying, quickly twirled around 360 degrees, giving him an enjoyable view of her tiny red thong. For this, he gave her a big smile of approval. "Well, Draftsman Tompkins, I am well impressed with everything you have presented, including your young lady's presentation. I'm going to cut TRW sufficient funding for both your YAL-1 production and the follow-on space research configuration." Yes. From those large programs to the smallest, TRW was under a Navy contract for C4I, Command Control Communications Computers and Intelligence, that had been originated by me years ago. The Orbiting Satellite System Group had brought me on board as a weapons systems principal. Because of my extensive background at Douglas, I could design the vehicle and ground support systems in half the time normally required at TRW to accomplish this task. In the ensuing time after completion of that program, I was asked to support 5 other programs as system concept planner. One of those was a Navy Advanced Airborne C4I and Countermeasures program that was installed on Douglas A-3B Sky Warriors, long-range carrier-based reconnaissance bombers. Star Wars weapon systems. Many studies have been underway at TRW's main campus laboratory on over 14 different configurations of laser weapon systems. The Alpha device chemical laser was selected for operation in space environments to meet TRW's requirements, which included the SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative. Numerous configurations that I designed for different laser systems included mounting the Alpha chemical laser in the nose of Navy Airborne 747s to meet requirements for SDI. However, to meet these requirements, we mounted our lightweight aluminum high-power beam chemical alpha laser in a TRW orbiting space satellite that has 1,000,000 watts of power. This modification included the space propulsion system. During my unconventional 4-year advanced research in naval intelligence in 1942, it was necessary for me to accept very strange assignments. One was the Philadelphia experiment to make our Navy ships invisible. Even Albert Einstein was involved in that one. Another Star Wars-type weapon was still in applied research, not yet considered to be in development. The mission, when operational, was to protect our naval ships with offensive light beam weapons. These beam units were to replace conventional anti-aircraft guns aboard our surface ships. This program was initiated in 1953 at the old Douglas think tank in Santa Monica. Later, it was influenced by alien weapon technology that we discovered on the crashed vehicles that we shot down over Los Angeles in February 1942. This open-ended, anything goes, advanced energy weapon research was an element of my mission and was so classified that it had no name, just code numbers. Our task, defined by Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal, was to establish primary studies at the China Lake Naval Weapons Center to develop and test light beam weapons. As more UFOs crashed, their hardware became available to be reverse-engineered at a separate secret area at the China Lake base. Certain universities and industrial organizations were also contracted to participate. Eventually, during the Cold War, this group successfully reduced to engineering practice such technologies as megawatt-class chemical lasers and high-power beam-controlled weapons. In early 1958, the TRW Systems Group was formed, a non-profit corporation, taking much of the Navy's prototype shipborne high-energy laser weapon, HELW, configurations for study and development. By 1963, TRW had developed over 30 different types of low and high-energy lasers. They were sized from micro-medical instrument tools to massive shipborne and airborne naval weapons. Ed nearby, see the man in the test to grasp the scale of this weapon. Chapter 7. Remote Viewing at TRW. THE Theory Center was a separate operation that includes remote viewing, RV, and was conducted in research labs that I was privileged to attend. Theories were devoted to several configurations of mind control. One study concept utilized electromagnetic energy directed into soundproof rooms with groups of men and women to evaluate their ability to resist the influence of directed thought activation. Another program was a marketing tool for the motion picture and television industry. It involved presenting information on the movie film soundtrack that could not be heard or seen by the audience, thereby influencing them to accomplish a task or mission that they were totally unaware of. TRW's remote viewing program. Remote viewing got its start during the early Cold War when several Rama Woolridge and DAC/RAN individuals were attempting to thought-activate telepathic projection concepts during weapon system planning brain sessions. At times, these remote viewers would focus on how the Soviet engineers were approaching their design of the similar type weapon system, and their thoughts, target, would end up in a Russian military research center at say latitude X and longitude Y, actually first looking down on a building and then looking inside at the weapons under development. The remote viewer could establish a target and even hear the Russian engineers talking about their problems in manufacturing or testing of their advanced missile system. The CIA got wind of the remote viewing activities and immediately classified the entire program. To them, this was the sweetest tool that they ever got their hands on, if it could be developed into a reliable system. It is interesting that during extensive studies it was established that not everyone when trained in remote viewing had the ability to accomplish a reliable target report. It appeared that only a limited group could repeatedly access a specific target. Now we get to the juicy part of remote viewing. During extensive target searching of Soviet military space satellites, our remote viewers located many vehicles not positioned on the Air Force's NORAD radar screens. In fact, none of any service-mounted military radar or even our TRW satellite's radar could locate or identify these mile-wide vehicles. They simply did not exist. But the Soviet spy satellite was definitely there with these enormous delta-shaped spaceships parked nearby. The remote viewer could even identify windows and hieroglyphics on the side of completely unknown space vehicles. The remote viewer would then focus inside of one of the spaceships and witness command and operational centers with strange uniformed beings moving around as if they were crew members of a Navy aircraft carrier. The 2200 Theory Center was developed to utilize support for space programs that then required specified brainstorm reviews. The Theory Center was a separate operation that includes remote viewing, RV, and was conducted in research labs that I was privileged to attend. Some classified remote viewing programs were in cooperation with U.S. naval intelligence and/or other advanced think tank organizations. During the Cold War, remote viewing early target attempts to penetrate the Soviet naval unbelievable fantastic technical advancements in stealth and other areas for their aircraft carriers and other surface ships was accomplished. Admiral Sergei Gorshkov, the supreme commander of the entire Soviet Navy, was targeted. He had been supposedly telepathically influenced like Leonardo da Vinci and Einstein in the past. Admiral Gorshkov, as some of you naval historians know, was the father of the modern Russian Navy, conceiving, designing, and building enormous submarines with vertical-launched intercontinental missiles, even today the largest on the planet. Not only did our remote viewers just penetrate into Gorshkov's offices, but they were able to hear every word said in there and also in every Naval Advanced Design Center and every operating submarine. No intelligence vehicle had ever accomplished this depth of sophistication. Targets were then established into Gorshkov's office, revealing that the elite there were also considering the impact of the alien influence on Russia. The remote viewers then presented their data to President Reagan, who had been previously briefed on the success of the remote viewing intelligence. President Reagan called Admiral Gorshkov, stating, "We can't continue the Cold War because we must join forces to protect our planet from the ETs with the black hats." And the wall came down. Many of the members of the TRW professional staff, myself included, attempted to both communicate both our concepts and thoughts telepathically to other research personnel and try to receive their thoughts as well. However, the major remote viewing operations successes were accomplished in specific laboratories devoted to remote viewing missions and targets. A simple description of an RV mission is to have the viewer select a specific location on the planet like San Francisco, latitude/longitude, and view looking down like from an airplane. He visualizes the top of buildings, then penetrates inside to different floors, then into a desired floor and room. He is now able to see and hear what people are saying and can then focus on the principal, hearing everything that is said and even focusing/reading documents in tables. Hey, now isn't that a cool way for a U.S. naval intelligence operative to get into Admiral Gorshkov's secret new submarine design? One of the remote viewers made a mistake and instead of looking down, looked straight up, focusing on the bottom of a 6-kilometer-long spaceship parked above California. For some reason, the stealth system was either turned off or unaffected by his RV reception, allowing him to penetrate deep up into the spaceship and into the bridge. He viewed humanoid uniformed personnel performing operations like our Navy's aircraft carriers preparing to get underway. The bridge was, however, far larger and unbelievably more advanced than anything ever witnessed by that remote viewer. This event set off a feeding frenzy of all the most talented remote viewers targeting the communications to the Air Force North American Air Defense, NORAD, to target this specific latitude/longitude and then every possible bogey out there. Remember that alien spaceships have the ability to prevent any type of sensing radar from detecting them at any time, as most extraterrestrials do, also by making themselves invisible. Remote viewing and Bobby Ray Inman. Bobby Ray Inman and Gorshkov, in the 1980s. Navy League operations investigated remote viewing of alien presence in the Northwest. During a meeting in our Navy League conference room reviewing the Soviet naval counterpart of the U.S. Navy's investigations, ASW, anti-submarine warfare, surveillance of both the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, I said, "The thing that concerns me is during the Cold War, we may not understand that the Soviet Union with their tail in between their legs made a decision to tear down their wall in Germany. It may have resulted from third-party influence, as some of you may be aware. This was the result of a very successful U.S. naval intelligence investigation of a remote viewing mission." "Okay, Bill," Walter cut, "I know what you're going to tell." Susan popped up, mini-flying, grabbing my speaker control and saying, "Back off, Mr. Walt, it's important that this cubicle RV group understand our background in this alien communication system." Slapping the mic back in my hand, she said, "Carry on, Billy boy." I continued. It all started in 1969 during 4-star Admiral Bobby Ray Inman's worst intelligence problem in recent naval history. The Soviet Navy had been constructing some of their newer smaller ships that looked really different. The sides of their Navy ship hull, superstructure, brake masts and even their gun turrets were slanted at over 7 degrees. "What the hell are they doing that for?" another 4-star commander of the Pacific Fleet demanded. Then we tracked a new medium class that looked nothing like a destroyer, but must be a destroyer. Even worse, there was what must have been a cruiser that looks like Star Wars. We at TRW were the principal technical consultants to Spielberg's space movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. "That's enough," Bobby Ray Inman said, and he formed a secret think tank in naval intelligentsia comprised of the top concept thinkers in the Navy and aerospace. After he thought way too much study time had elapsed, one Navy commander who spoke Russian fluently, his name is Ted Mitchell, said, I did it. "You did what?" the frustrated admiral demanded. "I was thinking really hard, concentrating on their naval base where they built their ships. I have seen things several times in the past, usually when I am resting. I ignored all the milling and talking and concentrated on their new ship designs. The problem. Laying my head back, I felt a little dizzy, Even sort of fell asleep, well, not all the way, but I found myself floating at 40,000 feet over the Vladivostok Naval Base. Good thing it was summer, cause I was freezing. Looking down, there were two massive long dry docks. Two of the docks had large strange ships under construction. I focused myself down, just like with a camera, to about 400 feet right above them. One was a battlecruiser like I had never dreamed of before. There was an enormous aircraft carrier with a flight deck shape that I had ever seen. I then flew down, yes, I flew, to about 100 feet to the side of the ships. OMG. They were space vehicles or something. You should see this ship from the side, it's like 2,000 feet long. And their construction cranes must be 500 feet high. Wait a minute, you're here, Ted, with us, not over Russia, Jeb on the study committee cut in. Dr. Sorensen shut him off, saying, I have told you about this. Ted is over Russia. He is using his subconscious, it's his soul he is using. Ted continued. Nothing like any country's Navy ship cranes. Got to be the largest shipbuilding cranes on the planet. He flew over to a group of buildings thinking one could be the Russian naval headquarters. Sensing engineering, I dove through the roof of a distinguished-looking building right into a large well-appointed conference room. The lighting could have been a little better, but there was no question that was where I had wanted to go. There were at least 30 top naval officers, their aides, well-dressed design engineers, and construction principals. But, most importantly, standing at the center of the main table was the tallest, most impressive man in the room. He was the most important naval commander on the planet, bright-eyed, gray-haired, mustached and sharply goateed. It was the four-star Admiral Sergei Gorshkov in his dress uniform, the supreme commander of the Soviet naval forces. Amazed, I could see and hear everything and even smell the coffee. Instinctively, I knew that no one could see me. Yes, there were conversations about their anti-radar stealth designs that made their ships almost invisible to American radar. But, far more important, was their understanding of the alien presence on our planet that was now affecting every country on Earth, their understanding that the aliens were definitely in control of our planet. Very abruptly, Ted landed back in Admiral Bobby Ray's think tank, realizing that he had the answer to the big problem. Where the hell have you been for the last 20 minutes? Somebody hit him. Okay, sir, I found myself saying, this is all new to me, but I think I may have actually visited Gorshkov's secret conference room and know why they are building their ships that way. It defeats our radar, sir. Hold on, Ted, explain what just happened to you. Captain Daly questioned. Can you do that again, Ted? I asked. After going over everything 5 times, it was accepted that we really can project our minds far greater than ever possible. And after attempting to repeat the same procedure several times successfully, 3 of us were able to confirm this viewing skill that, if perfected, could be a major intelligence tool. It seemed that the Russian naval operations were even more knowledgeable in nearly every element of the alien missions than the American Navy. A cold sweat came over me. Somehow, we in the U.S. Naval Intelligence were less informed about aliens than Russia? After proving the viewing possess, Bobby Ray had Ted sneak into Mikhail Gorbachev's office and discovered that the leader of the Soviet Union was also more informed about the extraterrestrials' threat to planet Earth than President Reagan. Bobby Ray called Reagan and informed him of the outstanding breakthrough in investigation and the remarkable understanding in Russian of the alien threats to our planet. This resulted in a call from Reagan to Gorbachev concerning the unbelievable situation we were all in. That resulted in a meeting between the 2 leaders of the planet, agreeing that all of the problems and differences between them in the Cold War were nothing compared to the aliens apparently having been in control of virtually every country for at least thousands of years. They shook hands and not only the Cold War stopped, but the German Wall came down. Gorbachev left Russia and moved to San Francisco. He accepted a professorship at Stanford University. All these historical outstanding events were implemented by one of the first discovery of the use of remote viewing, which is a vital expansive use of the brain and an alien method of communication. It is now practiced at the Southern Oregon Navy League and utilized throughout the thinking minds in this sector of the galaxies. TRW's involvement in so-called science fiction movies. As some of you know, the Air Force has been stating that their studies over the last 50 years have concluded that none of the UFOs are of extraterrestrial origin. The government, however, knowing that this is not true, has made numerous attempts to allow some of the truth to leak out with the disinformation, primarily through the news media. The obvious leak is in the propaganda TV programs' influence on our children starting in kindergarten and continuing now through middle school. The children's toys, books, TV, And movies all show hundreds of different alien races involved with us, from insects to dinosaurs. TRW was the technical advisor to the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, directed by Spielberg. This film contained a storyline that was fiction, however, numerous UFO sightings throughout the movie were non-fiction. When the large extraterrestrial ship landed and the horns were blowing and the cameras were running, the men in white lab coats had the big blue letters TRW on their backs. How much influence the TRW technical staff really had on the earlier 2001, A Space Odyssey science fiction film, wherein a monolith is discovered on the moon, left by extraterrestrials, is still being debated at cocktail parties all over the free world. Science fact had already been established at TRW during the Egyptian pyramids structural construction study that concluded that the Egyptian pyramids could not have been built by man. With our poor learning curve taught in school, science fact had actually taken place at least 5,000 years ago right here on Earth. Another Spielberg movie that was released as a TV miniseries was Taken, also technically advised by TRW. It was released as a book. These were also among other TRW activities that I participated in. What I am saying here is that the government's control of the public sphere factor has been accomplishing for over 50 years by releasing extraterrestrial information and trying to get the public to accept the truth about the alien problems. The foundation for the 2004 film 4400 was a non-fiction exposé of the 4,400 U.S. citizens that were abducted from the 1940s to 2004. Numerous young wives of the 4,400 disappeared in the early 1950s, with the rest of the 4,400 from the beach of a lake near Seattle, Washington. They had been missing for 50 years but were still only 19 years old when they returned. By this time, their young husbands were either very old or dead. Like I said, you nice people must try to stop looking through that small window. It is not just the truth is out there, but please look at the big picture. Primarily, TRW, Douglas/Rand, Northrop, North American, Lockheed, and even Martin Engineering have for years been exposed to events of this kind, forcing them to consider the ramifications of intelligent life beyond our planet. TRW also contributed to the movie 2001. Typically, 90% of the movies are made for two markets, one for the US markets, the other for the rest of the planet. The TRW attempt to build the Egyptian pyramids. TRW hired Bechtel Industries Corporation, the most experienced construction organization on the planet, to support us in defining the methods of cutting out the massive blocks of stone, then refining how to move the blocks to the construction site, assembling them into the pyramid. With all their top system designers and construction methods, they were unable to accomplish the task. The blocks were 60-ton rock quarried out of a mountain, miles from the construction site. In assisting in the post-review attempts to accomplish the construction, I was thinking back to all those years that my uncle, Dr. Harding, with his 3 daughters, my cousins, trying to discover the Egyptian procedures in Santa Monica, California. Alien chemical warfare. Sabrina, that gorgeous little thing from the biomedical lab 1433 in the orange mini dress, stood up saying, "Bill, you're full of shit trying to get some of these assholes to buy into other timelines. They can't even tell what time it is now." Well, yes, Sabrina, some of them here at TRW are still bothered with my comments of our naval spacecraft carriers operating at light speed 3 or 4, but fortunately for us they're not in this meeting. Okay, but you, Billy boy, you better get it straight. That prick Dr. Phillips in the Ops Lab 1600 has been preaching that there aren't any Freemasons in TRW. That it's just part of your propaganda to stir up the troops. There, I said it. You, little girl, must understand that the aliens have been cruising their interspace battle groups throughout the galaxies at 10 times the speed of light for eons. Well, I do, but some of these eggheads are so tied up in their own fields that they can't visualize our mission and the real threats. Wow, Sabrina, that's my line. I am going to get you transferred to my lab and let you sell this stuff. They also move in and out of time periods as easily as we go through a bulkhead door from one compartment to another on an aircraft carrier. The Freemasons? She asked. No, the aliens, you little cutie. Now just when I was getting to know Sabrina a little better, in walks this dream. I looked at Sabrina, with a smile and exposing all of her long legs in a mini so short I could hardly see it. This doll blonde was from Subspace 3901 in a bolero jacket and 4-inch high heels. She makes a point of always being late for a spectacular entrance. This caused one of the PhDs in the front row to move over and give Sabrina a chair. Brushing her blonde locks with both hands like she was going to take her clothes off, she stared into my eyes with lust, crossing her long legs, exposing her red string panties only to me. Continuing my briefing. We must start thinking in different dimensions. The aliens developed the technical ability to build massive starships thousands of years ago. Aliens move into the past and into the future. They step across time zones and live in the future. Yes, we here on this planet are living in a technical explosion now. But we are still at the beginning of the galactic curve. Back at Douglas, we were involved with the 5 gases that the alien tankers dropped to control us. As most of you know, the Douglas think tank did the first studies on the gases that were dropped over Southern California 2 months after Pearl Harbor in 1942. There were over 500,000 people that saw the dozens of UFOs fly in over Santa Barbara and everything between San Diego and Santa Barbara. What was not well known was the larger units parked over every community, as other UFOs came in over and around them. The large ones were continuously hit by the anti-aircraft fire. Also, they were fired upon by every Navy ship in Long Beach Harbor and even the ships in dry dock, using up all the Navy's ship and base ammunition. The air raid started sounding at 12:30 a.m. and the so-called attack lasted until 5:30 a.m. Remember, over 500,000 people came out of their houses and watched this event for half of the night. Nobody had a heart attack. Nobody was scared and everybody went back to sleep near the end of the night. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Germany was dropping bombs on London and everyone there was running into their bomb shelters. The reasons here for no panic was that several days before the main attack, a squadron of UFO tankers dropped the 5 gases on Southern California. We breathed the alien pot and were high at the time of the attack. It was determined early by a think tank biomedical specialist what 2 of the gases were. One would force the girls to watch soap operas and get us guys to spend our time watching baseball and football. Our problem now is that we have other extraterrestrials interfering with the reptilians' 5 gases. They are making all of us cow down to their other agenda gases. The Oceanside photograph and alien gases. It was early in 2007 at a party on a Friday evening in Oceanside, California. 4 young professional couples were just having fun drinking a little, swapping stories before they got married, taking colored pictures of everyone. The party was at one couple's apartment who said, "It is agreed, we will all go over to a cul-de-sac that overlooks Carlsbad and see our condo that's under construction, okay?" The next morning all 8 newlyweds stood doing and eyeing at the railing admiring the nearly completed condos. The new owner took one colored photo of the group with the condo in beautiful Carlsbad Valley, and all left. When the camera owner had all the party photos, in one of the photos there were 6 long thin serrated alien tankers dropping 5 different colored gases. Bill strongly believed the following: this photo was authentic, taken at a time when the photo cloaking was not turned on by the reptilians, who have been spraying us for decades to keep us from using our full brain capacities. The following paragraphs relevant to gases were written by Bill on different occasions. Back to another Douglas mine-altering testing system that we continued at TRW, the Army/Douglas gas sensing project in the late 1950s. Research in the tank had a number of studies starting in 1943 that were addressing the use of mind control. We later continued addressing the full spectrum of hundreds of concepts. One of them involved types of gases to implement greater brain capability to assist in the technical fields. Another one reduced thinking. The Army had researched and developed nerve gases since before World War I. However, it became a major problem in several compartments of the advanced research in the tank that the aliens were sprinkling several gases on the technical development areas of our planet. This study was unsheathed in our think tank and submitted to the Army. An Army weapons contract was given back to Douglas Engineering to conceive and build several squadrons of mobile gas sensing stations. This program was built and operated secretly for several years. The Douglas think tank, understanding the alien gas problem, contacted the Army Chemical Warfare Group and informed them of the problem. Then the Army General Becker, the commander of chemical warfare, submitted a secret request for proposal, RFP, back to Douglas Advanced Design to build several sensing systems receiving antenna mobile units to track the gases across the country. I was one of the principal designers of this system, which was configured in 2 basic systems. 1. To release different gases from mobile commercial Fruhoff tank trailers on the West Coast. And 2. To receive the gases in mobile trailers outfitted with all the necessary instrumentation to analyze the data, also to receive the gases in eastern cities. We designed over 20 sets of systems to determine the data. The goal was to find what the alien chemicals consisted of, and to establish the precise purpose of their effect on our human population. The sensing systems were mounted on trailers that would be towed across the United States. The West Coast transmitters would release the gases, sensor systems would track the gases throughout the country to the East Coast. We have a weather condition which provides over 60% of west to east weather fronts. Admittedly, our system was very limited, but we have at least 17 additional alien groups with separate agendas dropping different gases on our planet now. The old group of aliens has performed their drop missions continually to this day, as noted in the following paragraph and photo in Chapter 7 and the rear cover. Life extension. Like I said before, there were several programs and projects that we were supporting that touched on different aspects of extended life. These tasks were not in 5438, so Logie and I decided to combine them into a new configuration we established as 3438, L&L. We kept L&L secret, with a partial understanding of the current medical advancements. Research is needed to outline methods of making humans live longer. A drug could be developed that would activate a cell in the brain that would slow down, or stop, degradation of all organs, tissues and bones in the body. Several pills or injections could be introduced into the body over, say, 6 months to slow down the body's deteriorating system. With the knowledge of the German space programs, we implemented 5 major tasks. We distributed information and established specific projects for investigation. Using the German advanced documentation acquired from our Navy operatives' missions in the German-controlled SS war regions, we established preliminary regions of study. We located the small Navy patent office in San Francisco to collect all advanced technical subject patents. We classified the office. We contacted every government and civilian advanced university, research laboratory, medical center, drug and chemical organization in the country. We structured our methods of operation to address what had become the largest threat to planet Earth in our history. We won't need medical surgeons anymore. Closing more microswitches in our brain will provide simple wiring of a certain section in the left side to direct a micro part in the right side to self-heal. Biotechnology is the answer, I said to Krista Angelo while we were eating a big steak and potatoes. Okay, Bill, I'll bite. Answer to what? Living to 4,000 years old. A lot of those aliens do it all the time. That cute little thing, Tiffany, that keeps you out of trouble most of the time is way over 6,000. Yes, I know she looks only 17 and flirts like a 21-year-old slut, but hey, she won't admit it. But Bill, we both know she really lives a long time. Yes, Chris, but eating heavy meat and potatoes is not helping us stick around longer. Obesity is rampant now and will probably get worse in the next few years if we don't come up with a plan to cut the calories. It's no secret we both have been working on an anti-aging development project with that little sex pot, Holly Morgan, in program 7708, and Tiffany doesn't know I use their charge number quite a bit. Yes, Bill, and if Tiffany finds out we are participating sexually in the plan, you're going to be in trouble. Hey, wait a minute. Tiffany gave me the evil eye last week. I wonder if she knows something is going on in 7708? Well, Bill, that little fox Dr. Morgan has her doctorate in longevity and is chief biological scientist over 7 labs. Her principal thrust in 7708 is extending life to more than 6,000 years by reducing wear and tear. Back in Dr. Holly's brainstorm section conference room, she continues to redefine the baselines. There is a process that is called senescence that is variable. Some animal species, such as giant tortoises, are known to live to 150. Some fish live more than 200 years with absolutely no signs of aging. However, humans, as you guys know, continually show signs of aging. This is known as gerontology research, but I have dropped all the history in this field and am outlining all possible methods. Concepts, as you, Bill, say, to implement methods to extend life. To live to the thousands of years we must first solve why do we age? Chapter 8. Transportation Studies at TRW. I worked with the Director of Advanced Programs, Jim Morton, for 3 years on the Joe Papp, concept development that eventually configured 27 separate propulsion systems, including every type of internal combustion engine from 4-cylinder Crosley motors to massive 12-cylinder Navy destroyer and diesel locomotive engines. Did Joe Papp have an engine working on free energy? There was an immigrant from Eastern Europe by the name of Joe Papp, who traveled with his family to Detroit, Michigan, to convince the automobile companies to let him develop an engine that he had designed which required only water as the fuel, no gasoline. As he visited different companies demonstrating his invention, he was often threatened and told to stop. He didn't stop. First, his wife had her ear chopped off by a masked man who threatened her, saying that her husband should back off promoting his engine. Then, not deterred and still trying to market his engine, his baby daughter was kidnapped and returned weeks later in a shoebox, chopped into pieces wrapped in aluminum foil. Even that didn't stop him. He and his wife then traveled to Los Angeles where he arranged a demonstration of his system with a 4-cylinder Crosley motor. This demonstration was held in a parking lot at LAX, Los Angeles Airport, where he had invited top technical people from Caltech and various local companies such as TRW, Lockheed, Douglas, Northrop, North American, and Boeing to attend. With the group of men crowded around him, he poured H2O, water, into the gas tank and started the motor. While his engine was running, there was an electric cord connected to various instruments recording the test run. Professor Richard Feynman from Caltech shouted, "You're running on electric power," and attempted to unplug the cord. Joe briefly scuffled with him and shouted, "That's just powering the instruments and you will throw the motor out of sync if you pull the power cord." Ignoring the warning, the cord was pulled, and the motor blew up, killing one of the observing engineers. Hydrogen is a very dangerous gas. Nevertheless, TRW was impressed and hired Papp for a 19-month, very extensive engine power development and test program. Using his water engine invention, all types of internal combustion engines were evaluated at the TRW labs utilizing standard engine test specifications. I was involved throughout the program in which we considered every type of vehicle propulsion imaginable: railroad, shipping, trucking, industrial, and electrical power generation. The tests proved an outstanding success for what appeared to be the greatest product ever developed for eliminating the need for petroleum products for energy use. Another great advantage of the system was the elimination of air pollution from burning fossil fuels. A double home run. I worked with Jim Morton, Director of Advanced Programs, for 3 years on the JP concept development that eventually configured 27 separate TRW manufacturing companies involved with propulsion. This included every type of internal combustion engine from 4-cylinder motors to massive 12-cylinder Navy destroyer and diesel locomotive engines. Partway through the definition phase, Morton appointed me as program director over all the new TRW.J.P. companies. One Monday morning, I opened up my program funding report, which we called computer green sheets. These are the financial reports for all the TRW labs. What I discovered were 20 pages of my JP program, all with $0. I was shocked and immediately called my boss to find out what was going on. He said, "Go to the top of the White Tower, TRW management offices, and talk to the president." Angrily, I asked him again, "What in the hell is going on?" He said that the JP, Joe Papp, propulsion system conflicts with our Detroit oil associates, who apparently were large stockholders in the TRW Corporation. Go figure. None of these JP programs have ever been put on the market because they would compete with the oil companies' boards of directors. It has become obvious that TRW was set up to investigate all advanced power systems that would in any way conflict with oil usage. TRW hired the most competent technical scientists to review all power systems that did not require gas or oil to operate. They then studied, developed, built, tested, and operated them as best they could, or else they were found to be unworkable. For the systems that did work, they stopped the research funding and eliminated all references to the system so that no organization could ever build them. In fact, if any of these systems had ever been put in production, they would have eliminated all gas and oil stations on this planet. The fact that TRW created 5 programs, spent 3 years and untold dollars on the Papp water engine, is strong evidence that the system really did work. Classical physics dictates that more energy will be required to generate the hydrogen from the water than will be recovered from burning the resulting gases. Theoretically, it only takes 1.23 DC volts to split the water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen. However, some problems reduce the efficiency of this system, which is called electrolysis. This process is being studied in various laboratories and a breakthrough might be discovered to make this system economically feasible. Obviously, TRW either found a way to dissociate the water into hydrogen and oxygen with less energy than current physics requires, or they discovered a way to improve the energy output resulting from burning the hydrogen. Some catalysts, such as platinum, will facilitate the splitting of the water molecule and might significantly reduce the energy required to generate hydrogen. Also, some other process might increase the energy output of the final combustion. In any case, it appears that TRW had found a way to implement the Papp water engine economically, and it should be resurrected today to reduce fossil fuel usage and the accompanying air pollution. As stated by the TRW Director of Security, nearly 50 power-generating systems that did not require oil or gas have been designed, built and successively tested at TRW since WW2. I had several Nordic flashes during the 26-month testing of the JP engine programs that caused me at the time to believe that even if some of the testing proved to be successful, someone would throw a wrench into the gears and stop the entire program. This showed clearly the influence of the International Bilderberger/Trilateral Commission/Brotherhood dictatorial control. Any system that conflicts with their agendas would be stopped. After the Joe Papp rain dance was finally put to rest in TRW, Dr. Morton, the program director, resigned from TRW. I had been managing most of the nearly 3-year research and testing of the energy projects. When we confirmed that the energy system really worked, and we had proposed the 5 new companies to implement production of them, all the funding stopped because TRW was owned by the conflicting oil cartels. The reason that many technically competent management scientists and I resigned from TRW was because of the unconscionable cancellation of all the Joe Papp engine systems. They all conflicted with the TRW Detroit corporate oil agenda. Something very strange then happened, and this is where alien agendas are again involved. Warden, whom I knew very well, called me several weeks later and invited me to his home in Orange County on a Friday night. I accepted and visited him at his new condo in Newport Beach. He escorted me into his Galaxy, his space pad. As I stepped into the condo, nearly everything was as if we would be in a space vehicle cruising out into space. A museum of vertical cut glass dominated the entire interior of the condo, even the 7-foot chandelier was all vertical cut glass. But what made my day was when his tall blonde blue-eyed mistress entered the living room in nothing but her 5-inch acrylic slippers and the smallest silver thong string bikini I had ever seen. Holding 3 drinks she said, "I'm Stephanie, martini?" Needless to say, it was a really nice evening. What was the history of ground transportation systems? Let's get back to the California to New York high-speed ground transportation systems. I know this seems like we're spending lots of time on high-speed trains, but what we're doing here is showing you the disastrous effects of eliminating not just high-speed passenger trains, but nearly all the streetcars in the United States. Through the tie-in between the oil companies, the Trilateral Commission, and the European counterparts, like the old Bilderbergers, many of the European countries' streetcars were also destroyed. However, the tearing up of the tracks in the other cities and countries was only 15% of the destruction of the streetcar systems in the US and Canada. As we said before, TRW is made up of all these little individual think tanks that normally don't talk to each other. In the case of the high-speed passenger trains, 7 labs were working on different configurations of HSGT, high-speed ground transportation, a TRW systems engineering study for the Department of Transportation. This document, whose cover is shown above, gives an overview of some engineering relationships. Tracked air cushion vehicles. Rolling support systems. Tube vehicle systems. Multimodal systems. Auto train systems. Automated highway systems. This report, the cover of which is shown here, summarized and highlighted technical progress achieved to date in the continuing high-speed ground transportation project. This system engineering study was in response to the national transportation problem in which advanced cases of circulatory disease have been linked to cities and regional corridors polluted with exhaust fumes from petroleum-burning vehicles. If nothing is done, the patient will probably survive but in a much weakened condition. The situation is caused by explosive population and economic growth with the resulting increased traffic. For transportation planners, the problem is to provide acceptable high-speed and dense alternative modes of travel. If this is not accomplished, it will ultimately send the United States back to the Dark Ages. Even though our studies have established 6 major methods and systems for high-speed ground transportation, which include jet engine and electromagnetic propulsion systems, which of these is the most cost-effective? The oil companies started at the bottom level by minimizing rail traffic during World War II. The bottom level, of course, was the streetcar systems and most importantly, the Southern Pacific Railway train operations connected to their company's Pacific Electric Rail systems. Internal combustion engines use the most oil products, So to maximize profits it was essential to eliminate or reduce all other power systems. Even more efficient systems that used oil, like railroads, were to be reduced or eliminated. Within 5 months after the armistice of World War II, the oil companies had fired all the maintenance personnel that cleaned the streetcars. They also fired 90% of the mechanics and 74% of the motormen and conductors. This caused chaos in the entire Southern California Pacific Electric streetcar system, resulting in hundreds of broken-down streetcars all over Southern California. The public was stalled in traffic jams all over the state, and commuting between home and work became a nightmare. The LA Times newspaper, also controlled by the oil cartel, was in on it and continually showed front-page photos of the dirty, broken-down cars in the middle of the streets, clogging the traffic. The oil company's personnel ripped up the street tracks and paved them over in all the right-of-way corridors. They built hundreds of rental buildings along the streetcars' right-of-way so tracks could not be replaced later. Independently, the oil companies had lobbied in California to have a massive program of new highways built which were to be called freeways. Of course, they weren't free because they raised state taxes. These last two efforts resulted in all the California streetcar systems being removed. Between 60 to 80% of other cities and towns in the United States and approximately 18% of the cities in the European countries were also affected. The greed of the oil companies was highly successful. They also attempted to remove the tracks of the steam and diesel trains throughout the country by buying up railroads and bankrupting them, particularly freight hauling lines. The passenger trains, engines and cars, now with limited rail facilities, fell into disrepair. This was expedited by firing the mechanics and operators. In less than 3 years, 74% of the passenger trains in the U.S. disappeared. To promote bus travel, the oil companies reduced the cost of construction of intercity bus systems, Greyhound, and installed all new modern, clean equipment. The TRW high-speed ground transportation system studies were the 20th engineering study to develop high-speed passenger and freight trains in the U.S., so we became number 21. After the extensive TRW streetcar and high-speed train systems were engineered, they were not used in the U.S., but instead sold by the government to France and Japan. As everyone knows who has visited those countries today, their rail systems are fabulous. The London to Paris line under the English Channel connecting the two countries operates 7/24 using the TRW design. The high-speed bullet trains of Japan are also just minor modifications of TRW designs. 90% is TRW engineering. However, on the bright side, all over the US and Canada and continuing today, every city and town that had streetcars in 1890 are replacing the same tracks that existed after World War II. One of the interesting non-electric train plans was the Oceanside Escondido, California, bullet light rail system. It was planned in 1971, but it took until 2007 to finally gain all the permits to construct it. The oil companies had lobbied against it for 26 years. After voters approved construction in 1971, both cities put up the money and the system was built. It is still operating profitably and transporting thousands of business and college students every day. Auto traffic that crowded the freeways and polluted the air is greatly reduced in this busy corridor. I designed that sleek blue and white light rail bullet train system at TRW in 1969. At present, there are only 2 of these advanced train systems operating in the US, and they were both designed at TRW and built in Germany. But the greedy oil companies have been successful in controlling the public ground transportation in California by promoting the old oil-guzzling bus and auto systems over efficient trains and streetcars. Big Oil has won again. In 1858, nearly every city had horse-drawn people mover carriages running on rails. This lasted for 15 years and later was augmented by steam engine trains. Before the streetcars came into operation using electricity, coal-fueled steam engines pulled the streetcars. There was never a problem with automobile traffic. Frank J. Sprague, 1857 to 1934, invented the drive mechanisms for electrically powered streetcars. They called it the time of the trolleys. Every country had streetcars, they didn't need automobiles. But Detroit was backed by the oil companies, and it was they who financed all 11 of the major auto manufacturing companies. Electrical power for the streetcars was very inexpensive, and even as late as the 1930s, it only cost a nickel to go from Pasadena, California to Santa Monica, California on a streetcar. For years, from the beginning of the streetcar operations, worldwide city rail systems were extremely efficient. Improvements of the equipment, maintenance and safety factors simply exploded worldwide. But after World War II, because of big oil, Nearly all of them became extinct. It's 7 a.m. and I am in the 4400 lab with a cup of hot coffee. After closing the conference door, I asked Tara, who showed up this morning. All the really important people in the tank, Billy boy. Where's Tiffany? Okay, we don't need her right now while we're waiting. You guys all understand we're compartmentalized and not supposed to talk to the other lab departments. Yeah, Bill, we all know that, said Dr. Steve Rogers. Tara, Steve's administrative assistant, cut in. We're supposed to be investigating high-speed rail trains. We have a federal contract from the Department of Transportation to design an interstate, high-speed passenger train system. Steve said, yes, high-speed passenger trains, that's what we're here for. Chris and I have been configuring the basic mission statement for high-speed interstate passenger trains for a month now. That's the purpose of the original mission. Both Chris and I guess you too, Bill, determined that we needed to address intercity high-speed trains. And before Steve could go on, Chris interjected, okay, and it's even more important to also address light rail, streetcar, systems. Okay, you guys, I understand. And we all realize that General Roscoe Elliott's Air Force Base has its own underground train system. His tunnels run from the Pentagon to Edwards AFB and then onto our Space Launch Center at Vandenberg. They have maglev tracks, too. Tiffany stuck her nose in, saying, and don't you guys forget about the aliens' planet-wide high-speed bullet trains. If what Admiral Carson has been presenting to us at Mount Shasta City is true, the train, which is a mile below ground, runs all over the damn planet. And it's on maglev rails, too, you guys. Tara cut in, and yes, Tiffany, they got streetcars in their underground cities and they don't need overhead wires for their electric power. You guys are seeing 5 systems when it's really 6 systems, maybe even 7, because the inner-city systems will carry freight like the railroads do today. Yes, it is 7, because the Greys and Reptilians tunnels are all built with 150-foot diameters, so they can also carry freight. Okay. You guys, let's agree we are talking 7 systems that will be passenger and or freight systems. These were based on rail systems in both Europe and the US that started in the 1890s with horse-drawn cars. Okay, now let's step back further. We're trying to establish how we got here. Most of you guys are way too young to remember the Southern Pacific Railroad steam trains that ran across the country. Those were supported by the Pacific Electric's Big Red streetcars in the San Fernando Valley. LA and Angeles County was the largest on the planet, larger than any rail system in Europe or, for that matter, any other city anywhere. It went from LA through Hollywood Boulevard and down to Santa Monica, so everybody in the San Fernando Valley and Pasadena could take the streetcar to the Santa Monica beach in the summer. In fact, before World War II, that system even went to Long Beach. Tiffany chimed in, Bill. Before we get back into your 5 hot intercity rail system configurations, let's take another look at City Rail. I answered, you guys are the ones that ignored the simulations in my briefing last month. Horse-drawn cars operated on Broadway in New York City in the 1850s. How did the oil cartels win again? The number 5523 program at TRW was the High-Speed Ground Transportation, Passenger/Freight Train System Studies, HSGT. In 1869, the first major train corridor was built from coast to coast and state to state, which included the 2 major population centers, the Northeast Corridor and California in the west. These are supported by less populated centers. This program resulted in the most comprehensive ground transportation study ever accomplished. The study also included electric streetcar systems that had been phased out in earlier years. After 30 years of near extinction, short corridor, non-electric, low-speed bullet trains were built that operated on existing or modified freight rail systems. In 2008, even though the project was approved back in 1979, an example of this system was finally built in Southern California, serving stations between Oceanside and Escondido in San Diego County, mentioned earlier. The oil cartels had fought it for the entire 29 years because trains were more efficient than automobiles and required less gasoline. Streetcars and light rail are now being rebuilt on the same routes where their old systems operated in 1890, almost all of which were bought up by the oil cartels after WW2. They bankrupted the old streetcar transport companies, such as the Pacific Electric System of Los Angeles, tore up their tracks and built commercial buildings and rental buildings in the old streetcars right-of-way. Then, if the public voted later to demand that all the old systems be rebuilt, it would be impossible because no rights-of-way existed. To further prevent streetcars coming back into operation, the oil companies had sold the old streetcars to cities in other parts of the world. Gasoline beats out electricity again and the oil cartels win the energy war. I was involved in a limited capacity in TRW's Los Angeles County Rapid Transport System study. After extensive studies of the massive Southern California megaflop, some 15 configurations were whittled down to just one. This enormous two-rail plan parroted the old Pacific Electric Railway streetcar system so closely that it could have been built in 1900, when H.E. Huntington created the world's greatest electric streetcar empire. We understood from what the previous engineering organization said, that TRW was the 27th proposal submitted to the big oil-controlled LA Board of Supervisors. Only a few miles of the new system were finally built in the late 1990s. Now, I realize you readers could care less about those big red streetcars that ran all over beautiful Southern California, but I do. So, you are going to have to listen to another sad story caused by the oil cartels. In 1946 the oil cartels started buying up streetcar companies all over the US, and by 1950 they were almost all gone. What they did was fire most of the motormen, conductors, mechanics, and the cleaning people that kept the cars spotless. This resulted in massive downtown breakdowns of the big red streetcars in the middle of the streets and intersections, causing traffic congestion all over LA and Southern California. The LA Times newspaper, also controlled by the oil cartel, was in on it and continually showed front-page photos of the dirty, broken-down streetcars in the middle of the streets, clogging the traffic. The high-speed passenger system studies for major corridors vary from coast to coast, state to state and municipality to municipality. It included electrical streetcar systems and short corridor non-electric low-speed bullet trains that operated on existing or modified freight rail systems. Streetcars and light rail are now being rebuilt on similar routes as where the old systems operated in 1890. All of these were bought up by the oil cartels after WW2, then they bankrupted them, tore up the tracks and built commercial buildings where the tracks were. Then they sold the cars to cities all over the planet, many to South America. Chapter 9. What did I learn about alien races at TRW? In our think tank at Douglas, each year we thought that we had figured out the UFO stuff, but every few months more data on the extraterrestrials was revealed, resulting in discovering that most of the basis of our deductions were incorrect. We were initially only aware of a few different species of extraterrestrials, like maybe 2 types of grays. It turns out that we then discovered there were 11 types, all with different agendas. So, at TRW I approached everything as if it were new. Keeping an open mind, I influenced my associates to assess the data in a similar manner. We can't be certain, but it appears that there are over 100 different extraterrestrial civilizations monitoring us. With some of them, it appears we are in the Roman Colosseum running from the lions with thousands in the audience watching as we try to live a normal life, but with constant interference from them, tearing down everything that allows us to live in harmony. My administrative assistant, Tiffany, was not from my lab. She was an independent entity who worked on several other programs. My lab furnished some secretarial assistance for conventionally titled project support. Dr. Steve Rogers also had an administrative assistant who was totally unknown by his lab management. I suspected that she was also a Nordic. This arrangement may have been more common in the TRW compartmentalized organization than I was aware of. Like back at Northrop, for years I have been convinced that the Nordics, Greys and the reptilian extraterrestrials, have the ability from their starships high above to see and hear everything we are doing. And that they also can project their intentions to us through thought activation, sending us thought messages. Finally, I realized that my technical accomplishments were not all mine, that I was to meet their agendas without my knowledge or exposing the source. They would send me a thought message to create a concept that would accomplish the solution to a threat, a mission, or a system. It would be a method that would provide a successful conclusion to their program agenda in a way that was completely different from the requirements or specifications required by the contract. It seemed that I must have received these messages because I also felt an overwhelming drive that this must be accomplished, and following their thought message, I would let nothing stop me from achieving it. Remember, as a leader at TRW, I am conceiving advanced technology, trying to establish a system engineering concept to understand all the alien races visiting and threatening our planet. There must be over 100 species here, some from other galaxies. They are disrupting, warring, or possibly outright controlling every activity that humans are involved in. It is a major task to accomplish this understanding because it has never been attempted before. First, I established names and numbers for each alien type that we know of. Then I filtered out those similar appearing aliens and plotted the location of their sightings and the number of times they were seen there. I then listed the tasks necessary to provide our scientists and engineers with enough data to analyze every element of this crazy situation that we are forced to accept as reality. To accomplish this task, I utilized my program management system development processes. It is a block diagram plan that I used so successfully on the Apollo mission program. There are 4 major phases: concept phase, definition phase, acquisition phase, and operational phase. The plan integrates the multitude of elements necessary to show the conditions of their sightings and the number of appearances. For example, the gray aliens appear to show up much more often than the others. TRW is this massive think tank that is compartmentalized with over 170 special laboratories. These, in a way, represent individual research companies or universities that participate in a multitude of deep space and galactic programs. There are over 20 laboratories devoted just to biological warfare alone. The biology of the different alien beings is a branch of research knowledge that in itself is huge. Let's deviate for a minute and talk about beings from out there who wear white hats and the other ones who wear the black hats. Unfortunately, we now know that we are stuck with the reality that some of the aliens are good guys, but many of them are very bad guys. What the remote viewer witnessed was not the local reptilians or gray aliens who have been screwing up our planet for eons, but a large naval spaceship from another galaxy on a, supposedly, exploratory mission into our arm of the Milky Way galaxy. This alien mothership was over 20 kilometers long and surprisingly filthy, both inside and out. They must be short on janitors on board. Dr. Steve Rogers and Tara were both Nordics that I worked with daily for many years at TRW. While designing naval spacecraft carriers and their missions in the 4051 lab, I was also doing other research comparing large alien cigar-shaped vehicles with our early naval dirigible operations. I was keenly interested in support vehicles and their takeoff and landing operations. We were privileged to have in our secret TRW alien files, which were at our disposal, having numerous descriptions of alien starship sightings by highly qualified military and civilian personnel. The alien motherships simply belched out smaller reconnaissance craft with local missions to investigate our secret military facilities and their defense and retaliation capabilities. When the smaller craft left the mothership, no hatch appeared to open. The smaller craft simply went out through the side of the big ship's metal hull. Returning craft were observed entering the same way, no doors or hatches opened. We also had a 35mm movie film from F-14 Navy carrier fighters showing these same peculiar actions. Obviously, either the structure of the spaceship was designed to open for the smaller vehicles to enter or exit, or perhaps the smaller craft can signal the carrier's skin to open when needed. Okay, we must catch up with the aliens on this technology, too. Billy, did you get the info on those grays over in the naval station in New Mexico? Yes, Tiffany, it's in the 6734 file under Navy Space, Advanced Food Processing. Basically, it stated in the document that a certain species of grays has lived underground in New Mexico for eons, and they have a diet of human flesh and blood. It's a frightening thought. Admiral Walker's people have been attempting to develop a substitute food for them that won't make their little tummies get sick. Then they really do eat us? Yes, so stay out of their cavern towns, little girl. Let's hope Admiral Walker is successful. Here we are at 39,000 feet heading west before sunrise. Look at those extremely bright stars, Chris, I said. I'm fascinated again that my little gal, Tiffany, may have come from out there. After making a rather rough landing at LAX in the dark on a Saturday morning, we grabbed our luggage and hit the road driving straight to TRW, just Chris and me, wide open in his BMW. Chris, it just hit me. It's extremely hard to understand that with all the alien species we are encountering, that the only ones who are helping us are Nordics. Yes, Chris agreed. Some of the others with big eyes can't be trusted and others in the tank have much darker skin, but they don't do what they promised to do. Certainly, they're not as bad as the black hat reptiles, but the others simply can't be trusted either. Holy cats, Bill, you are hitting on another complicated and strange element in this whole new universal awakening that we find ourselves in. Those crocodile reptiles never stop trying to foul up every program we start. Tiffany and Tara keep harping on this all the time. Yes, you're right, Chris. Those two girls pull me right off the planet and plop me down on the other side of the galaxy. Me too. It's like one of your flashes, Bill. The 7792 offsite lab is studying large lizards and crocodiles in an attempt to understand the sharp head and body jerks and turns that those aliens are frequently seen to do. It looks like typical jerky reptilian movements. They are even studying their reproduction and birth functions, eggs or no eggs. Another situation. At TRW, the magnitude of the reptilian threat was beginning to be understood. It appears now that the aliens have been involved in our technical development for eons. Did they come here because they were simply interested in our slow advancement back in 5000 to 2000 BCE, or just during the Dark Ages? And what are their intentions? Were they just checking out the girls at the beach on a Sunday afternoon, or did they had ominous plans to help us advance technically while playing with our brains and turning us into slaves? I explained our group's involvement in their mission at our weekly rain dance. During a study of different alien agendas, one interesting species which we are very fascinated with are male and female mermaids that were painted on the walls of Egyptian pyramids thousands of years ago. Now, this was not new to me because my uncle, Dr. Harding, the chief surgeon of the Santa Monica Hospital, had an overwhelming drive to decipher the Egyptian hieroglyphics and establish who really built the pyramids. He made numerous trips to Egypt and brought back hundreds of artifacts for study. When I was young, my family lived with them in their large home 4 blocks from the Santa Monica beach. Their home was filled with hundreds of Egyptian artifacts and photos. There were photos of Egyptian men with dog heads and fish with ladies' heads and arms. All over the pyramid walls were paintings of them swimming with creatures that appeared to be seals. I was always interested in the half-man/half-dog reports recorded in historical documents. So, during 8,203 studies of different alien species, I asked, is it possible that some alien civilization has experimented with combining a dog's head onto a man's body or a woman's head and upper body to a fish? Yes, Dara assured me. Incidentally, I have been into that heavily for the past 7 months, Bill, and you have been ignoring me the entire time. You're stretching it again, Tara, because we have spent over 27 times till 4 in the morning hammering it out. From across the room, Cindy yelled, hammering out what and why was all the hammering in a prone position? And was it really necessary to take all your clothes off? Okay, Cindy, you let Tara get to you again. Still laughing, Tara continued, we put together a configuration of what we are really dealing with now. Still fuming, Cindy added, well, you mean Bill did. I took over with, the mermaids were nude human girls with beautiful faces and breasts, narrow waists with full hips and cute bottoms. They had fishtails in place of long legs and feet. Unlike the dinosaurs, maybe the mermaids have been extinct until recent years. But for thousands of years, fishermen have been pulling them out of their nets in all the oceans. Bones have been uncovered that had women's skulls, neck and shoulder bones, and complete chest and back vertebra. They had normal hip bones and protruding bottoms. The rest of the mermaid had flexible long legs encased in the bottom half of a fish. For those who had no hair, they had a 1-inch high fin on the top of their skull, running from their forehead all the way to the lower back of the skull. What is very interesting is that some gray aliens have exactly the same fin structure on their heads. Recently, mermaids have been seen swimming with dolphins in clear, tropical waters. These are extremely beautiful girls with flowing waist-length hair, full, but small breasts, and slim waists with belly buttons and long fish torso tails. Simply gorgeous, I said. Now the male mermen were similar and human-looking, but their heads had no hair or ears, just a small raised hole above the eyes for hearing. Their faces appeared more muscular and they displayed wide shoulders and heavy chests. Their arms were heavily muscled, and their hands were webbed. They seemed to speak fluently to the dolphins and whales with a large vocabulary. Hundreds of spears made of bone to hunt for food and protection of their family have been discovered. The spears were probably used to kill predators like sharks and killer whales. It is interesting that in 2004, a group of whales and dolphins were beached on the Washington shore just south of Seattle. Alongside them was a live male mermaid, a merman. 2 boys were the first to be there, and using their cell phone they took a video of him. He was lying face down on the sand near a dead whale. When the boys poked a stick in his side, the merman pushed his body up with his arms and webbed hands. Then his head snapped back, and opening his wide mouth, he yelled at the boys. The Navy came and took the man-fish to the base where he was kept alive for 2 years. Cindy interrupted with, it is also interesting that we can drive just 6 blocks from TRW to the beach during the whale migration and see the mermaids swimming next to the whales. Also, for 3 weeks in 2004, dozens of mermaid families and porpoises were beached in nearly every country that had an ocean coastline. I must ask, did the aliens have anything to do with that event? Cindy said, it is all arranged. You, Chris and I are to meet Dave Crowell at the corporate dock in San Pedro Harbor at 9 on Friday morning. Dave has Swanson's research ship reserved for our day search for mermaids. Okay, Bill? Yes, Cindy, the doctor will meet us on board. He has a 6-minute, 35mm color film coverage of several mermaids. It was taken down in Costa Rica last month. He wants us to review it before we shove off. Also, they have a dive report off the Pacific side of San Clemente Island. His divers contacted a small school of mermaids in fairly clear water. One of his divers, Fred Baker, who is involved in training dolphins, got within 20 feet of 2 of them. He called them beautiful girls. He said the taller girl looked right at him with a silly grin and then swam slowly around him, smiling the whole time. Looking back and a little forward, we're back again in the 5496 lab. Reptilians were extremely important to our studies on the other beings, and we were forced to accept that they were working at TRW. Were the reptilians here, too? Back from lunch, Dave Parker hit Chris and me hard with, "Damn it, Chris, you and your buddy, Tompkins, continually avoid us all the time when the subject comes up." "Hold on, Dave," I interrupted. Dave continued. "We all know that dozens of aliens are here in TRW and are implementing hundreds of their agendas. And, yes, operating on us, taking out our organs and actually cloning some of us human beings into different identities. Nobody will say it, but those 2 technicians over in 7289 have been AWOL, absent without leave, for over 3 months. Dave, they're not AWOL. They may have had their guts cut out and are now simply missing spacemen in the eyes of the aliens." Cindy piped up, "Where did that come from?" Then Chris yelled, "You make it sound like the aliens dissected their bodies right here in a TRW off-site lab, not even taking the time to haul those guys up to their ship, parked in orbit." "Well, Mr. Christopher," Tiffany continued, "for your obviously less informed brain, extraterrestrials are swarming all over TRW as we speak, and they're not invisible, they're just playing with our brains, so we can't see them. Now, with your tiny excuse for a brain, it is easy for them to fool you. Stop and think about it. Bunches of alien species have been coming here for thousands of years, playing with your DNA and fooling around with our sexy bodies. And don't forget, they always play with our brains, causing changes of all kinds." "Where did you get that from?" I asked. "Okay, Cindy, we all know that, but what does that have to do with other aliens making our life bad?" I asked. "Wait a minute, you guys. You seem to indicate the Nordics aren't aliens," Chris added. Sticking her nose at the moon, Tiffany came in with, "I never thought those hot-looking guys in 7250 could be from some other planet." "Back off, Tiffany," I cut in. "We are attempting to establish why these others in here are involved with almost every program we have here in TRW." Changing the subject again, Kelly, that other gorgeous thing from out there, said out of the blue, "Nordic guys love to flirt. Remember Enriquez in Costa Rica and Colombia? He spent most of his life with those handsome Nordic hunks, spreading the word of the alien presence all over South America. It seemed that in every city where he lectured about the aliens, futuristic modern buildings were later constructed. Inside, the Art Deco was everywhere. People followed him and his alien buddies to every country down there, and even to some European cities." "Who is Enriquez?" the 3 chimed in. "Dr. Alan Hynek, Dr. Joe Conley, and some of the old UFO wheels had several meetings with Enriquez, both here and in South America. He had the opportunity to fly in several Nordic vehicles during his many years of alien support." "Is he the guy who had his water cut off in the Andes Mountains?" Dave asked. "Yes, Dave," I cut in. "He had convinced millions that it was time to release the truth about aliens on this planet, disclosure, and he wanted to implement their plan to move a lot of us to the Nordic star cluster. Then, in about 2003, the reptilians moved in again and kicked the Nordics off the planet. So, we are now slipping back into the Dark Ages. But getting back to Art Deco, it appears that we are not just being influenced by the others, but my flashes have taken me to Nordic cities and into their offices. And for whatever it's worth, everything on their home planet is extremely futuristic, nothing is provincial." "Well, Billy, you are always into everything modern, and, yes, that definitely includes Art Deco. So, let's continue to influence the planet to think about contemporary modern as much as possible, Tiffany added. Secret organization societies. The 7784 lab is a misnomer because this subject involves secret organizations all over the planet throughout history and their counterparts on other stars' planets. There were only 7 at this morning's session on the bad stuff. John Alexander, ed. A former boss at TRW, not to be confused with Colonel John Alexander, U.S. Army retired, and Paul Walker were out of state. Kathleen Page was here in a nice little blue dress that helped soften the wild subject of the day. Dr. George Wade chaired this session in the absence of Paul Walker. Let's hit it from where we left off last week, Chris said. Did you acquire the NOVA file on the alien insect threat? George asked Casey Jennings. No, my assistant is trying to locate it. She will bring it over if we're still in session. Oh, Kathy sounded off. 6-foot black ants are really gross. One is okay, but we're talking about millions swarming all over us. Gross. Our subject this morning is the number of known alien races that participate in secret societies. Well, we think there are 30 to 60. But we have only confirmed 20. Yes, George, alien secret societies are operating and influencing many organizations right now on our planet. Who is most prominent? Again, we must assume that documents in our files support that the reptilian home star system is utilizing secret Masonic technology, not just from cavern control centers in Antarctica, but also from their home star system. And that's just one of about 20 alien species muddying the water. I was thinking of my father's secret involvement as an above 33rd degree Freemason and my Uncle Harding's fascination with King Tut's secret hieroglyphics. He may also have been a Mason and could have influenced my accomplishments to some degree. Coming out of it, I added, however, the ancient aristocratic European secret societies enforced absolute control of every element of life in European countries for thousands of years. Also, we were probably controlled by any one of your 20 aliens. Continuing, I added, the aristocratic leaders, the kings, queens, princes, and princesses, and even the Romans before them, were all controlled by secret societies. Here in TRW, a flash hit me again. I had had this one before back in the 30s, but this one took me to a star system in our galaxy, further out than Alpha Centauri. This flash showed me several crystal clear pictures of a planet that was experiencing an unusually beautiful day. The aliens there were investigating another secret society of some other aliens in the universe. They had concluded that there were millions of alien beings that were cousins to every type of insect, crab, or sea life known to inhabit their planet. Oh, it's okay, Billy, I see them, too, Chris added, reading my mind again. I would see monster-size, 12-foot praying mantises and crabs that were 9 feet wide and 90-foot high trinovas roaming the other planet, some of which were capable of managing secret societies that controlled other types of aliens. 7 feet wide and 25-foot high praying mantises that mind-controlled other animals. Its group had control of some 37 stars in one arm of the Milky Way galaxy. The secret society that controlled them were members of the reptilian gangs, that through mind control, caused terror to Earth people. What were their real agendas? The TRW 5783 History Laboratory was for studies in this fascinating subject. I'm driving east down Sunset Boulevard in my silver Cadillac at 10:30 at night after one hell of a day on the 5696 program. Chris, in the backseat with Kelly half on his lap, hollered at me. Hey, Bill, I had a bad dream last night. Sitting really close to me with her mini scrunched up in her left hand on my right leg, Tiffany answered him. What was it all about? I was way in the back of that cavern in New Mexico, and one of those little gray bastards was chewing my left leg off and I couldn't stop him. It hurt like hell and he was holding me down with his sharp claws that ripped the flesh out of my back. Oh, honey, no, that Kelly cut in. What did you and Bill eat last night? That isn't the problem. It's those Navy medical guys in Area 51 that haven't developed a food that those New Mexico reptiles don't get sick on. That's the real reason they still devour some of us. At the end of her book, Encounters, Dr. Edith Fiore said, I wonder if some of the modern developments in medicine, technology and space exploration can be credited directly or indirectly to the intervention of our space friends. Remember telepathy? Wouldn't it be interesting if our scientists were being helped with their research and development? Last week at the drugstore I met 2 young ladies, one taller than the other. Why are the tall ones always so intriguing? Yes, The tall one was exquisite. She said she is 27 and in marketing. I told her a little about my book and asked her opinion about the title. She was fascinated. She said, "Bill, the title must be orientated toward young women. We buy far more books than the guys do. And it must emphasize relationships. It's not just me, but everybody out there is trying to make a connection." Later, he chose Selected by Extraterrestrials as his first book's title. Ed. It was an unusually beautiful February morning in 2006 and I was drinking Starbucks coffee with Connie Roberts at Barnes & Noble in the Mission Valley Mall in San Diego, California. She and I had met while reviewing a copy of Taken. Connie is a tall, beautiful blonde marketing manager at a prestigious national software company in San Diego. It amazed me how knowledgeable this hottie was about all aspects of the alien problem. We had moved into a chapter of my upcoming book focusing on the potential effect of the tremendous influence the aliens have had, not just on our aerospace development, but their continuous instigating of wars throughout history. I was taken aback when Connie hit me over the head with, "My sister was raped by an alligator." Before I could say anything, she continued with, "She is 19 now and was only 12 when he first fucked her. This same alien guy told her he is a prince from another galaxy, so she calls him Prince. He has continued his illicit affair with her on and off ever since. Even at night in her bedroom and in the back seat of her car by forcing her to pull off the road when she's driving home at night." Connie continued, saying her little sister was terrified early in the affair but then she came to love it. However, 2 years into the affair he informed her that he would be away for a while and that terrified her. She demanded to know how long, and he said 2 of our years. She was devastated, but now she speaks only of him as her lover. What we are dealing with here is a race of interbreeding royal reptile-human hybrid bloodlines who are controlling the population of planets near their stars in this area of our galaxy. They do this by setting them at war with each other. And while I'm at it, that isn't your moon, either. It isn't even a solid planet, it's hollow and it's one of their regional command centers for this region of our galaxy. And wait a minute, this isn't your planet, either. Earth is their planet and has been for 20,000 years. Who is they? Earth belongs to the Dracos. Oh, and Bob? Did you know that this planet that we live on is just a big laboratory? It's a lab for all those different alien races out there to accomplish their agendas. All the different colors and species of them. Yes, it has been for a whole bunch of space-time, too. It's 7 p.m. and we have been at it in this office since 6 this morning. Can we go home now? Cliff said. Okay, so we have them here now? Stan asked. They've been here for several weeks, Cliff answered. How can we tell who the good guys are? What if she looks like a white hat, having just changed into a Nordic from a fucking reptilian, or even worse, a goddamned mantis? Is she going to put a knife in my back on our first kiss? Hey, Bill, you never let us in on that before. Crossing her legs again, Tiffany said, "All right, you guys, I can tell nobody's going home tonight. Just look at that expression on Billy's face. It's that European blonde girl again, the head honcho of Dr. Klemperer's secret 1443 Real Society." Who told you that, Tiffany? Stan cut in, "Somehow, we seem to not understand that aliens limit our intelligence. You think you are so hot, Billy, that the other missile problem still isn't fixed in Costello's big office. Remember those 2 Air Force officers? I think they both were corporals and missile test guys in civvies as advisors from Edwards AFB. Yes, Cindy, one of the girls in Costello's office, Susan, I think, reported to security that she saw the taller corporal coming out of their secret file room. Her words, he wasn't completely human, she saw scales on his face and hands. Security said to forget it, that she had too many gimlets at lunch. Yes, Cindy, this has happened before and the supervisor in security claims it's just hallucinations. Well, Billy, I sensed something was not right with both of them over at the Red Lion last week. You were late again, as usual, and it happened before you got there. Why didn't you tell me? I did tell you, but you were so wrapped up with that bitch, Colleen, in 6594. I don't understand what all you guys see in her. Golly, it is so obvious the way she is throwing herself at every guy that walks by. I didn't do anything. I was only looking at the 2 AF guys looking at Colleen. Right. That'll be the day. Seriously, Billy, security can't sweep this under the rug and make it go away. And don't give me that crap that TRW has the most sophisticated security on the planet. We have aliens in here and we better get them out now or we're really in trouble. Wow, little girl, that is the biggest speech out of you in the last 3 months. Yes, you're right. So, slip this close to the top of our requirements list. There is a strong possibility that numerous aliens have controlled this planet for thousands of years. We know that, Chris added. Continuing, I've got our old complete planet list 5448 in my hot little hand. Well, for starters, read it to the group for comment, Chris, I said. Yes, this is not in order or even in the right time frame, I said, but it does list what we do know about what the aliens have done to control us. Here goes. 1. In the legal area, they created laws that conflict in outcome with other legal cases. 2. Food, they have poisoned our farm food, livestock, fish, and the seas. 3. Falsified our history and burned our books. 4. Controlled our brain to not allow us to utilize the other 95% of our subconscious. 5. Education/learning, the teaching of bad politics, incorrect schooling from kindergarten on up through university is devastating because it takes place all over the country. 6. Communications, control of all books, radio, TV and putting publishing companies out of business. 7. Finance, all the world countries are controlled by the Bilderbergers. 8. Hate, continually create hate in our brains so we start wars. 9. Freedom, destroy the U.S. Constitution. 10. Transportation, every time we accomplish something good, they throw a wrench in it. 11. Destroying love and find free life. 12. Creator of war and death. 13. Movies, propaganda. 14. Secret controlling organizations like the Freemasons. 15. Religion, creating all the competing religions like Muslims and the Quran that require the killing of people that won't join them. 16. Medical, all control. 17. Drugs, bad. Every drug has side effects that do more damage than the drug, killing all the young people. 18. Abductions, interbreeding and massive galactic slavery. Holy cats, Bill, that's impressive, but we need 19. Physiology, Chris responded. I continued, it is extremely important to establish and publish our history of living under their control. However, far more important is the understanding of continuous war and the unbelievable chaotic conditions during the Dark Ages that continues to the present, life that our ancestors had, and we are still living under. It is also imperative that we establish believable criteria and specific types of control tasks that the different alien species have forced humanity to exist under. We must first document and publish the Apollo Moon program as the only publicly announced step ever accomplished to leave the planet. Officially, it was the first time in 30,000 years that we left the planet. Bill was aware, however, of a secret German mission to Mars, CP-37, where they crash-landed around 1945 AD. That is unbelievable. Who let us go this far out into their universe? We defied their control and entered their universe. That was fantastic, even though the aliens stopped our mission to all the planets in the solar system and our planned missions to the 12 closest stars, Alpha Centauri being the first. The reptilians have created a background of hell on Earth. The methods and purposes that these devil creatures have been implementing for the past several thousand years are extremely hateful. Gosh, Billy, I'll give you 3 stars for that big speech, but most of us already know all of that, Tiffany said, but you left out a massive one, they farm us. That's right, Tiff, Chris agreed. They clone us, too. We must stop accepting the excuses they give and understand the truth of what they have done to all of humanity for 30,000 years. Tara interrupted, some of those bastards take out our organs on production lines, sometimes while we are still alive. They are not benevolent beings coming down here to save the planet. Good point, Tara, I added. Back in the abduction lab conference room, Cindy stood up for the 3rd time stamping her 4-inch heels. Don't you guys see it? You're all addressing the whole interaction between us and the aliens as if they're going to eat us. We should try to look at these aliens just as people that are just a little different. The good doctor grabbed the mic from the speaker at the podium. There you go again, Miss Cindy, simplifying their intent. Hell, read the abduction reports, they're operating on us, pulling organs out while we're still alive. Bill, can't you control your little thing? She is always trying to get us to think of these strange-looking praying mantis aliens to be just wild neighbors living across the street. We know some of them eat us alive. Okay, Doctor, know everything. We are aware there are others out there that are far better off than us here on planet Earth. Even Billy has been there, too, and not just with me, Cindy added. I put my hands over my ears in a gesture of disbelief. You're dreaming again, Cindy. You have that same dream of us on that planet in Star Cluster 310, the planet Juno, that is like Las Vegas. I know, Bill. The one that has all of the slot machines that pay off most of the time, Chris volunteered. Speaking of Vegas, when I remote view and target Vegas, can I ever find a way to always win by knowing the right numbers? Chris asked. Well, Christopher, my boy, you haven't gotten to chapter 7 in my book, Tiffany answered. What book? Bill, you never told us that Cindy could write. Heading out the door, I said, she uses automatic spell check, Chris. Let's go, it's party time, guys. Chapter 10. How do the alien tunnels and caverns relate to ours? What is so important in these underground alien centers is both the way they are constructed and how they provide for all the power necessary to support them. Some other tunnels that have different construction have been operating for untold years on every continent on the planet. These tunnels connect to ancient massive caverns that are totally unknown by most countries. The recent alien tunnels are different from the ancient tunnels that were built over 20,000 years ago, as the new ones are 150 feet in diameter and are illuminated by indirect light emitted by the walls, ceiling, and floor. There are no shadows. The elevators in the alien underground towns and cities have no cables and are powered with free energy. Like the intercity alien tunnel system with no trains, they fly through the tunnels at a very high speed. Some of the alien cities are built in massive caverns, some of which are very large. Light is abundant there too and controlled in the same manner as the crystalline alien tunnels. Our Air Force tunnel diggers also took some advantage of the alien advanced tunneling technology, 150-foot diameter, and whereas the aliens deatomize all the rock and material they drill through and convert it to light with no debris, we cannot do that. In contrast to the larger alien tunnels, the Air Force tunnels are only 40 feet in diameter and have maglev tracks and a partial vacuum, so the trains can operate close to supersonic speeds. In the 1950s, simple technical articles were describing how easy it would be to build such tunnels and trains. Ed. Planet Earth's interior is considerably different from what our geophysicists have taught us. The underground caverns are larger than many states in the U.S. and have surface-like environments. There are large industrial cities with unlimited engineering programs for space missions. The U.S. Navy has had extensive technical assistance from the aliens in designing our secret underground military communities. For example, the scientists at Dulce, New Mexico, are managed jointly by the U.S. Navy and the Gray/Reptilian aliens. One of the programs that was recently completed in their laboratories was to develop a substitute for human blood, which has been a problem for us for thousands of years. Two species of aliens can only survive on human blood. They can exist for roughly 6 days on animal blood but will eventually die without human blood. Dulce is the major scientific development lab that developed and now provides substitute blood for these two alien species. Hard to believe, but there are more than 60,000 different advanced research programs underway in alien underground laboratories across the globe. Ed, I think that 60,000 is possibly an example of Bill's tendency to exaggerate. Alien transport vehicles travel on daily schedules between different centers, like Dulce, Mount Shasta, Mars, Venus, Jupiter and Saturn's moons, and local stars' planets. It is extremely important to understand that many other aliens, such as insectoid types, live underground throughout this region of the galaxy and have lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years. They are separate from the gray aliens who operate from different planets to provide service to people like us on planet Earth. They have been and are currently at war with Draco/Reptilians. Many different species are involved in different wars, somewhat like Flash Gordon in the Sunday newspapers of the 1930s and 40s. It is difficult to accept that at different underground levels, 20, 30, 40 levels down, there are thousands of laboratories working on various types of interbreeding, involving humans, extraterrestrials, and animals. New species are being created in attempts to provide varieties that can fend off all types of infection and disease. Our cousins, the Nordics, can't get a cold or flu like we do, which helps explain their very long lifespans of several thousand years. In the lower levels of Dulce, there are living beings known as chimera, which are biological combinations of human and animal parts. Here are some of what these experiments have created: human heads and bodies on horse bodies, human fish and mermaids. There are over 40 different species of mermaids, alone, and 300 species of giants, from humans to Sasquatch. There are beautiful men and women created with different numbers of wings, human bats and virtually every creature reported in the medieval eras, like gargoyles, midgets, fairies, ghosts, tiger people, 6 eight-legged octopus people and hundreds of different types of insect people. These creatures really exist, all of them are alive with the dangerous ones locked in cages. Some scream at night like they are insane or on drugs. These are some of the wild and crazy things that are being accomplished in the alien laboratories, such as Dulce. But Dulce is also a city with normal things like radio, TV, theaters, and grocery stores. There are no automobiles, but instead, there are over 30 different types of people movers like powered streetcars. The tunnel from Mount Shasta runs directly to the Dulce Center in New Mexico. Dulce has over 60 levels starting a mile down. Mount Shasta and Dulce have been in operation since 1930 and are controlled by the aliens, Greys and reptilians with Navy support. Here it is again, 3:45 a.m., May 15, 2007. In my dream, I'm in the large underground tunnels with the aliens that have parrot-like beak heads. They are not directly interacting with me, but they are tolerating my presence in the outskirts outside of one of their cities in a massive deep underground facility. They are going about improving their tunnels and seem to feel that it would be better for them if I were not seeing how they were doing it. Remember back in Hollywood in the 1930s, see Chapter 1, the little boards that my cousin, Dr. John Walter Hondon, my brother and I saw while we were digging deep holes in the backyard dirt outside his folks' rented house? Well, like I said before, after he got his doctor's degree in geophysics and later in astrophysics, he went to work for Shell Oil in Houston, Texas. John has dug a whole lot of holes out on the Atlantic Shelf, in the Pacific and all over the planet. I am not pushing him because we are related, but, remember that he shoveled down deeper in the earth and picked up more stuff, rock samples, than any other person on the planet. His research was literally at the forefront of understanding the configuration of the Earth's tectonic plate expansion and contraction, the continual movement, crushing and expanding, leaving massive caverns like underground bubbles all over the Earth. This tie to the magma belt was just the tip of the iceberg. Now, all you guys are getting a lesson in planet Earth stretcher. The Shell Oil Company has drilled more holes in the planet looking for gold. No, not gold, I mean new massive oil pockets suggested by John's research. Some plates climb on top of others causing massive compaction, and later, as the pressure is relieved, thousands of large caverns like honeycombs are created. During this process, the magma increases in temperature, but as the compacting is relaxed, more caverns appear filled with air. Yes, the dinosaurs are screaming the whole time because all this heat and pressure is turning them into food for the oil executives. One night, John called me at home saying he would be in LA to present a paper at Caltech. As usual, I invited him to stay at our home in Northridge so we could talk. I picked John up the next evening at LAX and while driving home, John, in a strange voice, said, "Bill, how heavy is TRW involved in deep underground caverns?" Before I could answer, he added, "I mean really big spaces down there?" Well, like I have told you in secret, I support 3 labs that are investigating that subject and... Again, John cut me off with, "As we have discussed before, my studies have revealed what is commonly known in the oil business, that the planet is honeycombed and pocketed with deep lakes, rivers, caverns, even natural tunnels located from just below the granite surfaces and even down deeper near the magma belt. Also, I have been comparing our planet's structure to the moon's, thanks to your Apollo program. Drilling has confirmed it is also perforated above the core. Also, there is a possibility that there are non-gas planets in orbit around near stars with similar planets to those of our solar system. Is this like what you guys are possibly pushing at TRW? Well, yes, but..." John continued with, "This has pushed me into nearby stars astronomy and even to establish the possible gravity levels of their planet's pressure effect on the stability and compaction, and how it affects their planet's tectonic plate configurations. Now it appears that planets that have an unusual orbit around their star are constantly subjected to violent pressures causing the continents to expand and contract so frequently that it would prevent any minimum life to exist there." Wow, there, John, slow down. Yes, we have gotten into some of that strange stuff as Cindy calls it, but you're getting a bit past me now. Bill, listen. There are a lot of caverns with no oil, just strange stuff, like your Cindy says. And before he continued, I opened Pandora's box with, TRW 8890 has established that we have drilled into another cavern, not near the Dulce Center in New Mexico, but this one is in. Yes, I know where you are going with this, dear cousin, but we have got to wait till after Mary's dinner. After a fabulous wine dinner at our home with Mary and the kids, John and I continued our discussion in private. I again opened Pandora's box with the secret of the year. John, I continued, ever since we were kids in Hollywood we talked and played as if your boards, John's play people, aliens, were from down below the deep holes we dug in your backyard. We agreed that other people had lived there for a long time. Back then you told me all about how you conceived your ground boring machines and I made drawings of them. We pretended to follow the boring machines digging their way down through the earth. Remember? That's right, Bill, and I understand that's what TRW is planning to have Northrop accomplish. Where did you get that from, John? You are not the only one that gets flashes. I've telepathically been in places that some people think we can't see. Well, John, we can spend all night talking all around it, but I am saying that Dulce, New Mexico, isn't the only underground alien/human research center in the U.S. There are probably hundreds of underground alien bases that the reptilians are operating, some right under our cities. Agreed. John said so loudly that even Mary and our 3 kids could hear it in other parts of the house. Yes, again, and Bill, remember when we were kids in Uncle Harding's big home in Santa Monica? We were in his big living room with all the family there and he had just returned from King Tut's office in Egypt. He had contacted other Egyptian researchers there that questioned the accepted method of pyramid construction, that of using slaves to move the big blocks. Uncle Harding convinced them to take him to places in and around the pyramids that they had also questioned and that were off limits. They explored rooms under the pyramids and tunnels connecting them to others below surface structures. Even tunnels that went for miles and then were blocked. Uncle Harding found tunnels that went nowhere, and he showed us over 50 photos he had taken on this trip. Even tunnels under other ancient structures that were miles from the pyramids and others that appeared to go all over Egypt and could possibly be connected to other pyramid locations. Dr. Harding said that he was convinced from his studies that in the future, astronomers would find pyramids on other planets out in space. We would discover that some beings with unusual powers could have accomplished very unusual things. They could live near or possibly under the pyramids. Bill elaborated, they also cut massive blocks of granite out of the side of the mountain with some sort of cutting machine. Then they would float them over in an air gondola the 30 miles to the pyramid and then lower the 20-ton block down lightly into place on the pyramid's foundation. Come off it, Bill. To move the massive blocks of granite that the pyramids were built of could never have been moved and built by King Tut's people. They could not have carved out the rock walls to make the tunnels, either. Both tasks were impossible at that time. But they were also related to the existence of architectural designed ancient communities that were buried underneath the surface near the pyramid. My group at TRW was convinced that Dr. Harding was right in his assessments of the existence of below-the-surface facilities. John explained that, our research searching the data has shown that there is a high probability that caverns exist at several depths all over the planet and possibly even in the moon. Research drilling have broken drills at 39,000 feet and even deeper. But not every area has had the same problem, John added. While drilling research programs, John's group, in some unusual areas, have poked through into open cavern-like areas with fresh air but no oil. However, penetrating open areas while drilling is common for the oil industry since they are looking worldwide for new oil deposits. John's group has discovered multiple adjoining air pockets, sometimes several meters apart, that lead to rivers running for hundreds of kilometers and then disappearing. It has been established that in some areas the planet's crust is perforated with different sizes of adjoining cavern-like bubbles that contain air and lakes. Sometimes they are separated with rock and crustal matter that is connected with natural tunnels that provide routes for rivers. In western Nevada, numerous tunnels entrances lead to massive caverns under the mountains. Now back in the conference room, I asked Tiffany to lock the door since our subject was highly classified. Already locked, boss, said Tiffany, smiling. Leaving the podium, I took control of the meeting with, as you have just become aware, Dr. Herndon is one of the most knowledgeable experts on Earth in all aspects of astrophysics. However, he also has been shoveling dirt out of very deep holes that he has dug in nearly every country on the planet. That presents us with several new Earth-shaking problems, and I don't mean earthquakes, I mean caverns, tunnels and the aliens inside the planet. Interrupting me, John Hodden added, "Yes, Bill and I have been wrestling with these problems for years and it is staggering." I continued, "This is one of my hobbies and I am recommending that we must utilize every resource in TRW to understand the magnitude of the aliens utilizing our planet as bases for mind control centers on our population. They have constructed cities down there in massive caverns for their own programs. I know your time is limited, but it is extremely important that everyone in this room understands what we are involved in." Using my old system management program operation system of block diagrams that I developed for new programs over at Douglas, at TRW we must establish a program developed for every project that is operating down underground in the Earth caverns and their attached tunnels. "Wow, Bill, that is the greatest program statement of the year," Tiffany said. "Well, this is a massive development under our planet that we have no understanding of and were never aware of. It is highly likely that these facilities exist under every country and town on the entire Earth, and even under large lakes and the oceans of the planet," I added. Continuing, Dr. Hodden and I have listed some of the developments the aliens are operating down there. I have already separated them into special programs. I'm using the system management program that is divided into 4 phases: concept phase, definition phase, development phase, and operation phase. I have already outlined several tunnel programs, some of which are already into the concept phase and others are halfway into the definition phase, others are still in the concept phase, and we haven't even touched the surface yet. "Bill, for now, just hit them with the major programs," Tiffany said. I added, "Some of the strange things underground are not normal to life as we know it on the surface. Like towns, cities and massive laboratories containing alien and mind-controlled human prisoners. Others are very strange, like half people with human bodies and 8-legged octopus, horses with human heads and 6-foot insects with human heads. There are connecting tunnels all over the planet. It's staggering to realize that the reptilians and other aliens have been operating for thousands of years right under our noses. The fact that other planets in our solar system may also have caverns and supporting tunnels has brought the possibility that other stars may be supported with the same capabilities. In my group, we have established that this is probable and yet just a minimal first-effort system development, a tip of the iceberg. We have an unbelievable task ahead of us. Program-level operations. Determine the number of worldwide occupied secret caverns. Establish which alien civilizations are occupying caverns. Determine their agendas. Identify friend or foe. Establish the number of military cavern bases and their capability. Map the caverns, planet-wide. Define Marine and Army underground search and destroy missions. Train Marines to battle aliens underground. Design and build electrostatic force accelerator beam and particle beam weapons. Determine what countries or alien species occupy which planet regions. Establish regional ownership or joint ownership, command and control. Understand cavern environment control. Define cavern mining programs. Specify cavern high-speed cargo train systems that would eliminate 70% of cargo shipping. Quantify cavern high-speed intercity tunnel highways. Enumerate alien high-speed tunnels without tracks. It was 5:30 in the afternoon and Chris and I had been at it all day without any support from our administrative assistants when in popped Tiffany, bubbling with enthusiasm. "Where have you 2 girls been all day?" Chris asked. "Oh, we took the morning off and..." I cut her off. "It's 6 o'clock, not lunchtime." Christy added, "Martha in 4156 told us about this place, the Pleasure Palace over at Shasta, and we have been window shopping there all day." She was right. It was fabulous, Tiffany added. "How did you guys get all the way over to Mount Shasta from here?" "Oh, we rented one of those little 2-place open-top UFOs with leather seats that Howard suggested. I think Fiat imports them from Italy. They are really fun and easy to drive." "A bit far-fetched?" Ed. "Pleasure places in Mount Shasta?" Chris asked. "What is that?" "Oh, it's not in Mount Shasta. It is underground and is an alien town with window shopping like a Vegas center and is much more fun than Rotterdam, Holland," Tiffany said. "The mannequins in the store windows wear 5-inch heeled red boots that come up above the knees and the orange leotards cut their lower parts like strings with the whole little bottoms out." Barbara from Douglas Corporate walked in and hearing all the conversation said, "Wow, those are not mannequins. They are real girls in the windows that you can meet later and have fun with." "Yes, Barbara from Corporate, also from Douglas, and as nice as ever. I have been there too and, Yes, Shasta's Pleasure Palace is fabulous. But you, Chris, are full of it and you know it. You guys fly up to Shasta Airport on that 737 and not in a small two-place convertible UFO, 'cause the Italians are really sharp, but Fiat can't build them yet. Okay, you guys. Have your fun. The next week Chris and Tiffany both hit me at the same time with tunnels and caverns again. I had just returned from another briefing with 5967 and their preoccupation with the moon's underground alien bases. 5967 had been comparing the alarming number of potential underground alien tunnels and caverns all over the western states of the U.S. with the probability that the aliens are using the moon cavern base facilities for similar operations. 2 years ago, John Alexander, a former boss, had suggested that we consider the underground cavern at Dulce, New Mexico, that the Navy was operating with the aliens. Now 5967 wants us to bring them on board, I added. Before I could continue, Cindy, mini flying, headed to our file room. Shortly, she came out with a triumphant smile, dangling a thick file in front of my nose. Got it. Your old questionable past again, Billy, spooky old underground Douglas stuff. Well yes, Cindy, but remember when we planned that test center? Northrop and Lockheed were going to be operating in that Lancaster hole, too. Still standing in those 4-inchers, she started reading just like an admiral commanding our Space Navy. 8664 proposed anti-gravity space vehicle test center is to be located underground in the 30-kilometer-long Lancaster, California cavern. The anti-gravity test center was to be built and operated under NAV space control and operated jointly by Douglas, Northrop, and Lockheed Space Systems. The test center will do final assembly and test both prototype and pre-production space vehicles, attack fighter/bombers, portal, and transport for operation in solar and interstar naval missions. Okay, little girl, you have made your point, I said. Stamping her foot, in 4-inch heeled boots this time. I'm not finished yet, she continued. The center will be powered and illuminated, sun-like, by ether energy and supplied by a system of tunnels that connect to China Lake and Edwards AFB. Underground test centers will be operated by sophisticated command and control test centers that are operated by both civilians and naval personnel. They may be supported by alien greys, reptilian technicians, as in numerous other underground centers now under development. This Lancaster Test Center will also be connected by sophisticated high-speed underground rail transportation systems that are to be located throughout the U.S. in the larger underground cavern production centers. Stop, Cindy. You have given the entire pitch to the Pentagon. No, I haven't. The real punchline is, yes, these underground cavern space development centers will cost multi-billions of dollars, but the caverns are free, and some are close to a volcano. Oh boy, Bill, Chris added, we are really in trouble. Later at TRW. Okay, you're the expert on that, Steve, Luge cut in. It was near the 10 o'clock break in Dr. John's reading room. We had been at it for 3 days and still, we're not in agreement as to how we should disclose underground caverns and alien tunnels to top management. This is so foreign to our TRW sponsors. The PhDs are at best closed-minded, having been educated at the universities and relied to on many aspects of our real history. We could never rely on any of them to support our programs. Meeting a neighbor. During a meeting on my first book in my office with Lynn Dobson, U.S. Navy captain, retired, Oceanside, California, it was 2001 when he informed me that he and a 4-star admiral and his aide spent the last 16 months of his Navy career reviewing massive underground cities and underwater alien bases that are managed by aliens jointly with the U.S. Navy. These facilities are located all over the U.S. and our territories. Navy Captain's Report. A very good friend of mine, a Navy captain, in 2000 told me about aliens. The Navy's first nuclear submarines and the aliens. It took place in Utah. The program was top secret. The entire development from the concept phase to the actual first test run of the USS Nautilus occurred in a fraction of the time it normally took for the Navy to build a conventional submarine. The pace was so great that many of the scientists and young naval officers committed suicide, more than in any other naval development program. His numerous assignments at the War College were also conducted under extremely high pressure with continued emphasis on totally different threats coming from off the planet, as General MacArthur had said in 1945. At the Rhode Island War College, he was required to define a potential war that required the participants from the Navy, Air Force, Army, Marines, CIA, FBI and clergy, to define a war that we initiated to attack 3 Arabian nations and remove, take out, their governments, their military, and not cause World War III or kill millions of civilians. Each participant was to come up with a plan. No plan was successful except for the captain's plan. The captain said he felt his plan was conceived with assistance by the aliens. Admiral Stansfield Turner, who was later director of the CIA, was so impressed with the captain's plan that he had the captain's assignment changed to senior staff officer. Remember, that took place years ago and way before the 4-week Iraq War. He said his last 18 months before retirement from the Navy were spent with the top admiral reviewing all the alien development and operational bases, like the Area 51 Test Center, in the U.S. and its territories. Many of these facilities were underground and were completely controlled by the aliens. When I asked him why, in February 1942 when we had just been attacked by Japan at Pearl Harbor, did the UFOs fly over Long Beach and LA with hundreds of their vehicles so slowly and at very low altitude? He said that the aliens, felt it was time they disclosed their friendly presence to us. I asked him about MUFON's, CUFOS's Dr. Alan Hynek, document that stated that over 80 alien species were on our planet at any one time. Some of them were just on vacation, interested in what we were like and then flying on the other planets near a different star, and some were helping us at different research facilities. I waited for an answer, and then I told him that while I was at DAC planning the Apollo program, I was assigned a new secretary who looked like she just came off the Las Vegas stage. She was one of the most beautiful women I had ever met, was brilliant, knew what document I needed before I asked her to try to locate it. But somehow, she also gave off a facial expression to some of us that looked like a zombie, though she was not. I thought at that time, 1959, she was there to get information on how I was conceiving and managing the program and then passing it up to some other group somewhere that wanted us to make it to the moon. But that did not bother me. What bothered me was that I felt she was an alien and I did not know what that feeling meant. The captain's answer was, some of the aliens can make themselves look different than they really are. During our discussion I informed the captain that at TRW one of my top colleagues, a doctor that I worked with very closely, also instructed systems engineering night class at UCLA. He was a very tall, handsome man who had as his assistant an absolutely beautiful woman who did not act like a zombie. He asked me to conduct his class one night while he attended a meeting over in the Palisades, a suburb of Beverly Hills. I agreed and had no trouble by not going with the curriculum. Instead, I just briefed the class on how we used the system engineering concept to enable 2 men to walk on the moon. The class kept me over for 2 hours with questions. Later, I found out what my colleague and his assistant were really doing that night. The large home that their party was in had a very large 3-story living room. During the evening, my friend and his beautiful assistant levitated up to the top of the living room ceiling for over 20 minutes. It was a very good party. The captain was unimpressed, saying, "Remember what the aliens did with President Eisenhower at Muroc Air Base in California? They flooded, levitated, all around the inside our hangars and above our conference table during their capabilities demonstrations." Chapter 11 Exciting Times in Oregon. How were Navy League families involved in Oregon? I was only 18 years old when I was inducted into the Navy and stationed in San Diego, California, during the last few years of World War II. When the war ended, I was honorably discharged and entered the civilian world working in various aircraft design and manufacturing companies. The details of that time in my young life are covered extensively in other parts of this book and selected by Extraterrestrials, so I won't repeat them here. However, the Navy is still in my blood and I have always felt very close to that military branch. Some of you remember this as an autobiography, so I am stopping again and slipping in a time warp after my time at TRW in the 1980s. After leaving TRW much later in life, our family moved to Medford, Oregon, seeking a much less stressful lifestyle. What proceeded from there is another fantastic event in my life. Everybody knows Oregon is out in the boonies, but Medford is located only 14 miles north of the California border near that big hill with all the UFOs flying in and out daily, Mount Shasta. Soon after we arrived in Oregon, we bought a building lot, designed and built a large futuristic home on the west side of a high mountain that had a magnificent 180-degree view of the Pacific West Coast. While there, I organized a Navy League Council called the Rogue Valley Council. A Navy League Council is made up of retired Navy personnel, their family and other civilians interested in promoting the Navy lifestyle. In my case, I established a special project for Sea Cadets, teenage boys and girls whom I taught about the reality of UFOs, ETs, and our space navy. We named them a Star Platoon. Other members of the Oregon Navy League were retired Navy officers, many of whom were pilots who had their own business aircraft. They would fly all over the western states for their businesses and Navy League activity. An interesting side note is that as they flew around Mount Shasta, they would see UFOs entering and exiting the mountain. Curiously, they would see no portals opening for the vehicles. They even drove around the mountain base in their off-road vehicles looking without success for such openings. As you may know, Mount Shasta is reported to be a major UFO/ET base. In 2015, it became necessary to look back at some of the circumstances that began my unreal background back in 1970 when they dropped me into the TRW space think tank. I reviewed these strange extraterrestrial events with the brass at the top of the Navy League program. Here's what I told them. It all started with my alien hobbies in 1942, where I was on staff to Admiral Rico Botta in Naval Intelligence in San Diego, California. As you know, my involvement in the space programs then continued at Douglas Aircraft, then at North American/Rocketdyne, and later at TRW, where I was on staff to a VP. I then went on as program director of the highly secret ASW/UFO/seafloor bases, and then on to the corporate red team at General Dynamics. Later, my involvement reached a crescendo in the 70s and 80s in the Northwest, where I was promoted to Oregon State Vice President of the Navy League of the United States and Chairman of a secret special project group with a naval space agenda. This included studying naval missions by the aliens. These were their plans to control every country on Earth through the use of war. We must accept that some hostile aliens may have been underground here for thousands of years, possibly using war as one of their methods to maintain their control over us. My job at TRW was to utilize the conceived naval space missions using kilometer-length U.S. Navy spacecraft carriers to confront the aliens. We then proposed to Congress to fund hundreds of millions of dollars to build 30 battle groups with these spacecraft carriers to engage the alien battle groups and prevent them from attacking us. If necessary, this would get the other aliens off our planet by attacking their alien battle groups out in the galaxy. Not with the war here on this planet. We will then work toward the penetration of other alien species that have infiltrated our defense systems and are attempting to take over our planet. Developing the Sea Cadet program was surprisingly simple because of the enthusiasm on the part of the young boys, and especially the girls. It was completely different from any others that I had encountered in my 40-year Navy League involvement. These students were heavily motivated after seeing Spielberg's classic film, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which was released in 1977. I briefed them on aerospace technology and they just couldn't get enough of it. My having been involved in conceiving the space missions and the design of the Apollo stages, including the Launch Complex 39 facilities, was music to their ears. They were intrigued by my descriptions and drawings of the launch control building, and they were astonished when I showed them my 1x3x3 model of the 400-foot steel umbilical tower with its 4 entry arms connected to the Apollo vehicle. They were very impressed and proud that they were now actually participating in the space program. I also explained that I had designed the launch control building, replacing the German underground blockhouse and the Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas. Their enthusiasm was so great that their Navy League chapter was rated top in the Western states by Navy League directors. In the Oregon Navy League, we spent 14 years investigating secret alien agendas, but that will have to wait for another book. Bill's electronic and physical records did not contain his report on investigating secret alien agendas. Bill's computer is in the possession of Bill's son Dean, if it still exists. One of our Navy League members, Special Projects Director Rick Holt, the County Commissioner of Oregon, was related by family to Senator Barry Goldwater, who was also a Major General in the U.S. Air Force Reserve. Goldwater sponsored the extraterrestrial programs at the highest level. Probably because he was back in Washington, D.C. At the time, Rick Holt was often missing from his official duties as Southern Oregon County Commissioner and as the Navy League's Special Projects Programs Director. He was the principal person in the Navy League with knowledge obtained directly from inside the Pentagon relating to our government relations. He was also well informed of the latest UFO sightings, probably because he was party to the classified information derived from Goldwater's exposure to the Pentagon naval missions. That made him especially valuable to our Oregon Navy League organization. Another Navy League tidbit: I was talking to Dave Thorson, Executive Vice President of SAIC, Science Applications International Corporation, in his office in University City, San Diego, California. Dave was also involved in the Navy League missions. He related to me that he had recently discovered that aliens have been cruising the halls of SAG's corporate building. SAG is one of the major players in the black projects world, so it is not surprising that they often show up there. We suspect they monitor many of our black projects relating to them. Now let me tell you about a very weird experience that took place during my time in Medford. You should find it interesting, perhaps even unbelievable, but it really happened and was confirmed to me later by a couple of participants. Was I transported in space and time at Mount Shasta? During my morning ritual, my cell phone announced that I had a voicemail, one that was left late the previous night. It was a female voice saying that the Navy League officers were invited to a dinner meeting the following week and that other information would be arriving later by mail. It was all very curious as she didn't identify herself or leave a phone number. Sure enough, the next day a formal invitation arrived in the mail inviting local government officials and Navy League officers to a dinner meeting at a location about 40 miles west of Medford, Oregon. A map was enclosed showing the meeting location. The invitation was signed by Oregon Navy League supporters and we had no idea of who they were. I contacted the Medford mayor and asked who he would like to accompany him to the function. He said that he would ask the county commissioner to join him and that the two of them would represent the city of Medford. On the appointed date, 15 of us, mainly retired Navy officers involved in the local Navy League, piled into 3 off-road vehicles. The mayor and county commissioner followed in the mayor's new Audi and we formed a 4-car caravan heading west, following the supplied map. After about 30 miles, we turned off the main highway onto a back road heading west toward a distant mountain. Along the way were yellow signs with an alien face design posted by the roadside indicating the correct turns we should take. We discovered later that our Navy League cadets had posted these helpful signs. Soon we were on a narrow dirt path, hardly a road, that wound its way up the mountainside. It was a frightening trip as the path up the mountain was canted at an angle that seemed as if we could easily slide off the side and tumble down the mountain to our certain death. We later suspected that the ETs had somehow assured our safe ascent. After several harrowing minutes, we finally made it to the top where there was a large flat paved area surrounded by pine trees. To our amazement, we saw 3 large vehicles floating about 7 feet in the air. Yes, floating. They looked like helicopters without rotors, and each emitted a brilliant colored light, red, blue, and orange. This explained why there was no paved road leading up the mountain. They arrived by air. There was no one else around, but we spotted the usual yellow sign on the far side of the area indicating that we should continue onward. After about a quarter mile we saw a large cedar building that appeared to be a magnificent hunting lodge. After parking, we were met on the large wraparound porch by a handsome man in his late 20s who ushered us into a large entryway where we were greeted by about 20 others who appeared to be in their late 20s, handsome men and beautiful women in semi-formal dress. It seemed that there were equal numbers of men and women. After introductions, we were ushered into a lounge with a variety of plush chairs and sofas and a large mahogany bar where we enjoyed pre-dinner cocktails. All the conversations involved their support and encouragement for our newly formed Navy League here in Oregon. Every room was decorated with the hunting lodge motif, with large animal heads and weapons displayed on every wall. We soon moved on to a large dining room with a long central table with us seated on one side and all of them facing us on the other side. After a magnificent dinner, a variety of desserts were offered. We were seated facing the outer wall with windows that provide a magnificent view to the west. Suddenly, to our amazement, the entire outer wall dissolved and was transformed into what appeared to be clear glass. Not only the wall, but the floor, the table and chairs turned transparent. We felt as if we were suspended in midair. The view now had changed from pine trees and the western vista to a beautiful futuristic city a mile or so below us. We looked across the table and our hosts were no longer clothed in their previous attire, but now the women were in sexy, skimpy garb and the men were in shorts and short-sleeved shirts. What the hell was going on? What did they put in the desserts and coffee? It was very clear to us now that our hosts were ETs, showing us their support for our Navy League chapter devoted to educating our young people about the extraterrestrial visitors. Too bad that our Navy League cadets were not present to witness this miracle. After a short time, the scene reverted to our previous reality where walls, floor, table and chairs were again solid, and our hosts were back in their original clothes. Still reeling from our weird experience, we thanked our hosts and left, proceeding cautiously down the mountain. I was riding with the mayor and commissioner and about halfway down the mountain, the mayor, who was driving, clutched his chest, gasped, and stopped the car. It was clear that he was suffering a minor heart attack. The other cars stopped, and with the help of the other men, we pulled him over into the back seat where he could lie down. I took over the wheel and drove down the mountain as quickly as I safely could. Meanwhile, the commissioner called 911 so they could meet us at the highway junction. We got to the bottom before the EMTs arrived, so we drove on to the nearest hospital's ER. Fortunately, with prompt medical attention, the mayor survived. When I later checked with some of the Navy officers who were present at the mountaintop function, they had no recollection of the miracle city I had observed. I was flabbergasted. A few days later, the Navy League president and the commissioner did confirm my experience, so I knew I was not hallucinating. But none of the others had any recollection of what had happened or even having attended the dinner. This was another well-documented example of mind control. Very curious. What might have happened during our own abduction? We were driving my new sedan DeVille up to a cabin in the Sequoia Mountains, all 5 of us, Mary and the 3 kids, when we saw a blinding light near the summit. The engine quit, the headlights went out, the radio, dashboard lights and the heater went out, too. In less than 3 minutes after the lights went out, the engine started up again, and we simply drove on over the summit to our rented cabin for 3 days of fun in the forest. The next Tuesday, I dropped the car off at the Cadillac dealer on Wilshire Boulevard for a checkup to see what might have caused the electrical failure. They gave me another car while the mechanics double-checked the systems and reported all in perfect order, and that was it. Well, no, I don't think so, because somehow, I felt that several hours had elapsed and we were not under that light for only a few minutes, but a whole lot longer. Knowing everything that I have been experiencing at Douglas involving the aliens, the whole family could have been pulled on board one of their motherships for different agendas. This is very frustrating because they must have controlled our memories in our subconscious minds and wiped them clean of the events that took place. I'm positive that they terrified my wife, Mary, and our daughter, because if I even mention anything involving the subject, they are terrified and will try to slap me. I have this feeling that if I ever were hypnotized by an expert in this field, I would find out that the aliens that pulled off this kidnapping were very evil, and that they were trying to counter the Nordics that are helping us achieve our given place in the universe. Chapter 12 reports up to the present. Was Paperclip a plus or a minus for the U.S.? Operation Paperclip was a program set up after WW2 to bring talented German scientists to the U.S. to aid in our development of the atomic bomb and missile programs. Both programs had been very active in Germany during the war, and their scientists had knowledge and skills that could be very useful to us. Before Germany's surrender, these scientists had been identified and tagged for future recruitment. Unfortunately, President Truman had Congress pass a law prohibiting any Nazis from entering the U.S. No problem. Their Nazi affiliations were easily stripped from their personnel records, and these clean documents then attached on top of their old records with a paperclip. So that's how the project was named, or so they say. As soon as the war ended, both the United States and Russia scrambled to get these valuable men. There are several interesting stories of how many of these men were saved from execution that Hitler had demanded, or from being snatched by the Russians for their projects. Many did go to Russia, but we were able to recruit over 1,000 of them for our own secret programs. These men and their families were relocated to various locations in the country. Many went to Los Alamos, New Mexico, for work on the A-bomb, some to Dayton, Ohio, to work at Wright-Patterson AFB, some to White Sands, New Mexico, to work on our missile programs, and others to Florida's Cape Canaveral. Werner von Braun was one of these famous paperclip scientists. Hey, Bob, it really just hit me about that slob, Jim, the one that seemed to come out of nowhere and take over everything. Could he be part of Paperclip? He may have been part of the Third Reich SS that infiltrated into Douglas after WW2 ended. And we didn't win that war either, the Third Reich did with Paperclip. Jim may have been a Nazi and came to Douglas to get engineering put under manufacturing to control them. And then he became VP of manufacturing and took it over, too. Wow. Remember, nobody knows who he was or how he was able to take over and run everything. Not just me, but nearly everybody had problems with him. He was always throwing wrenches into the gears on every program at Douglas. If we could ever get a real reason why our VP of engineering quit Douglas and went to the Lockheed Skunk Works, maybe we could understand how DAC went down the tubes to our competition, Boeing. The Paperclip project reportedly sent elite teams of scientists and investigators, known as T-Forces, into Europe to confiscate all documents, files, hardware in German labs, and even scientific personnel who were involved in the Nazi aerospace research, an operation which led to the Great European Brain Drain following World War II. The plan was to develop UFO-type craft similar to those which the Nazis had experimented with. The Army, Navy, Army Air Force, CIA and OSS reportedly assisted in the T-Forces and paperclip projects, according to researcher Anthony Kimmery. Several high-ranking Nazis who assisted in the atrocities were brought to America also, and their crimes suppressed. Many of these worked at the Peenemünde Aerodynamics Institute, which built the V-2 rockets, German fighter jets, etc., using forced slave labor from the Karlshagen concentration camp. Peenemünde scientists, under Project Paperclip, according to Kimmery, have controlled the U.S. rocketry, aerospace and space projects for over 20 years, with the majority of those at NASA being oblivious of the fact. Kimmery claims that Werner von Braun and Kurt DeBus, heads of Marshall Space Flight Center and Kennedy Space Center, respectively, were both Nazi SS agents brought into America with the help of Nazi infiltrators or sympathizers in U.S. intelligence. What was this Freemason mystery? The morning sun was beautifully shining in my office window. Everything seemed fine as I headed out when she screamed at me. That gorgeous Tiffany has been pissed off at me several times, but she's really mad this morning. You son of a bitch, where are you going now? Stamping her foot and with fire in her eyes, she yelled, "Are you going over to that bitch in Swanson's ancient history lab? You've been over there a lot lately and I need you here now." And who is George Eliot? I've never heard of him. I looked him up in the phone book and he is not even listed. Okay, little girl, back off. I've got a meeting with George and I must leave right now. All right, Billy. Grabbing her files, let's go. No, you're not coming with me this time. I sure as hell am. You need me or you're not getting out of this office. With her hands on her tiny waist, in her 5-inch high heels and her mini flying, she came right up to me, nose to nose. Is that guy George a cover-up for another girl? She was out the door in front of me, heading for the stairs down to the main floor. I headed the other way, down the hall. I could hear her screaming, "You son of a bitch, get your ass back here right now." I ignored her. When I got to George's outer office, a very nice young lady said, "You're Bill Tompkins, right?" "Yes, thank you." "Go right in, Mr. Elliot is waiting for you." No introductions were initiated. George said, "We've heard a lot about what you've been accomplishing, and we feel it's time for you to understand the real thrust and control." "Fine, I appreciate the opportunity to help you folks." "No, you're not going to be helping us and this is not an initiation, but you will be involved. Here's an address, phone number and entry code. I want you to be there at 9 o'clock tonight." After a few little discussions on some of the alien problems, I left his office with many questions. It was 4:30 and I felt that the situation back at my office would prevent me from stopping off there, so I headed over to Chris's office to find out who this Elliot guy is. "That pretty little thing, Kelly, that helps," Chris said. "Chris went over to 3295 with Jefferson and won't be back today." I thought I had good maps of the Los Angeles, Southern California area, but this address was not on any of them. This location was in the foothill area between Beverly Hills and Malibu. So, I made a call to the phone number given to me and was given directions to an area that was closer to Malibu. I arrived there at 8:45 p.m. but the address was just a number on a narrow 2-lane asphalt road. I drove up the road which was landscaped on both sides like Laurel Canyon in Hollywood, except there were no homes for almost a mile. I came out of the heavily shrugged canyon to a double gate where a well-dressed security man was standing outside his guard shack. I rolled down my window as he walked up and said to me, "You obviously have taken the wrong road to whatever it was you were trying to find." "No, I'm supposed to be here at 9 o'clock. "I'm sorry, sir, but you must leave." I remembered then that George had given me a number code that I was supposed to use. I gave the guard the numbers and after looking at me in the interior of the car carefully, he said, "Thank you, sir, go right on in," and opened the gate. I drove up another quarter-mile through the trees and the beautifully landscaped hillsides that provided an opening to a beautiful view of the Pacific Ocean. Then I saw the mansion. Wow! The size of this crystal glass-like siding on the residence really hit me. It must have been at least 10,000 square feet in size. There was another gate, another guard, and a repeat of the code. After the gate opened, I drove into a large parking area and after driving through that, I drove over to what appeared to be an entrance to the mansion. It had 3 wide horseshoe curved driveways for dropping off guests. I visualized expensive limousines loaded with the Bilderbergers/trilateral financial elite arriving in them or arriving in futuristic helicopters. Then, with a chill, I realized that these limousines could be loaded with aliens. Now that's insane, they could just fly over here. I took the third circular driveway, the one furthest from the door, where two other men came out and asked for the magic number. After giving them the number, they said, "We'll park your car for you." It was just like the Beverly Hilton Hotel on Sunset Boulevard. The other man ushered me through 3 glass double doors and said, "You can take it from here." I still had not seen anybody else and a very strange feeling came over me that I should get the hell out of here right now. I started walking down from this large entry through a beautifully decorated hall with Roman statues and elaborate lighting and landscaping. The lighting was strange but beautiful, it was soft with no shadows. The plush carpet was a dark silver blue. Still, nobody around to talk to. There were 12-foot-high double doors that appeared to be made of some sort of grooved silvery plastic on the left side of the hallway. I was curious about this place, so I started to look at each double door. The fourth one down on my left opened to a short hall that opened to what appeared to be a 4 or 5 floor high ceiling area. Large cantilevered balconies were jutting out from the second and third floors that went most of the way around the tilted-in walls. No one was down on the first floor, which tapered to a point on the far end of the arena. The lighting was very dim in this massive hall, but I could definitely see that there were some people up in the balconies. The floor was raised 2 steps and appeared to form a triangle facing a small stage. I later realized that from a plan view, the walls, ceiling, and raised floor formed a stretched-out diamond shape. There were people in the balconies milling about and talking, but I didn't recognize anybody. It was now precisely 9 p.m. and the music stopped and gradually the crowd noise stopped, too. A gentleman came out in a brown monk-like hooded robe and stood on the low podium. He was a tall man and I couldn't really see his face hidden by the hood then. Single file, at least 30 other hooded people came out and circled the diamond in the center of the arena. There was some type of slow, dark music in the background. I thought back to the situation that I had been in when I was at North American in Neosho, Missouri, that big estate house that had all the nude girls and strange events taking place. Masonic hints from my past. Now, this is a hard one. I may not get all the dialogue correct or even get it in the right sequence, but here goes. This was back in the 1930s over at Uncle Harding's house in Santa Monica. "They are at it again in his study with the door closed," my cousin John said to me. "They were whispering and then shouting. We heard something that must be very important." "Who is we?" I asked John. "Uncle Harding's 3 daughters, Virginia, Mercedes, Porsche, and me. Uncle Harding was really upset with my dad, again telling him to stay out of it." "Stay out of what, John?" I asked. Ignoring me, he continued, "Before it was over, at Uncle Harding's last month, it was the same thing again. He said that my Uncle Tompkins, your dad, was a Mason." "What's a Mason?" "Don't know. It's a spooky group and may be involved in your dad's Hollywood movie laboratory. You know, that enormous white building just off Santa Monica Boulevard in Hollywood where your dad has hundreds of people converting movie actors' language into every foreign language on the earth. They also said that the Masons organized the U.S. early, in 1765, I think they said, only 200 years ago. And they said that the Freemasons were the architects and builders of the entire city of Washington, D.C., John added. "What do you think that was all about?" I asked John. And then out of the blue, I got a flash. It could have been a secret Masonic celebration that was to take place that year. I believe it must have been something to do with secret Masons' missions relating to their associations with other stars' planets' secret societies. "Hold on, Bill, did I hear you correctly? Where did that come from?" "I have no idea, John. I really didn't. My comment is that this happened a very long time ago and has been forgotten for years. I did not know of the Freemasons until my father died in 1962 and his second wife found his big gold Masonic ring. She had no idea of the background of the ring until it was appraised and finding inscribed hieroglyphics, identified that it was a very unusual 33rd-degree Masonic ring. No one in our family was aware of his involvement with the Masons and certainly not at such a high level. Could Uncle Harding have been a Freemason, too? I remember my father's United Films laboratory photos that I inherited when his last wife passed. Both photos were taken at the corner of the lab near the entrance. If you look closely, you can see a Masonic emblem in one photo. The other photo may have been taken at another time, but the Masonic emblem is missing. This has 2 possibilities. 1. The The photo emblem could have just been removed. 2. And now for you non-believers, aliens and Masons sometimes plant holograms that only appear when they want them to. Aliens teaching abductees often use holograms that blink different displays. What do I think about corporate greed? Because of the lack of the public's understanding of, and a lack of acceptance of the subject matter of extraterrestrials, we have a huge problem. This is staggering, because it's not just many of the extremely well-educated people in the country working on this, not wanting to accept the reality of what we were into, but they even participated in trying to nullify the program, throw monkey wrenches into the gears of the programs. And even at Douglas and over at TRW, and all these other companies, General Dynamics included, some top-level people were throwing negatives on everything that we were attempting to do. So, you must ask the question, why do we have so much of this sabotage happening at such a high level in technology in the country, and in the whole military? And, who is telling them to try to stop everything, try to cut it down when we're trying to help ourselves? And supposedly that's what the military is for. But the corporations, at the same time they were doing the military mission programs, they were doing other programs which could possibly allow the corporations to nullify the space programs of the military, such as Solar Warden. And these people, then, utilizing all the advances in space systems, military-wise, developed the capability to move off the planet, and mine materials on other planets in the solar system, and or continue out into the galaxy to the 12 closest stars, Alpha Centauri being the first, and mining or extracting materials and making money. This same group of top corporate people of all these companies that are doing the jobs for the military, that they are getting paid for by the military, were paralleling the space missions for industrialization. They were making money for the private corporate sector with their development costs paid by the military. It just seems strange that this is where we would be finding ourselves, because these corporations are using all the best capabilities that were developed and paid for by the military. This technology development had already been done for them. We've got corporations operating parallel missions to solar system planets and the planets of other stars, doing the same thing. The word is greed. Whatever helps the corporations financially, this is where they're going to put the money. This is where they're going to do all the development. How do the evil ones do galactic slavery? After my second meeting with my attorney, I walked into the building up to the 4th floor and there wasn't a single girl in the entire building. My attorney explained that they had, all but one, been abducted, kidnapped into sexual slavery out in the galaxy. Gang aliens had taken them to distribution centers for evaluation to establish their values, as some near-perfect ones were classified in an alien bartering system as the most desirable and commanded the highest prices. This abduction of nearly 100 people had also happened several years ago. In fact, these kidnappings have taken place in similar numbers for the past 40 years. Alien sex slave thugs have been operating for thousands of years throughout the galaxy, even competing between hundreds of alien gangs. They are all using slave ships for distribution to other stars, planets, civilizations. It's very strange that slavery has been going on for so long, that the same structure of a medieval country, kings, queens, princesses, all the top people, agreed with maybe France's or Spain's group, and they became the elites. These elites became the controllers of the populations in their countries, and they never allowed their people to have real lives, never allowed them to participate in many of the good things. Many of their people were slaves. So, the slavery business, also out there in our galaxy, the Milky Way, is a big business. It's a major business today. Anything that you want to manufacture, anything that you want to farm, anything that you want to build, it's all done with slave workers. This is happening today. It's not something that happened 100 years ago. This slavery has been going on for a long time and needs to be stopped. Germany in World War II had massive underground facilities with workers that were all slaves, and even to the extent that when the decision was made before the war ended that the Germans were going to continue all of their extraterrestrial developments on UFOs, and on every weapon system that they were building, the Germans took these production facilities to Antarctica, and they also brought their war slaves with them to continue their work. Therefore, now there are slaves working underneath the ground, and they still are working underground today in Antarctica. There are all kinds of slavery. There's sexual slavery, unbelievably. There are many different classes of people that are abducted for sexual slavery. The slave abductors want the top people and the smartest because they are worth more. They have, I think, 4 or 5 different levels of people that they abduct. They abduct top medical research people. They abduct corporate level people, and they abduct the most brilliant people, and then they go down through the next 3 levels of people, and these levels determine where they get assigned to work. Every abductee gets sent to 2 planets, and then it's decided where they're going to be sent to work. But it's a massive business. It's been going on for years, and we can't identify where these people have gone. Just like normal abductions, we don't know where they went, because most of them don't come back. We're only hearing about this from the few that came back. How does the 20 and Back program work? Thousands, not just a few people, thousands of people have joined the Navy here in the United States. They signed up for a 20-year tour in the United States Space Navy. So, these folks, both men and women, were given a lot of examinations and a lot of information on what they were going to need. Many of them went to the moon, Earth's moon, and our facilities there, and got checked out, and organized and established where is the best place they're going to go, what their criteria is going to be, what major area they're going to develop, sort of like what class in the university. And then they get sent to a Mars facility for a short time. And some of them get sent to Jupiter's moons. We have a large facility on one of Jupiter's moons. And then the recruits are assigned to a specific base. And they work for a short time in the base before they're assigned to a naval cruiser or a naval attack vehicle, or even a naval spacecraft carrier. These spacecraft carriers are extremely large, 1, 2, or 4-kilometer long classes. And we have 8 space battle groups out there. So, there's plenty of room for new people to come aboard. And so, they do their tour then, most of it on the spacecraft carriers or their supporting ships. Some of them are supply ships, which are not as much fun as being on the combat ships, but the combat ships need to be supported, so we need people on the supply ships, too. At the end of their 20-year tour, they have the option to enlist for another 20 years. Or they have the option to come back to Earth where they were born, and back to the age when they entered the Navy. Eventually these space sailors decide that they want to come back home. At this point, they are 20, 40, 60, etc. years older than when they enlisted, and that much time has elapsed while they were serving in the Space Navy. So, the Navy biologically age regresses them back to their biological age when they enlisted. This process takes a few weeks. During this time that they are being biologically age regressed, almost all their memories of their last 20 years out in space are removed. The Navy tries for total erasure of their service memories, but some people retain some of them. When this age regression and memory erasing processes are completed, these recruits are now 20 years chronologically older than when they joined the Space Navy, but now their biological age has been restored to their enlistment age, and they have only their original memories from the time of their enlistment. Now, remember during those 20 years, they had no contact with their family or with anybody back on Earth. That's a requirement for the 20 and Back program. But they remember their family as they were. They remember their friends and the people they used to go see, and some of their girlfriends they used to have. And so, they come back, but they are 20 years older than when they left the planet. So, the girlfriends, boyfriends, friends, and family are all going to be 20 years older, too. For this reason, the Navy requires the enlistees, in the Solar Warden System 20 and Back program, to return to the place in time that they were when they signed up. The enlistees are returned in time back to within a few days of when they reported for duty. In other words, the Navy requires these space sailors to time travel back to the time they reported for duty after enlisting. That's kind of a cool system. Okay? Yes, this system is operating now, and has been operating this way since 1980. Did my Nordic secretary show up 50 years later? The Valencia Hotel in La Jolla, California, is noted for its wonderful restaurants and the magnificent view of the Pacific Ocean from its westerly-facing windows. 2 of my business partners from our new company, Land Ocean Systems Incorporated, were with me that afternoon entertaining an important potential customer for lunch. Partway through our meal, I noticed a group of about a dozen women entering the hotel, and to my surprise, one of them was a spitting image of Tiffany, my Nordic secretary from my years at Douglas Aircraft in Santa Monica, California. I had not seen her for 20 years and she didn't look a day older than I remembered her back then. The group did not come into the restaurant, but I saw Tiffany glance into the dining room. I'm sure she spotted me because with a slight smile and a subtle wink, acknowledged that she had seen me. The group then proceeded to climb the stairs to an upper level. It was hard for me to concentrate on business talk as I was eager to finish the meal and then find out if it was really Tiffany. As soon as we finished lunch and bid our guest goodbye, I explained to my partner, Jason, who Tiffany was. We quickly climbed the stairs and on the 3rd level, came upon a meeting room filled with women. Through the slightly open door, I could see Tiffany and another woman at the front of the group. She was lecturing with a laser pointer directed at a transparent video screen attached to a window. I had never seen a TV screen like that one. Obviously, there was some sort of training program in the session. After waiting several minutes in the hallway, the session ended, and the women began leaving the room. Curiously, Tiffany was not among them, so we assumed that she and her partner had remained in the room gathering the equipment and supplies from the meeting. We waited outside a bit longer, but she still didn't appear, so we went into the room, and to our amazement, found it empty. Where had she and her teaching partner gone? We were positive she didn't exit with the other women as we had watched them carefully leave the room. I was disappointed that I had not had a chance to see her again and puzzled at how she had disappeared. Well, maybe not so puzzled, as I knew her talents and disappearing as she did, was not that unusual for her. And I guess that disappearance verified for me that she was, indeed, Tiffany. Perhaps we shall meet again, someday in some other place. My more recent work, the Zoom Vault program. This Zoom Vault program has also addressed my Galactic Naval Space Station, advanced spacecraft carriers, redesigned, regional space command ships. 11 configurations of battle cruisers, fighters, landing craft carriers, destroyers, transports, and logistic mission vehicles. One very unusual destroyer was not a spaceship, but was a revolutionary design that incorporates both the current Navy's advanced very stealthy ship class, completely invisible, that will bring back the fire support that was lost when the Navy retired the last of its battleships in the 1990s. And, most important, we designed a Delta configuration platform containing systems for space destroyer-class operations in support of Galactic Battle Group missions. This advanced on-planet destroyer implied a 45% technical development thrust and a 55% thrust in support of the TRW's proposed and recommended Space Battle Group destroyers. These had a range of the solar system to an operating radius of local stars, planned Space Wars area. Coming on the heels of a big box full of TRW diversified naval space mission vehicle configurations, including the old Delta Space War Mars/Jupiter shuttle, electromagnetic population, at TRW.Bill Tompkins, had also lately conceived the next unsolicited generation of Earth's U.S. Navy destroyers. The first configuration studies conducted at TRW were developed and designated Advanced Mission Destroyers, AMD-1, in the late 1960s. The program was previously known as the DDX class and was multi-role. It was designed for surface warfare, anti-missile and naval fire support. It was designed as a multi-mission ship with focus on land attack. It was later changed to DD-21, which my model was similar to and numbered 21. Even many years later, in 1999, it was changed again to 21st Century Destroyer as DD-21. Several years later, in 2007, it was funded by Congress as DDG-1000, the Zoom Vault program. The first of these massive destroyers was under construction in 2014. There will be 3 of these class warships built, which at 610 feet, is the largest destroyer ever constructed for the Navy. The Zoom Vault design closely resembles the ironclad warships used in the Civil War. The Zoom Vault hulls are long and low, with a downward-facing bow to reduce their radar signature. The ship's electronics and advanced sensors are hidden in a deck house that looks like a streamlined turret. The ship's deck also features a pair of 155mm guns that can fire rocket-assisted rounds for more than 100 miles. The Zoom Vault was conceived at both TRW and the Naval Institute in Annapolis, Maryland, Naval Development Center, NDC. My advanced concept staff was extensively involved in contributing to the missions and design of this next-generation destroyer. The first unnamed ship numbered DDX-21 has been renumbered 1000 and is named Zoom Vault. But way before that, in the Douglas Secret think tank in 1952, I was conceiving what was to become the U.S. Navy's Solar Warden Galactic Navy. Zoom Vault low radar signature allows it to get close to shore, lay down fire and get out. It can also stand off at a great distance and fire missiles. Zoom Vault also represents an advance in naval technology because its power plant can easily and quickly distribute electricity to areas of the ship that need it most because of battle damage. In the future, some of that energy could flow to a laser gun, which wouldn't have to be reloaded. Even without such a gun, the Zoom Vault will look starkly different than the Navy's workhorse, Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, which have a rope mast and an upturned bow. The Zoom Vault class will be composed of the Zoom Vault, Michael Monser and the Lyndon B. Johnson. Each will cost about $8.4 billion. The first Zoom Vault is scheduled to be commissioned in 2016 and will be stationed at the North Island Naval Air Station, San Diego, California. Some miscellaneous notes obviously typed by Bill Tompkins. These notes were made by Bill at a time when he was thinking about what topics he should be including in the many books he intended to write. Some of these topics have been presented in more detail either in this volume or in his first book, Selected by Extraterrestrials. However, I find that the extensive identification of so many topics not covered suggests that he probably did have a few sentences to say about each of these topics, and that they are very likely valid topics that he could have discussed. Figure 18. This is Bill Tompkins' list of topics that he wanted to cover in the multiple volumes he declared he hoped to write. Ed. These 4 preceding pages were created by Bill, in our opinion, when he was dealing with several possible editors in the early 2000s. He had visions of several books being created from his lifetime experiences, and these are the topics we think he wanted to be sure to cover. Some of them were discussed in his first book, Selected by Extraterrestrials, and some of them are discussed in this volume you are reading. We believe that the topics represent his plan to elaborate on them. His words shown above make it obvious that Bill was not a good speller. Our editorial tasks included correcting the spelling and grammatical mistakes that Bill made, while preserving his message intent accurately.